11%. Chapter 61. Training the Slave Team. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen arrived in Linhu from the Ordos tribe of the Huns in only one day. They only need to travel south for 1,800 miles to cross the Linhu grassland and enter the territory of Zhao. After the other Huakai left the Ordos tribe, he followed the river in front of him all the way north. He knew that as long as he walked along the river, he would be able to meet other tribes. The Huakai caravan still had 18 carriages, but the number had become 290, of which 239 were slaves. The entire caravan has only 131 horses, so the caravan can't go fast at all, even though Huakai has put the caravan's high-rank animal bones and skins into the portable space. They still only walked 30 miles in one morning. It's noon, everyone can stop and rest. Each team summarizes the performance of their players, and submits a list of all the poor performers. We have to set up a sheep team, and all the poor performers will enter the sheep team. The sheep team will not be able to sit in the future. The carriage can only walk. Wakai came to the noon when the sun was already rising, and organized the entire caravan to stop and rest. At noon one morning, he knew how difficult it was to take a group of slaves into business. If it were like this, he promised that the Chinese caravan would never return to Qi this year, so Wakai planned to train all the slaves. The first is organizational discipline. He divided all the slaves into 4 teams according to the previous grouping. Each team arranged 2 to 6 people to monitor the performance of all the slaves along the way, so that those with poor physical strength could sit in the carriage as much as possible. More than 100 people, half of the slaves need to walk down the ground. At first, these slaves kept commanding them, and if you didn't know, they would climb into the carriage quietly. Anyway, the Hua family wouldn't punish people easily. This was Wakai's order. Later, Wakai left those who did not obey the command at the back of the convoy, and asked Zhuang to take a few team members to stare at them, and clean up if they did not obey, so that the caravan's speed would rise. In order to motivate everyone's enthusiasm, Ascension's obedience, and cultivate slaves' loyalty to the family, Huakai remembered the method of establishing a sheep team. Even though slaves don't have a sense of honor now, they have to walk all the time if they are not obedient. If you can feel the benefits of being obedient, the slave's obedience will be greatly ascension, and then the caravan will be faster. Patriarch, it's so exhausting. It's so troublesome to bring so many women. They are all too poor in physical strength. Today, many of them fainted with exhaustion. Wei walked his head to Wakai and said, "You have given your team preferential treatment. Most of the people on the carriage are from your female slave team. You will drag them back to Wahiapu if you drag them one by one." Wakai looked at Wei and said complaining, "Arrive." Wei has greatly increased his willpower in the first few days, and cultivation base has also entered aerodynamics. Now he seems to be a lot more confident. Hearing what Wakai said, Wei did not dare to quibble. Although he did not approve of Wakai's buying so many female slaves, he would do his best to do anything that Wakai had already ordered. Wakai came out this time mainly to train these slaves. Even if the goods in the space can't be sold, he can still make a move when they are transported back to the Ordos tribe. Isn't he good to eat meat while resting in the tribe? But Wakai wanted to quickly grow the strength of the entire caravan. As long as the loyalty of these slaves was above 50, he could almost completely believe it. When the time comes, not only will the Hua family no longer need to send people to guard them, they will also have a lot of helpers. Han Jinsheng has only been with the Hua family for 10 days, and now his loyalty has risen to 79 points, and he has become an important helper for the caravan. Huakai has a lot of problems to deal with the entire operation of the caravan easier. Killed 5 sheep at noon. After being eaten by everyone waited for Huakai to talk about 3 kingdoms. Huakai's 3 kingdoms has covered more than 400 chapters, and the whole story has exceeded 2 million words, which is more than 600,000 words than the original. It has more than doubled, and there is still a long way to go from the end. Now he talks about 3 kingdoms very smoothly. 3 kingdoms has been changed into a family struggle by him, but this is also the favorite of ordinary people in the world. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the caravan continued to set off. After more than 20 miles, a small tribe with 10,000 people was found. The Chinese caravan entered the tribe. This small tribe soon came out to negotiate. After trading about 100 gold of goods, Huakai obtained more than a dozen strong horses and some animal bones and fur. In the evening, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. Wakai and everyone in the caravan settled down on the bed, and he checked the own property panel. Huakai. Kaiyuan Realm 3rd floor. Qualification. D. Physique. 23. Strength. 26. Will. 29. Novelist. Student. Mind Method Novelist Basic Copywriting Skill TN Level Low Level Mind Method Xiaocheng. Mind Method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Advanced Mind Method Consummation. Martial Skill. Split Air Spear Yellow Tier Advanced Marksmanship Complete. Special Mind Method. Introduction to the Idea of Big Dream View God Level. Special Skill. Real Eye cannot be upgraded. Recently, I practiced splitting air spear. I have felt that his strength has reached the 3rd floor of Kaiyuan realm. When he is here, he once again feels that his body's consumption of spiritual qi is about to catch up with his own absorption. This is the sorrow of lack of aptitude. However, because of the recent 3 kingdoms, his will and strength have been ascension a lot, especially his will. Every time they give a lecture, they can feel the ascension of willpower, which is precisely because of the basic copywriting skills mind. He can still make slow progress in cultivation base, but the most important thing is to find a way to ascension's own qualifications. Speaking of ascension qualifications, the first thing Huakai thought of was qualification Dan. The main line task of the family to eliminate the Huchuo mountain bandit rewards as the mid-level aptitude pill, which can at least be considered after the caravan returns to Qi. Then it is this temporary mission. As long as you help the Ordos tribe to keep the main account, you can get 10 drops of Wan Yen stalactite, which is also capable of ascension qualification, thinking of the Hua family here to enter the family secret realm space. Pill refining room. There are more than 20 prescriptions specially selected by Huakai. These are the medicine pills that Huakai can easily refine based on the elixir stored in the pill refining room. It's small Wandan. Little Wandan. First rank Fandan. Refining materials needed. 5 cordyceps as the main medicine, 10 grams of Codonopsis pilosula, 5 grams of Bingshansao, 2 grams of thorn flower. Efficacy. Quickly replenish true qi in the body, and increase the recovery speed of true qi by 100% after taking it. The family luck required for refining is worth 1 point. The main medicine of medicine pill is the most common cordyceps in the grassland. There are only 6 auxiliary medicines except Codonopsis, which are cheap common medicinal materials and can be refined on a large scale. Xiaohuandan. Although I can't have the strength of ascension, it is still very useful to supplement true qi at a critical time. Huakai now has the most cordyceps and blood red flowers in his hands. Therefore, what he allows his grandfather and 5th uncle to bring the most is to be able to compete with these 2 elixir or combined to refining pharmaceutical materials. In addition to the small return pill, there are also dragon tiger pill, beaching pill, chi pill, etc., which can be refined mainly based on the elixir in the space, and the last 2 pill recipes are this time the key of. A medicine pill is named broken wall pill. After taking it in Shantian realm, there is a chance to break through its own barrier. As a 4th grade fan pill, this is the medicine pill that is the easiest to make for clan leader Tifa breakthrough. It's just that one of the main medicines is golden crow vine. Shenglong pill is a 7th grade fan pill. It needs 3 main medicines. Huakai has only 1 kind of medicine here. Its effect is much greater than broken wall pill. Unfortunately, the cost is several times higher. After looking at the medicine pill collected in pill refining room for a while, Huakai couldn't help but feel satisfied. He suddenly thought of the monster core from the Ordos tribe, as well as the reward for this quest 10,000 years of stalactite, so he wanted to see it. See what medicine pill can be refined by these 2 things. At this point, Huakai is very excited. There are really a few medicine pills that can use monster core and Wanyan stalactite at the same time. There is also a pill recipe that uses the 5th order elixir bone corruption flower. Golden pill. First rank spirit pill. Refining requires materials. 1 main medicine monster core, 1 nether fruit, 1 bone rotting flower, 10 grams of termite emperor sperm eggs, 3 drops of stalactite, 10 grams of bishweji, 10 grams of lan wangjing, 10 grams of Kali's sargantodoxa, 10 grams of cordyceps. Efficacy. Strengthen bones, increase the strength of bone marrow hematopoiesis, ascension physical activity, have a high probability of the will to condense gold, and a small amount of ascension physical aptitude. It should be used with caution if the bones are not mature. Those with insufficient blood qi should be used with caution, and those with weak will should be used with caution. Tip. After taking Jintiden, the physique will be greatly strengthened, which will be accompanied by intense pain. It is recommended for people above Shantian level. After taking this golden body pill, the body will be fully added, and even strengthened to the bone marrow. In addition, the role of the ascension qualification is not worse than the qualification pill issued by the system. It's just that among the 4 main medicines of the golden body pill, the nether fruit is the 5th rank elixir, and the termite emperor egg is the 4th rank elixir. Among the 45 kinds of side medicines, there are more than 10 kinds of spirit medicines. These many spirit medicines are gathered together to make medicine pill, and it makes people feel scared to think about it. What Huakai didn't know was that the most precious thing about this golden body pill was actually to condense the will of gold. To know that Shantian was promoted to the foundation building, the most important thing is to understand the will of the owner and the qualification of 5 elements. The powerful Shantian realm masters are often better than the same realm by several grades. 3 days passed quickly. Hua's family followed the river in front of him on the vast grassland upstream. After 3 days of training, the caravan slaves have begun to be able to keep up with the team. Huakai has been thinking about how to train all these days. The slaves quickly ascensioned their loyalty to the family, so the caravan culture class education began in the caravan. Coupled with appropriate punishments and rewards, most of the loyalty of the first slaves in the Chinese slave team who followed the caravan has exceeded 50. Huakai was rewarded as a member of the caravan, and he can usually train and eat with his team members. This allows others the slaves are envious. In this way, the loyalty value of the 4 slave teams in the Hua family rose from an average of less than 5 points to more than 20 points now. The entire caravan management has also begun to become simpler. After walking for more than 3 days, the Huhan tribe's sphere of influence has been out here. Huakai finally saw a medium-sized tribe named Haishui. This tribe was about 230,000 people, not a bit worse than the Ordos tribe. Huakai is ready for the strong team to withstand the test, but unexpectedly this time the contact with the opponent went smoothly. The opponent welcomed everyone from the Hua family back to the tribe with enthusiasm. Many important members accompany the Hua family to invite the Hua family members at night. When returning to the caravan in the evening, Wei turned his head to the main tent, where Yu Jun, Hua Fu, Han Jinsheng, and Zhuang were also here. This Haishui tribe is a bit weird, let's be more careful. Wei turned his head in business for many years, and he was the most familiar with all the tribes, and he spoke first. At the banquet, some of their banner owners seemed to have something wrong with our eyes. We have to be careful of being hacked by them. Wu Fu said in agreement. Then, if we leave, let's find a few more small tribes. These goods can also be sold out. Stay here and worry about being afraid. Zhuang rolled his eyes and proposed. I'm afraid it won't work if we want to leave now. Maybe people are not malicious to us. If we leave now, how can the other party easily let it go? If it doesn't happen, we really have to fight. Huakai shook his head and said. In the past few days, they have gone to several small tribes. There is not much cargo left in the caravan. If there is a battle with this tribe now, dozens of carts of goods acquired by the caravan will be lost. The 239 slaves may have all their bodies. When they die, the Hua family will definitely not take care of them. Even if most of the team members can get away in the end, this loss will not be acceptable to Huakai. I looked at this tribe tonight, and this tribe also has 2 auras, and their patriarch is only at the 4th level of aura. As long as they dare to do something, if others don't say, their patriarch will definitely die. Yu Jun said softly. Arrive. At this time, it's useless to discuss too much. The caravan began to increase the number of patrols at night, but after one night, the caravan was all around quiet, but occasionally there were soldiers around the caravan. Wait and see. The next morning, the Chinese caravan got up and laid out all the goods, but did not see the herdsmen with the goods coming to pick the goods. Waiting until noon, Huakai was planning to close the stall and leave, and the patriarch of the Haishui tribe came over with dozens of soldiers. Patriarch Hua, how do you sell this stuff? Although the patriarch of the Haishui tribe was smiling, his eyes were kept staring at the caravan's nucleus. He could see from the caravan's booth that everyone in the Wahia caravan was standing behind Huakai. If there is a conflict, they will protect Huakai as soon as possible. Back to the patriarch of Haishui, this is snow salt, 2,200 bone coins per caddy, 3,800 bone coins per foot, 8,000 bone coins per caddy of refined sugar. There are not many goods left, just a little bit. If you want it all, you can make it cheaper. Huakai said as usual. It's not expensive, the price is right. I want all of these, and I'll let you choose what you receive later. The head of the Haishui tribe is all behaving normally, and the Chinese caravan is also a little loose at this time. In a sigh of relief, as long as you can trade normally. The staff of the second Zhuang organization began to count the goods. A total of 540 gold goods were collected, and all the goods of Wahia were finally emptied at this moment. I need to buy elixir, horses, animal bones, and animal skins. If you have one, you can send them. Hua Kai said when he saw the other party's patriarch began to let people carry goods. No problem, wait a moment for our stuff to come soon. If you have anything, you can come directly to my main account to find me. The Haishui tribe patriarch seemed to be very normal. Hua Kai thought about it. The other party left. 11%. Chapter 62. Seeing the head of the Haishui tribe leaving with all the goods, the tribe members looked triumphant one by one. Everyone in the Chinese family looked heavy, and everyone could only trust the Haishui tribe to keep their promises and quickly send their own goods. But one afternoon, the Haishui tribe did not have any movement. The next day the caravan waited for the Haishui tribe for a whole morning and there was no response. Hua Kai found the Haishui tribe's patriarch. The other patriarch said that he was still preparing and asked him to wait for a while. Wait a day. On the third day, Hua Kai came outside the main account of the Haishui tribe, but the soldiers outside the account told Hua Kai that the chief of Haishui was not in the account and asked him to come again in the afternoon. Hua Kai searched the entire Haishui tribe and no one paid any attention to them. The Wahia caravan has basically determined that they have been hacked. They have also heard people say this kind of thing, but this is the first time they have encountered it. On the fourth day, the caravan brought not much food. Wei took his head to the Haishui tribe to buy sheep. The other party unexpectedly asked for 10 times the usual price. In the afternoon, someone came to collect the grass feeding fee for their horses. Everyone in Wahiapu when the news reached Hua Kai was silent. Most of the problems this time were on my own body. If I didn't let the other party take the goods away easily at the time, the Blackwater tribe might not be so presumptuous. They saw that the Chinese caravan was carrying many slaves and goods. They looked for the Chinese caravan and did not dare to turn their faces. In the evening, all the popular people stomped their feet in the main account. It was the first time that they were so dark. If I were to let me know where their patriarch was hiding now, I would directly chop off their patriarch's head and dared to give us a caravan. I really thought we would not dare to turn our faces. Yu Jun frowned and said beside Hua Kai. If we do it now, the herders here will definitely think that we are going to bully the Haishui tribe. Those herders will fight us hard. They don't know that their patriarch has taken away all the goods, and there is no sheepskin left behind. Wei said in a deep voice, turning his head. Now we can only leave the Haishui tribe. When we meet the old man, we will settle all the slaves and horses, and then we will let the Haishui tribe look good when we come back. Hua Fu also said angrily. I'm afraid the Haishui tribe will not let us leave easily now. As long as we leave the Haishui tribe, they will definitely send troops to follow. Hua Kai said lightly while sitting on the main seat. Then wait for the old lady here. The old lady has also gone out for the 8th day. You can find us in a few days. Zhuang came up with an idea. It's no good to stay here. We're more risky if we stay one day longer. Tonight we'll pack things quietly, and leave here tomorrow without breakfast. You're ready to go down. Now there are more than 40 slaves who can rest assured that they will be equipped tomorrow. Get on the horses and let all the slaves go in the carriage. Hua Kai decided to say. After 3 o'clock in the morning, the Wahia caravan had already begun to quietly sort out the goods purchased by the team. Hua Kai filled up all the portable space, and there were only a few cars left on the wagon with the bones of the middle-level beasts of bad value. The few carriages that were left vacated completely let all the slaves squeeze in. After all the goods were packed, all the slaves got on the car. At this time, the entire Haishui tribe had not discovered that the Wahia caravan was going to leave secretly. Patriarch, they found out that we left. Hua Zan rode a horse next to Hua Kai. He was loyal to be able to ride a horse alone at 71 o'clock and gave up the carriage position to the new slave. Don't make any noise, follow the carriage, and don't look back when you hear the battle. Hua Kai looked at Hua Zan and said. It was discovered that the Wahia caravan was only ordinary herders outside the tribe. It took at least 10 minutes for the Haishui tribal cavalry to organize and chase. The 18 carriages of the Wahia caravan started to run at full capacity, and the speed was not much slower than that of ordinary horses. After running for half an hour, the horizon began to light up. At this time, a group of cavalry behind the Wahia caravan was chasing them, and it seemed that there were about 100 people. People like this dare to catch up. Patriarch, give me 20 people and I will kill them. Hua Fu said at this time. After Hua Xing and Hua Zichen left, Yu Jun was left in the caravan's Qi training realm. At this time, Yu Jun wanted to stay to protect Hua Kai, and Hua Fu asked to fight. Yu Jun, go too. Bring everyone in the caravan and quickly solve the chase behind him. Hua Kai ordered. Patriarch, what do you do if I leave? Yu Jun, still ranked Hua Xing, told him when he left, that all the losses of the entire caravan can be accepted, and everyone can die, but Hua Kai can't have any problems. As long as you can quickly solve the trouble behind me, I can be safe, otherwise we will not be able to leave if there are more people chasing after you. Yu Jun also knew that the Haishui tribe would give up chasing them only once if the opponent was killed. After all, there are only a few animal bones and animal skins left in the car of the Wahia caravan. These things are left in the grassland. It's useless. If the bone of the Wahia caravan is too difficult to chew, they will also consider own losses. Yu Jun rode on the BMW, and before the Wafu steward had finished sorting out the Hua family members, he rode alone towards the Blackwater cavalry behind him. The Haishui tribe was still surprised when only one person from the Hua family caravan rushed towards him. The weakness of the Chinese caravan has become a joke for them after dinner these days, and they don't care about the Chinese caravan. They couldn't help but look at own 100 commander, waiting for the command of the 100 commander. The Captain 100 is the cultivation base on the 4th floor of the cultivation base. He saw the opponent riding a black horse running faster and faster. He knew that the other party might be a master at the Qi level. Only the Qi level can bless the horse like this. At this time, he ran away. Obviously not, he gritted his teeth and made the worst decision of his life. Kill. The Blackwater cavalry commander raised his own bone knife and tried to kill Yu Jun. The team behind him also urged the horses to charge when they saw this place. As long as 100 strong horses charge up, even the masters of the aura level will suffer. But they didn't expect that Yu Jun was an 8-level master of Qi practicing realm who had suppressed his anger for 3 days, or a student of novelist. Hua Kai rode along the caravan at the end while watching that Wafu had sorted out the 81 members of the Wahia caravan. 32 of them were slaves who were loyal to more than 50 points. Although these slaves faced the cavalry of the Haishui tribe, the team was frightened, but they were still in a good formation under Wafu's organization, and began to follow Wafu to prepare to kill the opponent. The veteran Hua family members had wooden spears in their hands, and most of the slaves were just rough bone sticks, which Hua Kai selected from the bones of wild beasts, and holding them was at least better than empty-handed. And Yu Jun over there has flown into the Blackwater cavalry like a bullet. The 100 commander of the Blackwater cavalry saw Yu Jun's true Qi armor and the surroundings, his eyes fixed on him, knowing that the opponent's disciple's target was him. He greeted the most difficult battle in his life with a roar. I saw that Yu Jun was like a stone thrown into a pond, knocking the entire Blackwater cavalry into a gap in an instant, and his speed began to slow down. All the Blackwater cavalry squeezed towards him. This is the collective strength of the cavalry. Yu Jun killed the opponent's captain as soon as he met his face. He rushed into the opponent's lineup and gathered true Qi all over his body. He drove more than a dozen horses into the air. Countless cavalry raised their weapons to kill him. Yu Jun completely ignored these ordinary attacks. Defensively, the sword kept moving around. The cavalry of the Haishui tribe were also brave. They found that everyone was unable to cause damage to Yu Jun at all, so they began to consume his true Qi. This kind of intensity battle could not last long even in the Qi state. The Haishui tribe also has its own way to deal with Qi-level masters, which is to use people to accumulate and squeeze the opponent's action space, so that their own people can have fewer casualties, and Qi-level masters can consume faster. Yu Jun rushed to the rear of the Blackwater cavalry team, and the horses finally couldn't move. Regardless of the casualties, the opponent tried his best to restrict his own activity space. In this moment, he had killed more than 10 people, but he was besieged by more enemies. Yu Jun was not worried at all. He roared with a long sword and a sword gang with him as the center. A fan-shaped Qi flew out of his long sword, and more than 20 cavalry soldiers were directly knocked into the air. He finally broke through the enemy's enclosure. But this time his true Qi consumed a little and a half, and his face suddenly became pale. When the Blackwater cavalry saw a face-to-face, nearly 40 people died, and their formation had been dispersed. If they wanted to encircle Yu Jun again, they would have to use their lives to fill it up. Without the command of the captain for a while, someone had the idea of retreat. It's a pity that Yu Jun would give them a chance. Now the Blackwater cavalry team has no speed. He will kill when he picks up his sword and sees people approaching. The ordinary Kaiyuan realm and body tempering realm can't do a good job in his hands. By the time Wafu brought the Wahia team members, the Blackwater Cavalry had been injured more than half, and the 81 Wafu arrived, and the Blackwater Cavalry finally realized that they might have to explain all of them here today. They didn't expect that this caravan would have such a powerful aura master. They lost half of their losses and still had no choice but to take him. Now the caravan cavalry charged and killed them. They all stopped and turned and fled, because as the prairie cavalry, how could they? I don't know the power of the horse team charging up. Yu Jun kept in mind Hua Kai's order to keep all the 100 cavalry behind. Regardless of the emptiness in his body that Truchi had just exploded, he chased into the place where the Blackwater Cavalry had the most people and strangled, delaying the escape of the Blackwater Cavalry as much as possible. It is also the first time Hua Kai has seen the power of cavalry. Wufu led all the horses of the Hua family into the enemy team, and the Blackwater Cavalry, who had no time to escape, was suddenly turned over by the charge. The Wahia cavalry instantly flooded the remaining 40 Blackwater cavalry, and waited for the cavalry sprint to run 200 meters to stop horse stance. Turning around, they saw that there were only more than 10 Blackwater cavalry behind them still staying on the horse, and many of the opponents had been injured. Many Blackwater cavalry corpses on the grass have been trampled on by the horse team and deformed. This is how cavalry fights. Kill. Hua Fu waited for all the Chinese knights to stop. Horse stance stood firmly, and then charged towards the Blackwater Cavalry. Here in the Wahia caravan, all the slaves shouted in excitement when they saw the caravan's big victory. Hua Kai saw that many people had increased their loyalty at this moment, and his face showed a smile. When the second charge was completed, all the Blackwater Cavalry were lying on the grass with no vitality. Zhuang began to organize personnel to quickly clean the battlefield. He only chose horses that were good enough to walk normally. Soon Hua Kai saw Yu Jun and Wufu's horses chase the caravan. System prompt. Win the family battle and gain 31 points of family luck. The result of this battle was pretty good, and now the Hua family's luck value has risen to 153 points. It has only been 10 days since the last creation of the Dragon Spear. The family luck value has risen from 12 to 153. Hua Kai also summarized some rules. When the family luck value is less than a quarter of the family's comprehensive strength, the family luck value increases by 8 or 9 points every day. When the family luck value is higher than a quarter of the family's comprehensive strength, the family luck value increases by about 5 points every day. When the family luck value is higher than half of the family's comprehensive strength, the family luck value can only increase by about 2 or 3 points every day. Yu Jun, are you okay? Hua Kai saw Yu Jun's face pale, and he was a little shaky on the horse. Patriarch, I'm okay. I just used too much force just now. It will be fine after a while. Yu Jun wiped the blood from his face and said firmly. You better get on the carriage and rest for a while. If the Blackwater tribe cavalry catch up again, you still need to take action. Hua Kai said. Yu Jun thought about it, so he handed the Wucha BMW to other family members beside him, and got into the carriage to rest. After calculating the results of this battle, Wufu came to Hua Kai on horseback with excitement. This was the first time the Hua family relied on cavalry to defeat a cavalry independently. Patriarch, we killed 102 cavalrymen of the Haishui tribe in this battle, confiscated 42 steeds and 47 strong horses. After Hua Fu finished speaking, the other members of the Hua family screamed happily when they heard it. The excitement in my heart. Only by personally participating in the sprint and fighting of the horse team can you understand the blood and charm of the cavalry. Everyone in the Chinese family must be excited for several days every time they win a battle, and they will have a lot of loyalty points after each battle. What about our loss? Hua Kai remembered and asked about the loss of the caravan. All members of the caravan now are either the main battle force of the Hua family or the future of the family. He is not a loss. There was a slave who was too stupid. He fell off his horse and broke his arm. Fortunately, he was not stepped on by the horse at the end of the horse team. Hua Fu said with a dissatisfaction. A battle was over in just a few minutes. The Wahia caravan carriage has never stopped and has been walking for more than an hour. Wufu and other members of the caravan have been following the carriage on horseback, guarding that the Haishui tribe will have it at any time. May catch up. After 2 hours of continuous walking, the horses pulling the carts have begun to pant. The horses at such a fast speed can last for 2 hours thanks to the good shock absorption ability of the Wahia carriages. Hua Kai saw that there was no figure chasing by the Haishui tribe behind him. I ordered 18 carriages to be replaced with the best steeds. This is not the time to feel bad for good horses. After changing the MCA caravan, they continued to move forward. By this time they had already left the Haishui tribe 60 miles away. When all the members of the Chinese caravan thought that the Haishui tribe would not be chasing anymore, a large group of horses from the north appeared in the sky. They roared and chased the Chinese caravan one by one. It seemed that there were at least 500 men and horses. 11%. Chapter 63 Prairie Wolf. Patriarch, the Haishui tribe is here to kill. The second Zhuang immediately noticed that the Haishui cavalry troops were chasing him, so he ran to Wakai to report. Hurry up and organize a defensive formation. Washuan, Kimyuj, Taji, Saihan, you guys organize all the slaves in the center of the carriage team. No matter what happens, you must not leave. Whoever moves at this time will kill you. Wakai commanded several slaves he had cultivated and ordered that all family members, even adult slaves, must participate in the battle at this time. What he worries most is that these slaves will be frightened by the charge of the Blackwater tribe cavalry, which will cause all slaves panic. Wei Beidu, Wufu and Erzhuang's skilled organizers formed a circle with all the carriages. Everyone and the horses squeezed in the circle. Everyone began to allocate defensive positions. To deal with the large group of cavalry charge, the Hua family could only line up defensively. NS. The Blackwater cavalry came and saw that the Wahia caravan had formed a defensive formation. They knew that it was impossible to win them at once. They began to ride around the caravan, so that if the Chinese caravan just got messed up, they have the opportunity to break through the car array defense. What makes Wakai gratified is that although these slaves have not been with the Hua family for a long time, they have also experienced the benefits of the Hua family. The combat slaves just now saw that a master of the Hua family could kill 100 black cavalry. All the slaves obeyed the instructions of the Hua family and gathered quietly in the middle of the cart, waiting for the Hua family to resolve the immediate crisis. Wakai watched the Blackwater cavalry circle around the caravan and did not dare to move forward. The two sides gradually fell into a stalemate. As time went by, the weather became hotter and hotter. Yu Jun took a rest for more than an hour and now his expression has changed. Get better. Patriarch, let me go out and meet them. Wait for the Haishui tribe reinforcements to come and we will have difficulty leaving. As long as I kill their cavalry leader, they will be jealous of us. Yu Jun came to Huakai speaking around. It's too dangerous. You've already fought a siege in the morning, and now it's hard to break through their siege. Let's wait. As long as we don't leave the car, they want to break through, but it's not that easy. Wahia splitting gun is not so easy to deal with. Wakai said. All the members of the Hua family are human weapons, which are many times stronger than the bone knives and bone rods of the Haishui tribe. As long as the opponent dares to attack, the Hua family caravan will surely make the opponent pay a heavy price. Moreover, even though Yu Jun is a master of Qi level 8, he uses a sword and is not good at fighting immediately. If it was Grandpa or Uncle Wu, they would be more powerful than Yu Jun. Wakai regretted letting Grandpa and Uncle Wu go to Jiaoguo New Town together. Patriarch, I think it is best for Mr. Yu to challenge him. Only when they realize that they can't wipe us out will they give up the siege of us. Wei said at this time. Wakai knew what Wei put his head on, and he was also caught up in a struggle. I counted Huakai and Han Jinsheng as the main combat power of the Hua family. I have 51 people. Although many young slaves purchased from the Ordos tribe have reached more than 50 points of loyalty, they may not be reliable when they really encounter such a consumptive battle. Patriarch, let the old slave go. Believe that the other party can't stop me without practicing aura. Hua Fu said at this time. You either go out or die, or wait and see. Yu Jun, please restore true Qi. If the opponent has a tendency to assemble an attack, you will go out, so that if you really fight, you can be more effective. Yu Jun uses a sword, and his immediate combat power is much worse than that of spears, broadswords, and halberds. Therefore, he can play his greatest role by restraining outside the carriage formation. The Wahia caravan had been waiting like this. The Haishui tribe hadn't been doing anything. What Wakai didn't know was that the several hundred cavalrymen of the Haishui tribe were also very entangled at this time. Do you want to fight or not? How long have we spent all this time? 100 people shouted in dissatisfaction. Looking at the opponent's defensive formation, how easy is it to win? Our tribe has already lost 102 elite tribes for them. If we can't completely destroy the opponent in the end, what should we do if the opponent brings people back to retaliate? I said not for that. You didn't listen to the order of the goods and the caravan. Now it's too late to regret. 100-person leader was interrupted by a person around him before he finished speaking. You didn't lose any points for the goods that they lied to. Now that's the case. It all depends on how the Patriarch decides. Our 500 people will lose too much to win the other party. Several hundred-man captains discussed there, and they were unwilling to take the lead in attacking, because if they had to break through, the casualties would be the most. If the losses here are big today, even if the battle is won in the end, what good will it do for them? The grassland is full of the weak or prey to the strong, and his family is seriously damaged and will surely be swallowed by other families in the tribe. The cavalry of the Haishui tribe hesitated, and the Wahia caravan could only wait in the car formation. Suddenly Wa Kai saw a figure flashing by in the distance, a prairie wolf. Patriarch, it's a prairie wolf. We are being watched by the wolves. Wei pointed his head at a wolf shadow in the distance and said. Some people say that the wolf is the owner of the grassland. Many grassland tribes recognize this, and even some large tribes call themselves the sons of the wolf god and regard the wolf as the totem of their tribe. The most powerful opponent of a steppe man in his life is the wolf pack in the same steppe. At least 7 of the 10 steppe men were killed by the wolf pack in the end, which shows the status of the wolf on the grassland. Wa Kai also heard from the Jia family that there are countless species of prairie wolves, among which the most terrifying are the gray wolf, the red wolf, and the prairie wolf. Prairie wolves are the easiest to see in the grasslands. They are either a few families, or hundreds of families. Each wolf pack will have its own wolf king. Each wolf pack of the steppe wolves is also related, just like humans. The tribes will cooperate with each other when they encounter a strong opponent. Wa Kai saw that the prairie wolf in the distance was only about 80 centimeters away. It looked at the Wahia caravan and the Blackwater cavalry from a distance. After the humans discovered it, it didn't feel nervous at all, just like a spectator. Patriarch, the Haishui tribe seems to be leaving the team. The prairie wolf has been staring at me and will not leave. I am afraid it is waiting for the arrival of the wolf pack. We must leave as soon as possible. Wei turned his head and said anxiously. It seems that only the ordinary prairie wolf is more terrifying than the entire Blackwater tribe. The prairie people will not easily do anything to the wolves. They want to kill the lone wolves that have been eliminated by the wolves. If you easily kill a wolf of a tribe, you may be caught by the entire wolves, then their cattle and sheep. Even the horses suffered. The wolves generally do not easily attack humans. This is a tacit understanding formed in the grasslands for thousands of years. Today, the prairie wolf has been staring at the caravan and will not leave, perhaps because they are short of food and have to take risks against others. Wa Kai saw that the Haishui tribe was finishing the team and was about to leave. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Wa Kai felt a move in his heart. Xiaoqiang gave him feedback. Xiaoqiang stared at the prairie wolf in the distance with a low growl. Although it is only 5 months old, it is no longer much smaller than the prairie wolf. The mastiff belongs to the existence standing on top of the wolf pack. I heard that the mastiff was originally domesticated by the wolf king. Humans use mastiffs to deal with wolves, and this has put some restrictions on the wolves on the grassland, and the golden mastiff, as the king of the mastiff clan, is the natural enemy of the wolves. Wa Kai came to the carriage and stroked Xiaoqiang's head. He could feel that Xiaoqiang wanted to leave the carriage and go to the other side's prairie wolf very strongly. But Xiaoqiang is now only a tier 2 demonic beast, which is equivalent to an intermediate barren beast. The first wolves in the wolf pack are at least brutal beasts. Even if he can solve the prairie wolf and draw out the wolf pack behind it, the caravan will be I really can't go. Patriarch, the Blackwater cavalry is gone, what should we do now? Wufu hurriedly came to Huakai when he saw that the Blackwater tribe had really left. Pack our things and we will go, hope we are not being targeted by the big wolves. Wa Kai can only comfort himself now. The Wahia caravan started again and followed the long way back when it came. The horses that were pulling the cart just now have changed again. The carriage ran fast on the grassland, and the Wahia caravan followed behind the carriage with more than 200 horses. Gradually, Wa Kai discovered that several prairie wolves appeared around the caravan. Patriarch, let the caravan go on. Another 60 miles ahead is a small tribe. Wolves generally will not attack the tribe easily. I will keep staring at these prairie wolves. Yu Jun came to Huakai on horseback and said, he saw these prairie wolf ordinary dog skin plasters generally followed him, knowing that they must be waiting for more prairie wolves to arrive. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wa Kai found that there were more and more wolves around the caravan. There are now at least 20. There is not a savage beast among these prairie wolves. The main force has not yet arrived. At this time, a prairie wolf followed the Wahia horse team and tried to attack the horse group behind the caravan. The horse group saw the prairie wolf attacking and was frightened. The prairie wolves looking for an opportunity to attack. The other side was not anxious to see here, and slowly followed the horse team. Patriarch, if we try to kill for a while, we can't escape if this continues. The prairie wolves are no worse than horses in endurance. Maybe they will leave if they are killed. Wufu came to Huakai at this time and said, "Okay, it seems that this wolf pack will not let us go anymore. You and Yujun will try to kill 30 people together." Wakai also has no experience with the other prairie wolves. He hopes that the prairie wolves will recognize Shang after the team's strength voluntarily gave up. Then Wakai stopped the caravan and began to build a defensive car formation. Yujun, Wafu and others rode out of the car formation to hunt down the prairie wolves. None of these wolves have reached the level of brutal beasts, but they are extremely cunning and know how to cooperate and make choices. When they see the caravan coming out, they are all fleeing, and they will be slow when Yujun and others stop chasing them. Slowly come up. Yujun and Wufu divided everyone into multiple teams and besieged the surrounding wolves. The wolves could not escape under the chasing of horses, but they would drag hatred everywhere, making the caravan members irritable. Wakai has been staring at the wolves in the distance for half an hour. Naturally, the wolves in the Chi training realm are not opponents. The Wahia caravan has killed more than 20 prairie wolves, but these wolves have no intention to leave. Instead, more wolves are coming from all directions. When Yujun and others came back, Wakai felt their irritability. Although they killed 27 prairie wolves just now, they also lost 2 steeds themselves. Those wolves are too good at finding opportunities, and they have been surrounding the business like this. The team intends to exhaust them. Wakai's expression is also extremely cautious. Just for a while, there were a lot of prairie wolves around the caravan, and there were already more than 40. Just now, the Chinese caravan killed so many of their companions. They didn't seem to be scared at all, and stood there. The caravan was staring at them quietly, sometimes lying on the grass to rest. Strengthen your defense. Today I can't go anymore. Many of us are tired and can't give the wolves a chance. These prairie wolves don't seem to be a race. I just hope that they won't have too many barbaric-level prairie wolf leaders. Huakai was sad. The Wahia caravan stopped again to organize a defense. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen had been away for 10 days. It stands to reason that they should also be back in the past few days. As long as they come back, everything will be easy. Towards the evening, all the core members of the caravan sat together to discuss, and everyone had no good way. This prairie wolf stuck to them. Even if the caravan killed more than a dozen prairie wolves, their number was still increasing. Perhaps they are waiting for the appearance of the Wolf King, and when the Wolf King appears, the general attack will be launched. We must let all the slaves take up weapons. If our car formation is broken by the wolves, we will not be able to protect them. Yu Jun said. Speaking of, most of the slaves in the caravan are women and children. If the wolves break through the caravan's defensive array, then everyone can only kill the enemy as much as possible and enter the final fight. As long as the opponent Wolf King dares to show up, we are fully capable of killing the Wolf King, and perhaps the crisis will be resolved. Hua Fu said. It's not that easy. The Wolf King is not sure that it will not appear. It will unite with other wolves and wait until we are exhausted. We have killed more than 40 prairie wolves. They may put the decisive battle on at night. This will be very detrimental to us. Wei turned his head to know more about the prairie wolf than others, and his words made everyone frown. At this time, the wolves outside the caravan's defensive array seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, but they approached the caravan a little bit to test the caravan's reaction. Many people in the Chinese caravan were already a little tired. The decisive battle definitely doesn't have much strength, so everyone can only wait when they see it. As long as the opponent is not too close, no one cares about them. At this time, Wakai felt that Xiaoqiang, who was left in the carriage by himself, was very restless. He saw the wolves approaching and constantly roared. Wakai was about to go forward to comfort him, but didn't want Xiaoqiang to jump off the carriage. Charged to a Kangyuan wolf not far away. Xiaoqiang actually bit the rein by himself. 11%. Chapter 64. When Wakai found Xiaoqiang rushed out of the car, it was too late to call him back. I saw Xiaoqiang ran to the nearest prairie wolf, rushing to bite with the other side. The prairie wolf had the strength of a high-level desolate beast. Seeing Xiaoqiang rushing over, the first reaction was to fight and flee, and the surrounding prairie wolves all came around here. Yu Jun, you quickly rescue Xiaoqiang. It is definitely not a prairie wolf's opponent before half a year old. Hua Kai hurriedly asked Yu Jun to support him when he saw this. But Xiaoqiang was actually not afraid of the wolves at all. It was just a bite for it to catch up with the prairie wolf with all its strength. The prairie wolf of the high-level desolate beast level did not react and was bitten in the neck by the following, and the few prairie wolves all around saw this place and all rushed towards Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang put down the half-dead prairie wolf he had bitten and let out a low roar. He was not afraid of the siege of all the prairie wolves. Instead, he rushed to the nearest prairie wolf. In the distance, Huakai could only see a group of prairie wolves surrounding Xiaoqiang. Several prairie wolves were fighting with Xiaoqiang, and a group of prairie wolves could not take it. At this time, Yu Jun had taken several caravan cavalry out of the car formation and went to rescue Xiaoqiang. Hua Kai wanted to know what happened to Xiaoqiang. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and felt Xiaoqiang's battle with his heart, one of the Golden Mastiff skills. The owner can feel the state of the Golden Mastiff and the surrounding environment. What Hua Kai didn't expect was that when he felt Xiaoqiang's state with his heart, Xiaoqiang's first perspective emerged in his mind. It only saw it snap off the front leg of a gray wolf in one bite, and that gray wolf didn't know why it didn't bite back even though it roared in pain. The wolves surrounding it kept scratching him with their paws, but none of the prairie wolves dared to speak directly. At this time, Yu Jun arrived, and the wolves fled after seeing the wasteland here. Xiaoqiang was covered in blood and didn't know whether the blood belonged to him or the prairie wolf. Although Xiaoqiang seemed to be crumbling, he still wanted to chase the prairie wolf. Hurry back. Hua Kai felt Xiaoqiang's intention and thought in his heart. Xiaoqiang seemed to feel something, and his blood-red eyes gradually became sober, stopped the pace of continuing to chase, and limped towards the caravan. Why are you so stupid? Even if you dare to rush into the wolves, you are not afraid of death and you are not like you. Hua Kai looked at Xiaoqiang who had returned to the caravan angrily, hugged it in his arms and checked his body in more than 10 places. Scratches, especially the blood on the head, is still flowing down. He hurriedly had someone take some cotton cloth and wipe the blood off Xiaoqiang, and asked the housekeeper Wafu for some ordinary healing medicine to put it on the wound. Xiaoqiang seemed like a kid who did something wrong, with his tongue licking his fingers deep, but his eyes were still staring at the wolves in the distance. If Hua Kai didn't pull it, it would rush out. Tell you, in the future, you are not allowed to go out alone without my consent, or I will throw you on the grassland, and you will stay here forever. Hua Kai stroked Xiaoqiang's northern part, and Xiaoqiang seemed to understand and slowly closed. Spirit Beast. Tier 3, 1%. Strength, 20-21. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 27. Talent, Tracking, Fury, Air of Dog King, Visual Sharing. Owner, Hua Kai. Loyalty, 100. Tracking, determining the target smell can track the target, and talent skills require Haodian training. Furious, entering the anger state can convert a certain intelligence value into physique, and the strength will be greatly ascension. K9 Kings Chi. The Wolf King gave birth to 9 children, and the 9 kings competed to live a mastiff. The gold mastiff is born with the Wolf King's gas, and its intelligence is undiminished when facing all wolves dogs into the state of fury. Visual sharing. After the loyalty value reaches 100, the owner can feel the idea of the golden mastiff and share the first perspective of the golden mastiff. Xiaoqiang finally broke through and became a tier 3 spirit beast. His attributes have been increased a lot, and his previous sympathetic skill has become visual sharing, so that he can know what Xiaoqiang does in the future, and he can feel that Xiaoqiang's relationship with himself is getting closer, and he can understand every single thought. The intelligence of Xiaoqiang, who is less than half a year old, is no lower than that of a 4-year-old. Xiaoqiang was able to survive among the pack of wolves just now, most likely because of its canine emperor's qi, and after being surrounded, it converted part of its intelligence into power, and then it had a chance to kill 5 prairie wolves. The prairie wolves around the Chinese caravan seemed to have become very vigilant. They no longer approached the caravan, but looked far away. Huakai asked everyone to start a fire and cook as soon as he saw it. There may be a big battle tonight. Seeing the sunset sinking from the horizon a little bit, everyone in the Hua family knew that the most dangerous time had come. Even the female slaves in the caravan waited quietly with a beast bone. The wolves did not leave prisoners in the battle. If the caravan's defenses were breached, their survival would depend on themselves. Wow! As night fell, Hua Kai heard a unique wolf howl. Xiaoqiang heard a sudden roll and stood up from the ground. It quietly listened to the location of the wolf howling. Hua Kai felt that the introductory battles in his heart were all aroused. If it weren't for Hua Kai to stop it, it would definitely rush away with injuries. You are not allowed to leave the caravan, have you heard it? If you go out tonight, I won't let anyone save you. I know you are eager to fight, but you are less than half a year old now, and your teeth are not straight, so stay here. Take good care of your injuries, if there is a wolf's breakthrough into the lineup defense. Then you are free. Hua Kai looked at Xiaoqiang and exhorted. Although Xiaoqiang resisted in his heart, he still agreed. Hua Kai came to the bottom of the carriage and watched the Hua family put out the torches that they had been reluctant to use and put them on all the carriages. For a while, the carriage was like daylight. The prairie wolves around the caravan were illuminated by torches. Their eyes were as bright as small light bulbs, so that everyone would not be afraid of a sneak attack by the wolves. Finally, Hua Kai saw a group of prairie wolves slowly approaching the caravan in the distance. One of them was tall and mighty, with a white spot in the center of its gray fur and forehead, which looked very handsome. Xiaoqiang saw a low roar here, and if Hua Kai hadn't stopped it strongly, it might have already rushed out. Hua Kai checked the properties of that wolf. Prairie Wolf King. Level 4 76%. Strength. 40. Speed. 36. Intelligence. 39. Talent. Tracking. The Majesty of the Wolf King. Loyalty. -91. Hua Kai saw that the Prairie Wolf King had achieved -91 loyalty, which showed how much they hated the Wahia caravan. Then the Wolf King stopped 100 meters away from the caravan and looked at Wahia Shang from a distance. The team was silent. Patriarch, there are about 140 prairie wolves outside the caravan. I saw that there are prairie wolves constantly leaning on our caravan. They are waiting. Or I will go out and kill them now, or I will have another one. With a pack of 100 wolves, we are really in danger. Yu Jun said as he looked at the Wolf King who was staring at the Chinese caravan in the distance. The Wolf King has been standing there, and there are more than 40 prairie wolves around our high-level barren beasts. Looking at the Wahia caravan, it seems that they have already entered. Okay, you go and try. If you can't, you can come back quickly. Come back and think about it and said that if there is a way, you have to try. As soon as a gap was opened in the car formation of the Hua family caravan and Yu Jun and others just walked out of the formation, the Wolf King stood up. Seeing that the caravan of the Hua family caravan meant to be beheaded, he turned around and fled to the distance despite the majesty of his Wolf King. Go, there is no plan to fight against the Chinese caravan. When Yu Jun came out of the battle and saw this, he had no choice but to turn around and return to the battle. At night, the world of wild beasts, since the Wolf King is no longer visible, he can only return to the battle first. When Yu Jun just returned to the car formation, the Wolf King reappeared in his original position, still moving just now. The look in his eyes quietly watched the Wahia caravan without any movement. This is the horror of the prairie wolves. They stick to you like dog skin plasters and slowly wear down your patience. When you show weaknesses, they will expand their own advantages little by little, thereby slowly eliminating you. The torch was raised from dark. 4 hours later, the prairie wolf still did not move at all. The Wahia caravan saw another wolf pack appearing in the distance. A brutal beast-level Wolf King was surrounded by the wolves in the middle. The number of timberwolves around the caravan has exceeded 200. These wolves are still wandering far away from the caravan. It seems that they are all just walking around the Chinese caravan. Grandpa Fu, take half of the people to rest. It's not a long-term strategy for us to stand up like this. If the wolves attack you, it won't be too late for you to support them. Hua Kai said that everyone basically knows what he meant. Half of the Hua family's personnel will never block all the wolves out of the car array, even if there is a training aura. Now wait for when the wolves will attack and make breakthroughs. After the team defended, both sides fought desperately. There is no way for Hua Kai to do this. Since it may not be able to prevent it, it is best to make desperate preparations early. As long as the wolves dare to enter the car circle, they will surely inflict heavy casualties on the opponent. Hua Fu took half of the people to rest, and the caravan's torches disappeared suddenly. Everyone on duty in the Hua family saw the wolves approaching the caravan a little bit, and they all clenched their weapons tightly. Yu Jun looked at his side. In the Hua family, Hua Kai motioned him not to worry. Hua Kai's prediction was correct. The prairie wolves moved 30 meters away from the caravan and stopped moving. The two Wolf Kings just watched from a distance and did not have the slightest intention to fight the caravan. They are now unwilling to destroy Hua. The damage is too great for the caravan, and it is still wasting everyone's patience. After 3 hours, the butler of Wafu led the staff to change shifts. The wolves did not launch any tentative attacks until dawn. Until the sun came out, Wakai discovered that another wolf group had arrived. The number of wolves outside the Wahia caravan reached 3. 3 brutal beast-level wolf kings. Come back. Get together and talk about what you have to say. Everyone has accumulated energy and don't look at the wolves, they won't leave after watching more. Keep your energy and prepare for the final battle. Wakai greeted people gathered in the center of the car formation. He knew that taking turns to defend can only consume the physical strength and patience of everyone in the caravan. It is better to give up the car formation defense. If you have the ability, you will come in the wolf pack. We don't need to defend fortifications now. Let's fight in it. Everyone also knew what the Wa family meant, and it was just a fight. Only by completely defeating the wolves can they have a chance to survive. Even today, even the strongest Yujun in the caravan can only use 5 BMWs to save 4 people and escape. Before that, the Wa family will inevitably fight the wolves to the end. Everyone wanted to open it when they saw it, and everyone chatted together. Talking about the family and the Wa family, no one in the Wa family regrets joining the caravan. They know that even if they die today, Wakai will be able to take care of their family when they go back, but it is a pity that they cannot see the day when the Wa family becomes a family. While chatting, everyone couldn't help but talked about 3 kingdoms. The second Zhuang commanded the slaves to take out all the meat brought by the caravan, whether it was a member of the Chinese family or the slaves, to make a fire and cook together. Patriarch, tell us about 3 kingdoms. If King don't know the ending of the 3 kingdoms, I feel regretful in my heart. In the end, Hashu ruled the world. A Wa family called out when they saw Wakai. After hearing it, they all roared together, as if the wolves outside the car array did not exist. What's wrong? Feel like I'm dead. I won't tell you the result. There are about 300 wolves, and we have a total of 290 people. Do you think we are lost? Everyone realized that with the strength of the Wa family, even if it was not an opponent of the 300 prairie wolves, there would be absolutely no problem persisting for a few days. If you can wait until Wa Xing and Wa Zichen come back, the Jedi comeback is not a problem. So why does Huakai want everyone to give up position defense? Everyone looked at the slaves who were still eating lamb, and then realized that Wakai wanted to give up these slaves. If you don't give up, Huakai's 50 members are loyal to more than 93 points, 46 of whom are loyal to more than 94 points and are listed in the Family Secret Realm Space family member list. If the family members lose too much, the strength of the Chinese family will directly decline. I will tell you 2 more chapters of The 3 Kingdoms. Wakai sat among everyone and talked about the 3 kingdoms. This time everyone heard that the kingdom of Shu was gradually declining, and when Zhuge Liang supported the entire kingdom of Shu, he felt the same as before. It's completely different. Whether it is the 3 brothers Liu, Guan and Zhang, or the other generals of the 3 kingdoms, they are actually just a small stone in the long history, and their lives are short but brilliant. Everyone can't help but think of the Chinese family they are in. As a member of the Chinese family, does the future glory of the Chinese family have their own reasons? System reminder. Congratulations to all members of the Wa family for reaching 95 points, rewarding Sky Shaking Thunder 3, and Family Luck Value plus 200. Huakai, who was talking about 3 kingdoms, heard the system prompt, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone in the Wa family has gained a lot of loyalty points for a while. Wei put the first 3 members of the Wa family loyalty to 100 points. Huakai received more than 10 family luck points, plus the system just rewarded Wajachi. The luck value reached 401 points all at once, not far from upgrading the family mentality and martial skill. After the 2 chapters of 3 Kingdoms, I'll be forced to check the system rewards this time. Shaking Thunder. 1 item treasure weapon, 1-time consumable. It is made of meteorite, thunderstone, black gold and other metals, and the formation can be detonated remotely through the communication of ideas, causing damage to the surrounding area of 100 meters, so use it with caution. This treasure weapon level material has been made into a consumable bomb, and I believe that ordinary families will not be so wasteful. With these 3 sky-shaking thunder, Wakai felt a lot more calm, and he wondered if he would let these prairie wolves try the power of this sky-shaking thunder. Time soon arrived at noon, and the prairie wolves were still approaching a little bit, and did not launch an attack on the Chinese caravan. They are not completely sure and will only slowly wear down the patience of the caravan. At this time, Huakai heard Xiaoqiang's emotions become more and more excited, and he was almost at a point where he could not be suppressed. The prairie wolves seemed to have been unable to bear it, and planned to attack. Mean. 11%. Chapter 65. Xiaoqiang injured. The Chinese caravan had already given up the defense of the car formation. The prairie wolves approached the caravan a little bit and didn't notice any reaction from the caravan. A wolf king began to lose his breath and commanded his wolves to approach the caravan and kept walking. Near the caravan's 10 meters, the caravan hasn't made any shots yet. Suddenly Huakai felt Xiaoqiang running towards the car formation. Just as he wanted to stop him, he saw a middle-level beast-level grassland jump into the car formation. Before it could react, Xiaoqiang roared towards it. Before, he bit the opponent's front leg with one bite, and before the prairie wolf reacted and pulled into the car formation, he bit the opponent's neck and killed it. It is the first time that everyone has seen Xiaoqiang's ferocity. Even if he is injured in the face of wolves, he is extremely fierce. Huakai wanted to teach Xiaoqiang a few words, but when he heard his own words, he didn't leave the car circle and didn't speak. He walked to Xiaoqiang and took the prairie wolf that had been killed to check Xiaoqiang's attributes. Spirit Beast. Tier 3, 6%. Strength. 22. Agility. 23. Intelligence. 27. Talent. Tracking. Fury. Air of Dog King. Visual sharing. Owner. Huakai. Loyalty. 100. Skills. Slightly. Xiaoqiang's experience has increased by 5% in one night, and his injury has basically recovered, and his strength and agility have also increased a bit. Is this because it has just broken through the bottleneck strength and entered the explosive period? Huakai then thought that this was probably the reason it fought with the wolves. The Golden Mastiff was born as the Emperor of the Wolves, and perhaps a moderate amount of fighting could help his ascension of strength. I know you want to participate in the battle, and I won't stop you. But one thing, you must pay attention to your own safety, and don't do what you rushed into the wolves like yesterday, you know. Huakai stroked Xiaoqiang's head. Unknowingly, Xiaoqiang has grown up so big that he can participate in the battle. Spirit beasts, like demonic beasts, are inherently suppressive to the desolate beasts. Both desolate beasts and brutal beasts of the same rank are hardly opponents. Huakai saw that the intermediate beast did not launch an effective attack on Xiaoqiang from beginning to end. This may be the suppression of blood vessels. As long as it is not besieged by the pack of wolves or goes to the wolf king by itself, it is estimated that there will be no danger, Huakai himself thought. Xiaoqiang was excited when he heard his master say this. He jumped into the car formation and looked at the wolf king in the distance. The wolves outside the car formation looked at him quietly. Xiaoqiang, what are you doing? Huakai felt Xiaoqiang's desire to fight in his heart, but it was a pity that it was too late for him to speak out. I saw Xiaoqiang jump out of the car array and rush towards the wolves. The prairie wolves outside the array turned around when they saw it rushing. Xiaoqiang spotted the wolf king closest to him, and rushed without looking back, past. Huakai wanted to organize people to rescue Xiaoqiang and come back. At this time, the other two wolf kings seemed to see the opportunity, and organized all the wolves to begin to approach the caravan. Is this going to attack? Patriarch, come back soon. The wolves are about to attack. Zhuang came over to pull Huakai. All the wolves have come close, and if all the wolves break through the car formation, they must protect Huakai. Seeing Xiaoqiang rushing in front of the wolf king, all the prairie wolves gave it aside at this moment. They seemed to be waiting for Xiaoqiang and the wolf king single-handedly. The wolf king also felt the danger. Although the puppy who looked like an underage was only more than half a meter long and not half of his own, it felt the crisis deeply. After a roar, the wolf king rushed towards Xiaoqiang, and Huakai saw that the two sides were fighting together quickly. Huakai didn't know how the fighting was going. He could only see countless prairie wolves waiting for opportunities around Wolf King and Xiaoqiang, and from time to time they went up to the ground to cause harassment to Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang has been chasing the Wolf King to fight, and within a short while, the two sides have changed several battlefields. The wolves are here, everyone is ready to kill. Wufu saw that the other two wolf kings had commanded the wolves to attack the caravan, and Huakai could only pick up his own red cherry gun to prepare for battle at this time. He has no time to estimate Xiaoqiang. Yu Jun, Wufu, Zhuang and others stood under the car formation. As long as there were prairie wolves jumping into the car formation, they attacked directly before they landed. Some prairie wolves broke into the car formation before they had a firm foothold, they were killed directly. Death. Some prairie wolves found some time to break into the horses and began to bite the horses. So many horses in the Hua family could not take care of them. The horses were tied tightly and could not escape. They could only use back kicks to counterattack. The Hua family began to fight back. The entire pack of wolves that broke into the car array began strangling. More than 50 prairie wolves suddenly entered the car formation without causing the caravan to fall into chaos. The Wolf King began to urge all the wolves to attack the caravan, and more than a dozen masters of the Kaiyuan realm above the 9th floor were in charge of an area. Reduce the pressure for the defense of the slave area in the center of the Chinese family. All the slaves also took up weapons at this time. Dozens of people surrounded a prairie wolf and killed it. Everyone knows that you must work hard at this time. The wolves have no more chance to be prisoners than the surrender of the tribal war. Here, life is death. Patriarch, you stand behind me. Zhuang has been guarding Hua Kai's side. These prairie wolves are easy to kill. The prairie wolves on the 5th floor of the pneumatic stage cannot get close to his body. At this time, Hua Kai saw 3 wolves besieging a strong horse. The horse was bitten all over with blood and its internal organs were bitten out, but he still insisted on standing, unwilling to fall. After several slaves killed a prairie wolf, they began to hunt down other wolves. The female slaves all formed a circle back to back, and these wolves with weapons had no choice but to take them for a while. But all the wolves know that these female slaves and children are the breakthrough point of this caravan, and they will attack the female slaves when they find the right opportunity. Second Zhuang, you go to support the female slave team, I will not be in danger with the big troops. Hua Kai ordered the second Zhuang. Patriarch, how can this be done? Zhuang said embarrassedly. I am also on the 3rd floor of the Kaiyuan realm. I can hold on to 1 or 2 prairie wolves for a short time, and we will lose a lot if the wolves break through the female slave team. Hua Kai said to Zhuang. Okay, the master. I'm going. After Zhuang finished speaking, he supported the female slave team. Hua Kai came to Wei Beidu. Wei Beidu led more than 10 family members to rush wherever there were prairie wolves. More than 10. As long as a prairie wolf enters the attack range of a spear, it is bound to die. After a fight for more than 10 minutes, Yu Jun had no more than 50 prairie wolf corpses beside him. He saw that Han Jinsheng was about to be unable to support him. A wolf king had quietly arrived in front of the car formation, and a stab tackled a prairie wolf, quickly blocked in front of Han Jinsheng. Seeing that the chance of a sneak attack was gone, the wolf king knew that Yu Jun was difficult to deal with, so he turned around and was about to flee. How could Yu Jun let it go at this time? The long sword quickly killed the Wolf King and could only turn around to fight. The Wolf King only has the strength of the primary brutal beast. But at this moment, several prairie wolves broke into the car from the gap in Yu Jun's defense. Yu Jun felt regretful. Tru Chi's phantom defensive armor hardly carried the Wolf King's ultimate move, and the long sword pierced it directly. The neck of the Wolf King. While the Wahia caravan was fighting with the wolves, not far away, Hua Xing was slowly discussing the gains of this trip to the new city with Hua Zichen. Stayed for 4 days, and only returned now. Father, how come there are so many wolves there? Hua Zichen hurriedly yelled when he saw hundreds of wolves besieging something in the distance. No, it must be our caravan. Kair is in danger. Hua Xing saw this, drew his butt from the flames, took out his own dragon spear, and hurriedly killed the wolves in the distance. Huakai is following and cleaning the prairie wolves in the car array. Even though some members of the caravan have been injured, the slave team has not missed. Huakai is considering whether to abandon some of the slaves, so that he will be allocated more manpower. Kill more prairie wolves. Patriarch, look quickly, are they Wu Yi and the old man? Suddenly a patron reminded Huakai. It's the old lady. Everyone killed, don't let a wolf go. At this time, everyone was full of hatred for the wolves, and 2 masters of the Qi training realm joined, and they immediately gained confidence. Hua Zichen rushed into the pack of wolves with 2 shots and killed 2 prairie wolves that rushed up with 2 shots. He sighed with relief when he saw that everyone in the Hua family was still stubbornly resisting. A wolf king saw that the caravan was coming, knowing that it was impossible to capture the caravan today, and turned around to flee. Hua Zichen saw the Wolf King who only had to retreat quietly, and threw the spear in his hand directly at the Wolf King, and a faint white light flashed across the gun body. Seeing that the Tier 4 spear flew into the air, it was overwhelmed and showed signs of bursting. The Wolf King seemed to feel the danger and let out a wailing sound. The spear thrust into its body and nailed it to the grass. The Wolf King retreated. He died after kicking on the grass a few times. Huakai was sweating profusely and was following Hua's team members to kill another prairie wolf. He heard all the prairie wolves wailing. The prairie wolves outside the car array began to disregard everything and fled. The wolves in the car array also gave up chasing and killing the caravan and began to seek a direction to escape. Unfortunately, how could the Hua family let them go, Yu Jun and others? Gradually reducing the encirclement, less than 10 minutes, all the wolves were killed. System reminder. The family defeated the prairie forest wolves and gained 51 points of luck. The wolf and the man are the biggest enemies in the grassland for thousands of years. If there is a chance, the wolves will not let go of any human beings, and so are humans. Seeing grandfather and fifth uncle come back, Hua Kai climbed into the car formation and ran away. Yu Jun saw that he hurriedly followed in his heart. All the wolves outside the car array had already fled. Hua Kai came to a pile of wolf corpses, and finally found Xiaoqiang. I saw Xiaoqiang's whole body being bitten into bloody flesh, and his entire face was indistinguishable, but Hua Kai could still feel the existence of Xiaoqiang's mental energy. It was not dead yet. Grandpa, have you bought all the medicinal materials? Hua Kai hurriedly asked when he saw his grandpa following. I bought them all. On horseback, I will get them for you now. Hua Xing paid attention to Xiaoqiang when he saw it, but now looking at the dog-shaped corpse lying on the ground, he doesn't believe that Xiaoqiang can live. Come over. Hua Kai ran to his grandfather's horse, Wu Hao BMW, and took the medicine bag from his grandfather, which contained the harvest of his grandfather and fifth uncle's trip to the country of Zhao. Hua Kai asked several core members of the Hua family to surround themselves, mainly to avoid the eyes of those slaves who were not loyal enough, and directly entered the family secret realm space. Pill refining room automatically classifies all the medicinal materials. Hua Kai sees the rejuvenation pill prescription finally becomes brighter, and the number of refining possible 17 is displayed on it, and he chooses to refine one furnace. In less than a minute, 7 rejuvenation pills were successfully refined. Hua Kai left the space and took out one rejuvenation pill and put it into Xiaoqiang's mouth, but Xiaoqiang was completely unaware. He closed its mouth forcefully, waited a few minutes and opened it to find that medicine pill had completely melted away. Xiaoqiang, who hadn't had any vitality, suddenly had some heartbeats, and the wound on his body began to become ruddy. Seeing Hua Kai's heart here finally returned to his stomach, Xiaoqiang's life seemed to be saved. Spirit Beast. Tier 3, 16%. Strength, 122. Agility, 23. Intelligence, 28. Talent, Tracking, Fury, Air of Dog King, Visual Sharing. Owner, Hua Kai. Loyalty, 100. Reminder, near-death status. Back to the convoy with Xiaoqiang in his arms, everyone was cleaning the battlefield, and the Wufu steward quickly reported the loss of the Hua family in this battle. 2 main members of the Wahia caravan were seriously injured, and 6 main members were slightly injured. 6 slaves died in battle, one of them was a female slave with a qualification, and 55 slaves were injured. This time Hua Kai suffered heavy losses. Not including 11 strong horses, 3 horses were killed by wolves, more than 20 horses were injured in the group, including a small black horse. These 6 medicine pills, 2 were taken to the injured family members, and the rest were boiled in water for other injured members to eat. Now everyone is sorting the goods and we will leave in the afternoon. Hua Kai quickly issued a post-war order, and couldn't help thinking of the Haishui tribe. If it weren't for their Hua family, there would be no crisis. When the caravan slaves are settled, they must be accounted for with the Haishui tribe, Hua Kai thought, shaking thunder. Hua Kai originally wanted to use sky-shocking thunder when dealing with prairie wolves, but the distance between the 2 parties was too close and there was no chance, so let the Haishui tribe try the power of this sky-shocking thunder. Staying by Xiaoqiang's side, and gradually waiting for Xiaoqiang's breath to stabilize, Hua Kai saw that Xiaoqiang's wound had already begun to grow tender meat, so he put Xiaoqiang in the carriage and asked Hua Zan to guard it. K, why are you surrounded by wolves? What have the caravan experienced after we left? Hua Xing just came back and saw everyone bowing their heads and not talking, knowing what happened to the caravan. Hua Kai told them all about what happened after Grandpa and Uncle Wu left. After listening, Uncle Wu forcefully inserted the damaged spear into the grass more than 3 feet deep. Bullying people or bullying us? A tribe of 20,000 people dares to do this. I will go to the Haishui tribe to settle the account now. Hua Zichen said angrily. Of course the Blackwater tribe can't let it go, but now we still have to find a safe place to settle the caravan and the slaves, and then we will take the main force to find the Blackwater tribe to settle the account. Then we must let them eat. The profit is spit out. Hua Kai said fiercely. After all the rejuvenation pills were eaten by everyone, and everyone's injuries were stabilized, Hua Xing began to explain to Hua Kai about their trip to the state of Zhao. 11%. Chapter 66 Big Pill Refining Medicine. It took Hua Xing and Hua Zichan 3 days to reach Zhao Guo New City. They sold 4 rejuvenation pills without any difficulty, and sold a total of 720 gold. I bought all the common side medicines from the pharmacy, but there is only one 4 elixir that Huakai needs, so after the two discussed, they went directly to Panwu City, which is 300 miles away, and only bought the other 2 flavors in Panwu City. The elixir cost a total of 528 gold, and in the end they supplemented the side medicines mentioned by Huakai and spent all the money before they came back. The materials for Bao Barrier Pill are purchased, and Thang Long Pill I just didn't buy it. I can only hope that Patriarch Tifa can break through with Bao Barrier Pill, or Grandpa and my 5th uncle will be in vain on this trip. NS. The caravan packed everything, tied up the injured horse and applied medicine. Huakai led the caravan away from the river and walked westward. After walking for half an hour, he encountered a small hill, where everyone began to set up tents. All the corpses of the prairie wolves were recovered just now, a total of 248, including 3 wolf kings. The wolves in this area were almost killed by them, and within a few months, the wolves could not choose a new wolf king, and they would not attack them. The caravan is temporarily safe here. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Grandpa led the slaves to dismantle the corpses of the prairie wolf. So many wolves' belts were worth a few dollars when returning to Qi, and these wolf meat and horse meat should not be wasted. Butler Wafu is calculating everyone's merits with Yu Jun, and as long as they are meritorious in this battle, the family will remember them. Except for those slaves who were scared and did not dare to move, the Hua family had rewards after the war. Yu Jun, Wafu, Zhuang, Wei Beidu, Hua Zan. Hua Kai said the number of their kills when they clicked their names. In the end, he would reward everyone in the form of materials or money. Many slaves this time the performance was very good, and Huakai separately put forward a key compliment. Several bonfires were raised around the caravan tent near the night. Everyone was roasting wolf meat and horse meat around the bonfire. After the war, everyone was very excited. At this moment, even the slaves were happily fighting each other. Halfway through the dark barbecue, someone shouted for Huakai to tell a story. In these people's hearts, 3 kingdoms seemed to have taken a lot of their hearts. At this moment, Huakai gradually understood why Zuzi Baijia had an influence in this world. So big, even if the majority of ordinary people don't know much about the thoughts of Zuzi Baijia can influence the development process of the whole world. After midnight, Hua Xing and the others returned to the main account, and everyone asked about the action of the caravan tomorrow. Today, when Hua Kai took the caravan to such a remote place, tomorrow will definitely be the main force to avenge the Haishui tribe. Today is June 19th, and there are 12 days before the Guangxian business group leaves the Huhan tribe. It will take about 2 days for us to return to the Huhan tribe, which means we must stay here for at least 9 days. Tomorrow, Wei left his head with 2 team members behind, and the others went to the Blackwater tribe with me. Hua Kai was interrupted by Hua Xing before he could finish. Kair, don't go. Our 3 auras still make it impossible to clean up a Blackwater tribe. If we don't take the risk to advance, we will walk around their tribe and challenge them to see how they cope. Hua Xing said. This is the simplest and most effective way. If the Haishui tribe fights a large-scale decisive battle, the Wahia caravan can choose to escape. If the caravan they send is less than enough to eat, the other party will definitely compromise in the end. However, Hua Kai wants to try the effect of sky-shaking thunder, and he can also get some luck value rewards if he goes there. In the evening, Huakai entered the family secret realm space, and now the medicinal materials in the pill refining room are sufficient for Huakai to refine a lot of elixir. Huakai clicked to refine, and soon the medicinal materials in front of him turned into 7 barrier-breaking pills. This time the luck is not bad. The bottleneck below the Shantian level of the barrier-breaking pill team has an effect, and the lower the realm, the greater the effect. Butler Wafu also has the hope of breakthrough. Barrier-breaking pill. After the refining is completed, Huakai has refined 16 more rejuvenating pills. This medicine pill can save lives at critical times. It is placed in the portable space and the effect of the medicine is not afraid of weakening, so it is better to refine it early. 1 batch of Baoshan pill costs 7 points of luck, and 16 batches of rejuvenation pills cost 32 points of luck. Then Huakai refined another 23 furnaces of small Wandan, 11 furnaces of Peiyuan Dan, 5 furnaces of condensation pill, and 2 furnaces of gathering Qi Dan. Qi gathering pill belongs to the 6th grade of Van pills. Its main function is to purify the quality of true Qi. It is said to be the most effective for people who are too fast and have unstable foundations. Huakai has refined a total of 9 pills in 2 furnaces. A total of 57 medicine pill medicinal materials library has used up a half of the medicine, and the side medicines brought back by Grandpa and Uncle Wu are also used. He has 275 more medicine pills in his hand. These medicine pills are intended to be used by members of the Ascension family. Except for medicine pill, which left a promise to Patriarch Tifa, he didn't plan to sell any of the other pills. This time the Blackwater tribe shot them, and Wakai realized the danger of the grassland. If the Wa family medicine pill spreads, he is afraid that the family will suffer unpredictable difficulties in the ears of the family. The 57 medicine pill cost a total of 111 points of luck. He checked that the family's luck was left with 352 points. If so much luck was kept, Huakai was considering whether to refine a weapon for the 5th uncle, or Ascension portable space is good. His portable space used 100 Qi luck value to break through once last year, and now the physical strength of the space is 2 cubic meters. The second upgrade can be carried out with 200 family luck points. Huakai feels that now it can put more cargo in the caravan into the space to have the greatest effect on the whole caravan, even if it is good to bring more fodder for the horses. When Grandpa changed his weapon and waited for his return home, the other caravans of the Guangxian commercial group would definitely notice that Uncle Wu's Junzi sword was also a 5th rank weapon and could still be used for the time being. Thinking of this, Huakai directly clicked to upgrade the portable space, and he saw that the Wahia property panel is like this today. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 201. Power. 224. Agriculture. 82. Animal husbandry. 49. Commercial. 142. Culture. 36. Comprehensive strength. 734. Allies. Jia family, Ordos tribe. Funds. 2 taels of gold, 31 taels of silver, 94,386 bone coins. Hostile forces. Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 152. Portable space. 3 cubic meters. After spending 200 family luck, Wakai thought that the space would be doubled, but he didn't expect it would only increase by 1 cubic meter. But this is not bad. If 1 cubic meter is replaced with animal bones, grain, grass, or meat, it will cost at least several thousand kilograms, which is worth several carriages. Early the next morning, everyone from the Wa family came together and began to feed their horses. Everyone thought they were going to the Haishui tribe today to trouble. However, Wakai let the horses be driven to the grass not far away to graze, and brought several core members of the family into the main account. This Qi gathering pill, Grandpa, you have eaten it, and now you are training on the 3rd level of the Qi state. There is no sense of breakthrough. It is because your true Qi is too mixed. It will take at least 3 years to condense and purify, and eat it. This Qi gathering pill can accelerate the purification of true Qi, and by then your combat power will be able to get a great ascension. Wakai said, handing a Qi gathering pill to Grandpa, and Wa Xing took it and put it directly into it. Taking it in the mouth, he also knew that medicine pill could not be left for too long. Uncle Wu, Yu Jun, you also have to eat a Qi gathering pill. Although you have a heavenly mind, the purity of true Qi is much better than that of your grandfather, but eating it is not small for you to condense true Qi. Wakai give Wushu and Yu Jun 1 Qi gathering pill. They also sit down in the main account and take it directly. Grandpa Fu, this is a barrier breaking pill. After you take it, there is a high chance of breakthrough. Huakai gave each of the core members of the family a medicine pill according to the difference of each person. After a while, more than 10 people in the main account all sat quietly to absorb the medicine pill. At this time, Huakai saw a trace of true Qi overflowing from Wufu's body. Changing different shapes in the air and finally slowly dissipating, he knew that Butler Wufu had also broken through. Wufu, level 1 of the Qi practicing realm. Qualification, B. Physique, 48. Strength, 46. Will, 41. Mind method. Meditation Ju, Yellow Order Advanced Mind Method Consummation. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear, Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship, Dachang. Loyalty, 100. Wufu Butler's attributes have not changed, but realm has changed from the 9th floor of the pneumatic realm to the 1st floor of the Qi practicing realm. The white hair on his head began to cultivation and turned black. After half an hour, only the old spoon was left behind and there was a circle of white hair, looks like at most 40 years old, younger than Hua Xing seems. Others did not change much after taking medicine pill, they became just their strength. When everyone woke up from the meditation and saw Wafu, everyone congratulated him. Hua Kai added another master of Qi training. After everyone went out, Hua Kai called in waves of other members of the family, and according to their actual situation, either gave it to little return pill or paid yuan pill, or sent them to the family's secret realm space for trial. By the time of lunch, all the Wahia team members had already received the rewards given by Hua Kai. At this time, he had given out 41 medicine pills and 33 points of luck. He saw Han Jinsheng, who was teaching slaves to train in line outside the door. Hua Kai called him in. Hearing Hua Kai calling himself outside the main account, Han Jinsheng felt excited. All the members of the Chinese caravan had entered the main account in the morning. When they came out, they were all red, and all the slaves were speculating and discussing who received what kind of rewards from the owner. Only oneself is the only special existence of this caravan. He is not a member of the Hua family and is not a slave. At this moment, he is very envious of those who can become a Hua family member, hoping that one day he can truly join them. Would you like to join the Hua family and become a member of the Hua family? Hua Kai asked. I'm willing, Han Jinsheng hurriedly said before Hua Kai finished speaking. Don't rush to answer first. After you become a member of the Hua family, you will have to protect the honor and disgrace of the Hua family as something more important than your own life. The Hua family belongs to the influential family outside the city of Guangxian County, and is related to the Grassland tribe family. The difference. Hua Kai patiently told Han Jinsheng about the Central Plains family, and Han Jinsheng listened patiently. I am willing to join the Han family, use my life to defend the dignity of the family, and ask the head of the family to take it in. Han Jinsheng knelt down after listening, expressing surrender. This is to be the retainer of the Hua family. Retainers are different from householders. Retainers have the obligation to defend the honor of the main house, but they will not be completely controlled by the main house. Just like the relationship between the Hua family and the Han family, the relationship between Wei Hong and the Hua family is almost like this. When the Hua family grows in the future, they may also establish a family belonging to the own family. This relationship is very strong in this world. Okay, from today, you will be a member of the Chinese family. I will let Zhuang teach you the family mind and martial skill. If you don't understand, you can ask other people, and you can directly if you encounter difficulties. Come to me, Hua Kai said. Patriarch, can I bring my family and my little brothers? Yes, after the Huhan tribe, you'd better solve your relationship with the tribe yourself. I can fully support you here. If you need money, you can take it from me. However, except for the ransom of others, you need to repay it later. This is regarded as the family borrowed it from you. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. Okay, I promise, Han Jinsheng said happily. In the grassland, the whole family can't get enough to eat or wear warmth. My wife wears the same animal skins as slaves. Only because I have to fight for the tribe, I have a coarse cloth to wear. Joining the Hua family is absolutely nothing to eat grass and dress warmly. The question is, what the Hua family wears to their slaves now is silk. You have finished talking about joining the Hua family. Now let's talk about your reward for fighting against the wolves yesterday. This is a barrier-breaking pill, which can make you break through immediately and the realm is stable. You take it here and then come out. I can't mention the main account to anyone, can it be done? Hua Kai gave Han Jinsheng a precious broker-breaking pill after careful consideration. Han Jinsheng A qualification and strength has reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan realm. It is very possible to enter the Qi Lian realm and become the core of the family in the future. And after yesterday's battle with the wolves, Han Jinsheng's loyalty value has reached 85 points, which is a value that will never betray the Hua family, so this is what it is now. Han Jinsheng took the barrier-breaking pill, not only broke through to the pneumatic realm, but also entered the 2nd level of pneumatic realm below. 7th rank Fandin has an obvious effect to him, and his strength will be in a period of rapid growth for a long time in the future. When Han Jinsheng woke up, Hua Kai checked again that his loyalty point had reached 87 points. After lunch in the afternoon, everyone in the Hua family was happily discussing yesterday's battle outside the tent. This battle is not only an increase in experience for everyone, but also an ascension of strength. Hua Kai carefully checked the attributes of all the slaves in the slave group, went back to the main account and called the butler of Hua Fu. Go and call all the slaves on the list, and then these slaves will be sent directly to Theship team, and they don't bother to train them. Hua Kai gave 2 lists. One is more than 10 slaves who are loyal to more than 60 and can be completely assured, and the other is that he has discovered that he has been loyal or worthy of slaves for so long. These loyal slaves were either spies sent to the Hua family by the Huhan tribe or the Ordos tribe. Either it is the sheep, whose character has been completely wiped out. Without his own thinking, only the instinct to survive is left. Hua Kai is unwilling to cultivate these sheep. 12%. Chapter 67. Revenge. More than a dozen young and strong slaves with a loyal value of 60 or more came in, and Hua Kai melted 2 pei yuan dan into the water for them to drink. In this way, although the medicinal properties of medicine pill will be diluted, it can also ascension their strength in a small amount. I visited and seriously injured 2 Chinese team members. After only 1 day after taking the rejuvenation pill yesterday afternoon, they were able to walk on the ground normally, and the wounds on their bodies have almost healed. This has to make people sigh. The pill effect is powerful. But for those who took the potion diluted with rejuvenation pill yesterday, the wounds healed very quickly today. Hua Kai cruelly took out 5 rejuvenation pills diluted with water and asked the Wafu butler to take them to all the wounded. Even the slightly injured horses have a bite. Returning to the tent, Hua Kai saw that Xiaoqiang was still in a coma. He checked the development of Xiaoqiang's attributes and it had been out of the seriously injured state, but he lay down and heard its snoring. You little thing, I'm still worried about you, you actually snored when you slept. Hua Kai scolded with a smile. Well, as if hearing Hua Kai's voice, Xiaoqiang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Hua Kai squinting behind it, he was about to walk to Hua Kai. Don't move, your left front leg was smashed by the bite yesterday. It is good luck for you to survive today. You can't be impulsive anymore in the future, otherwise the entire caravan will kill you. Hua Kai wanted to wait for Xiaoqiang to wake up. Come over and clean it up. If it weren't for his impulsive caravan, he would have been able to wait until Grandpa returned to the team yesterday. But looking at Xiaoqiang's pleading eyes, what he said gradually turned into comfort. As Xiaoqiang grew up, Hua Kai's relationship with Xiaoqiang became closer. Perhaps it was the bloodline. Xiaoqiang was completely out of control at the time, and Hua Kai opened Xiaoqiang's control panel. Spirit Beast. Tier 3, 54%. Strength. 17, 25. Agility. 26. Intelligence. 31. Talent. Tracking. Fury. Air of Dog King. Visual sharing. Owner. Hua Kai. Loyalty. 100. Skills. Slightly. Status. Injured. In a day, Xiaoqiang experienced half of ascension. Many small injuries on his body began to scar, and it seemed to be more murderous. This should be what the Golden Mastiff should be. Hua Kai's guess is correct. Generally, Gold Mastiffs grew up fighting with wolves. If the wolves are the masters of the grassland, then the Mastiffs are the natural enemies of the wolves. The Golden Mastiff grew up in the Battle of Wolves, even more so. The prairie wolf is only one of the lowest wolf species in the wolf pack race, and the Golden Mastiff generally focuses on the wolf king of the high race wolf pack. Killing the more powerful wolf king will increase the strength of the Golden Mastiff. Faster. At night, everyone in the Chinese caravan had different minds. Who was rewarded in the caravan? What is the reward? Everyone is guessing, especially all the slaves in the caravan. The rewarded slave felt the ascension of his own strength, and imagined that if one day he was truly recognized by the family, would he be able to get the same reward as a formal family member. The other slaves wondered why these slaves could be recognized by the Chinese family, but not themselves. Gradually, some faint voices appeared in the slave group. They were all discussing how to help the caravan more, if they can play more of their value, if they can be recognized by Hua Kai. In the early morning of the next day, the early summer sun shone on the grassland and drove away the cold at night. Hua Kai was riding on a BMW and instructed Wei Beitu. Today there were 47 members of the caravan plus 35 slaves who were loyal to more than 55 points. Only Wei Beitu and 4 team members stayed behind to look after nearly 200 slaves and 2 injured. The team members were also left behind. Hua Kai ordered 82 people to ride towards the Haishui tribe. It took only over an hour for the 60-mile journey, and they arrived not far from the Haishui tribe. At this time, the herdsmen of the Haishui tribe saw the arrival of the Chinese family, yelling for everyone to prepare to meet the enemy. There are many horse bandits looting on the grassland at this time. Everyone in the Hua family stood 500 meters away from the Haishui tribe, and did not rush to attack. Many people got the breakthrough yesterday. This moment is the time to show their skills. Even if they have enemies with the Haishui tribe, they are still unwilling. Attack the ordinary herders of the Haishui tribe. After a while, a team of hundreds of cavalry came out of the Haishui tribe. The head of the cavalry was seen by Hua Kai. It was just a few days ago that he was chasing and killing one of the 500 members of the Hua family caravan. He saw everyone in the Hua family. Guessing what they were coming for, he sent a cavalry back to report the letter, and walked towards the Wahia cavalry with the centuries. What? Come to our tribe again when you are not convinced? The last time you met the wolves, you were lucky. Did you come here today to die? The captain of the 100 people walked to the Wahia cavalry 100 meters away and laughed loudly. He knew that the Hua family would definitely not fight them at this time. He had more hundreds of men than the Hua family cavalry. Even if they were defeated, they could be wiped out by the arrival of tribal reinforcements. If I were you, I wouldn't say such nonsense. Bring a word to your patriarch. Come out to see me before noon and swallow our goods. If he is willing to pay back 100 times now, I can let you go. Otherwise, wait for us. It's too late to kill your main account. Also, this is the last chance. Hua Kai said in Hun. Only Wei Beitu and Hua Kai speak fluent Hun in the Hua family. Now of course it is Hua Kai came forward to negotiate. I said you and little Wawa, just like you, your grown-up dare to let you out. No matter what you dare to threaten us. If you know it, get out of it. Today is a kindness from the master. If you don't come, you don't have one of them today. I want to go. The leader of the 100 looked at Hua Kai and said. Everyone in the Hua family also smiled and did not speak. The leader of the 100 people saw this here and felt ruthless. He greeted all the team members to prepare and launched an offensive against the Hua family members. Everyone in the Hua family did not give in too much. Hua Xing stood in the middle of the queue. He was surrounded by Hua Ziji and Hua Fu. Yu Jun was in the team to protect Hua Kai. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, everyone in the Hua family was also indulged. The horse killed him. The 100-man captain of the Haishui tribe completely underestimated the strength of the Wahia cavalry. Hua Xing stood at the position of the assault arrow, and the dragon spear swept across the army. The 100-man captain and several captains around him fell off the horse. Haishui. As soon as the cavalry came into contact with the Wahia cavalry, the formation was chaotic. Although Hua Zichen and Wufu are not as lethal as Hua Xing, they are not an enemy in their hands. The cavalry of the two sides collided with each other. Unexpectedly, the Chinese family would directly rush through the opposing lineup, and the Hua family's cavalry was like a raging fire. Quickly melt the opposing cavalry. Hua Kai was in the middle of the cavalry team. He originally planned to follow Jin Yujun to find a chance and try his skills, but he didn't expect the Blackwater cavalry to rush through the enemy line. He still hasn't encountered any enemies, the 100-man Blackwater cavalry. More than 60 of them were killed by Hua Xing and other 3 masters of aura training, and the remaining 40 were all beheaded by the subsequent aerodynamics before they entered the cavalry team. Everyone behind the Wahia cavalry team became furnishings. The herdsmen of the Haishui tribe have also been staring at the battle outside the tribe. When their team of hundreds launched a charge against the Hua family, they had already sent someone to notify the patriarch, but before he could go far, everything in front of him was shocked. Can't believe own eyes. 100 cavalrymen of his tribe were killed by the opponent cleanly, not one left. If this matter is told, I am afraid no one will believe it. Most cavalry of the same size on the grasslands disperse the opposing lineup first, and then expand the own advantage a little bit. If the advantage expands and crushes the opponent, even then it is very difficult to wipe out the opponent. The cavalry is the most good at running. However, everyone in the Hua family directly harvested a 100 cavalry team with one charge. On the one hand, the Hua family was too strong. On the other hand, the Chinese family had deadly long weapons. The small and medium tribes in the grassland did not. After eliminating the hundreds of cavalry in front of him, the Hua family slowly swept the battlefield in front of the entire Haishui tribe. They gathered up all the intact horses and tied them to the pegs outside the Haishui tribe, seemingly not afraid that the Haishui tribe would attack them. Then everyone mounted their horses again and returned to where they had just started charging. They all waited quietly on horseback to see how the Haishui tribe chose. At this time, there was a quarrel in the main account of the Haishui tribe. Everyone was discussing how to solve the current dilemma. At this moment, many people began to complain about the patriarch own. I said from the beginning that it is not worth offending a caravan for those goods. Who knows if there is a large Central Plains family behind them? Now you can see that 200 teams have been lost. A banner owner said. By the time, he had 8th century's cavalry in his hands, one of the several big families of the Haishui tribe. Now what is the use of those, and quickly find a way to see how to solve the immediate crisis. We are reconciling with them now. Is there any hope? What if there is no reconciliation? Another banner owner said. What's the reconciliation? They risked their deaths and fled, and now they come back to avenge. How could they easily let us go? I just watched the battle. A cavalry centurion in Tarier Mu banner. They were all killed when they met each other. At least there are 3 masters in the Qi realm, and all 3 of them are at the top of the Qi realm. We can't deal with them. A banner owner said in a deep voice. Even if they tried their best to keep the Wahia cavalry here, these 3 strong Qi training realms could not be kept anyway. The other party fled and waited for true Qi to recover before harassing them. Within a few months, their entire tribe would be harassed. Was killed. Then what do you say? Don't let the other party kill you regardless of everything. A banner owner asked sadly. The Haishui tribe does not have the background of the Ordos tribe. All of their banner owners are only aerodynamic realm strengths. At this time, they all turned their attention to their patriarch. I think this is a good idea. They love to stay outside of the tribe, so they just stay. They are merchants and generally don't start with ordinary herders. If they do, those herders don't fight with them. You all take the team. When we get to the center of the tribe, I see if their caravan dare to enter my tribe. The chief Haishui confidently said to the surrounding flag owners. The faces of several banner owners of the Haishui tribe showed shame, but they did not refute the patriarch's words. Although they have the responsibility and obligation to protect their herdsmen, it depends on when. Now that the caravan seeks revenge, it is obvious that the target is them, so it is only natural for the herdsmen to protect themselves. Wakai waited outside the Haishui tribe until noon, and did not see the other party sending another soldier out. The herdsmen held some short bones in their hands and stared at them in the tribe. It seems that if the Wa family initiates an attack, they will come up desperately. This Haishui tribe is really too shameless. They recognize that we dare not kill their herders. They hide in the tribe for the herdsmen to protect. Care, what do you want to do now? Wa Xing holds Yulong gun, sitting on the flames and talking to Wa Kai. If we don't come out, we thought we wouldn't be able to rush in if we were hiding in the middle of the tribe. Uncle Wu, you can throw it as far as possible to the center of the Haishui tribe, and see how far you can throw it. Wa Kai took out a shaking thunder. 12%. Chapter 68 The Power of Sky Shaking Thunder. This shaking thunder looks not much bigger than a fist, but it weighs 5 to 60 kilograms in my hand. Wa Kai left this sky shaking thunder with its own mark yesterday. As long as he is willing to cut off that trace of mental energy at any time, he can make it explode. What's this? Throw it in the middle of the Haishui tribe. Wa Zichen asked, weighing shaking thunder with his hands. It's best to be thrown into the Haishui tribe. Everyone dismounts, and when you hear the sound, everyone will comfort their own horses. Don't let the horses be frightened. Wa Kai dismounted and said to the team behind him. Although everyone was puzzled, they all jumped off the horse and grabbed the reins of the horse in their hands to see what Wa Kai was going to do next. Wa Zichen rushed towards the Haishui tribe on horseback, and when he rushed to the halfway position, true Qi burst into his right arm. Wa Kai actually saw a trace of milky white light flashing on his arm. Wushu unexpectedly used Heoran righteous Qi. With the power of the BMW charge, Wa Zichen's right hand threw the zooming thunder at the Haishui tribe. The herdsmen of the Haishui tribe were wondering why the other party dared to charge against him alone, and saw Wa Zichen throw a black. The pimple was thrown at the center of their tribe. The Haishui tribe has a population of more than 20,000, and the total population of children and slaves exceeds 40,000, occupying 10,000 mu of grassland in this grassland. The core area where the nobles lived was at least 2,000 meters away from here. Shaking thunder flew straight to the Haishui tribal center. When he landed, seeing that he was about to fly out of the tribal center, Wa Kai anxiously cut it off. Tian Lei, let's go to mental energy. Boom. Wa Kai thought he was ready, but he found that he still underestimated the power of shaking thunder. Shaking thunder, it exploded about 10 meters above the center of the Haishui tribe. Wa Kai felt a strong roar and his ears were completely deaf. Then a powerful wave of air rushed towards him. The entire Wahia caravan began to turn around. Everyone looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the center of the Haishui tribe with horror. Their faces were scratched by the withered grass flying in the distance and they did not react. After waiting for a long time, Huakai was relieved. He felt his whole body aches, and there was a cry of mourning in the Haishui tribe in the distance. Everyone is on the horse. What are you waiting for? Everyone rushed to me. Hua Xing was the first to react. Now the entire Haishui tribe is still in panic. It is the best time for them to attack. The cultivation base on the third floor of Huakai Kaiyuan realm was shocked slightly from such a distance. It can be imagined as Haishui. The current situation of ordinary herders in the tribe. Hua Kai endured the pain in his whole body, and rode on the BMW and rushed towards the Haishui tribe with the Hua family. Entering the Haishui tribe was not hindered in any way. The ordinary herders in the tribe saw that the Hua family members had already rushed in but looked at them in horror. The Chinese family ignored them and rushed towards the center of the tribe. The closer to the center of the tribe shaking thunder, the more serious the damage caused to them. Most herders have been stunned. Horses, cattle and sheep have begun to run around in the tribe. All the Chinese people have come to the Haishui tribe regardless of these. Main account location. The head of the Haishui tribe was also lucky. The explosion location was about 500 meters away from their main account. All the tents here have been blown up and down. Many Aura herdsmen lay on the ground and vomited blood. They were obviously injured. Patriarch, we have caught the chief of the Haishui tribe. Yu Jun came to Wakai on horse, holding the Haishui chief who had not recovered in his hands. Because he was the cultivation base of the Qi cultivation realm, his appearance did not seem to be affected. What an injury. Seeing the chief of Huakai Haishui kneeling in front of him with a puff. Patriarch Hua, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I have already prepared the best horses to contact you, and my flag owner will do the main pit of your goods privately. Looking at himself with a bad face, he knelt on the ground and cried. You said that your subordinates made the decision privately. I have visited you several times, don't you know? Hua Kai asked softly from a distance. I have been busy preparing the goods for trading with the Wahia caravan for the past few days, not in the main account. The Haishui tribe is chasing and killing us, you always know. And today you waited at the gate of your tribe for a long time, don't say this, you don't know. Hua Kai said with a smile. He thinks the Blackwater chief's acting skills are very good. Yes, this time it was so quibble. I'm feeling ill these days, and all matters are left to the banner owners under my command. Patriarch Hua, on the first day your caravan came to the Haishui tribe, I treated me with enthusiasm. What do you caravan need? Now let you choose at will. Don't kill me. Patriarch Haishui knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly. It is stipulated on the grassland that all the nobles of the tribe shall be killed if they are defeated, and then their women and children become slaves of the victor. Hua Kai didn't feel that killing Haishui Patriarch was good for him. After all, their caravan had only a few dozen people, and they couldn't take so many cattle, sheep, horses, and slaves. You get up first. Our caravan is not unreasonable. If you dare to eat our goods, you will pay back 100 times. Thank Patriarch Hua. Thank Patriarch Hua. Patriarch Haishui knelt on the ground and kept kowtow, saying that he had recovered his life today. There is no way Huakai would not kill the Haishui Patriarch. If he kills the opponent now, the whole Haishui tribe will definitely be in chaos. When the time comes, there will be a lot of cattle, sheep and horse caravans left behind, and the Haishui tribe will definitely get up. In the end he resisted, and he couldn't leave anything behind. It's better to leave the Haishui tribe and seize more things that they can take away here. Yu Jun pressed the chief Haishui to the half-collapsed main tent, and many members of the Haishui tribe around him were also sober at this time. They saw that the chief of On had been captured, standing still at a loss. Let's go. 550 gold goods. You have to take out 55,000 gold things to survive, preferably elixir, strange stones, otherwise it may not be enough to sell out your tribe's horses and slaves. Hua Kai looked at the Blackwater chief in front of him. Speaking of. Yes. I'll take you there now. I'll collect enough goods for 55,000 gold, so you can keep your promise. He Shui clan looked at Hua Kai and said in fear. Don't worry, our caravan is creditworthy. As long as you collect enough goods for 55,000 gold, we will leave. Huakai replied. Today's shaking thunder completely frightened Chief Haishui. Everyone in the Hua family followed the Chief Haishui to a collapsed tent and watched him pull out a few wooden boxes from the tent and opened it to see what's inside. It's all panacea. A total of 314 plants, count you 16,000 gold, are there any more? Hua Kai was surprised to see that the Haishui Patriarch could produce more than 300 elixir at once. The Haishui tribe is several times smaller than the Ordos tribe. The number of medicines is actually quite a bit. If these spirit medicines are used for the ascension of the tribal members, the Blackwater tribe must be able to ascension a lot. Fortunately, the chief Haishui was a miser, otherwise Wakai wouldn't be able to get such a big gain. That's all the elixir, and some common herbs. We still have a lot of strange stones in our tribe. Haishui Patriarch heard Wakai's inquiry and hurriedly replied. This shaking thunder caused about 1,000 deaths to the entire Haishui tribe, and more than 3,000 people were seriously injured. Shaking thunder, everything within 100 meters of the explosion center was completely destroyed, and many people within 500 meters severely injured. When the chief Haishui had collected 55,000 gold for Huakai, many undead soldiers in the Haishui tribal center finally reacted at this time. They saw that the Chinese cavalry had entered the center of their tribe, and their patriarch was captured by the opponent, and they all stared at a loss. You all lay down your weapons. The Wahia caravan is here to complete the transaction with us. How can we treat our distinguished guests like this? Knowing that their tribe has no resistance, he ordered everyone to lay down their weapons. Huakai saw him. Likun didn't pay attention to the ordinary soldiers on the side. Chief Haishui took everyone from the Wa family to their warehouse where they stored the grassland. These were all the medicinal materials used by their tribe to treat illnesses by themselves. They could be as much as 1,000 caddies. Huakai asked the team members to take care of them and went to store the strange stones. Place, found a total of 14 useful strange stones. The value of these medicinal materials and strange stones can only be counted as 9,000 gold at most. What else is valuable in your tribe? Wakai collected the strange stones and continued to ask the head of the Haishui tribe. All the elixir and the strange stones are in my heart. There are also some animal bones and furs. You can pick anything from the Blackwater tribe. I will definitely make up for 55,000 gold. I will now gather all the horses and slaves. Get up. The chief Haishui saw that he had already made up a small and a half of the goods. Even if he knew that he could not get the goods with the remaining 30,000 gold, he still said it to survive. Okay, you are now letting people gather the horses and slaves of the tribe. Let's go to trade outside the tribe. Don't worry, our caravan is just such a group of people. We won't take them if we can't take them, but I hope you don't give them. What am I thinking about? After Wakai finished speaking, he asked the team members to take the Haishui tribe and withdraw from the center of the Haishui tribe. He was afraid that he would wait for the flag owners of the Haishui tribe to react and trap them, and everything would be difficult to handle. Knowing that he couldn't resist, he gave orders to his soldiers to have all the banner owners of the tribe bring their horses and slaves out of the tribe. Everyone in the Chinese family was waiting outside the Haishui tribe. The banner owners of the Haishui tribe also knew that the Chinese caravans were powerful, and now the resistance could only invite killings, so they thought, sending them away as soon as possible. After all, these dozens of people could not capture their entire tribe. If they did not obey the orders of the Patriarch, it is likely that the Chinese caravan would clear them up now. So a strange scene appeared outside the Haishui tribe. Countless Haishui tribe herders brought their horses and slaves to the outside of the tribe. Wakai stood by and selected horses and slaves one by one. None of these horses and slaves, the next batch. Huakai only selects slaves with qualifications above level B, as well as steeds. These herders with a long line are rarely selected by Huakai, so many people are feeling that the Wahia caravan really didn't intend to exterminate them this time. Everyone became very cooperative. 12%. Chapter 69 Leaving. Wakai selected 149 slaves in the Blackwater tribe. If it weren't for the excessive number of caravan slaves, he would like to pick some more. Most of these slaves are young men between the ages of 16 and 22, and they are all in the body tempering or Kaiyuan realm. Joining the Chinese family will soon become a fighting force. The Haishui tribe has only 4 BMWs, and 2 horses that Huakai is expected to upgrade. The remaining 200 horses are all horses with more than 40% experience. Even if the Wahia caravan does not destroy the Haishui tribe, the caravan picks out all their good horses and qualified slaves. In the next few years, the Haishui tribe will not be annihilated. It is fortunate that the Haishui tribe's hatred forget it. Patriarch Wa, there is still a shortage of 18,460 gold goods. All of us in the tribe can choose at will. They will never resist with my order. The Haishui tribe is willing to join the Chinese caravan. When you come to the Haishui tribe next year, you will definitely find more. There are so many elixir and strange stones for you. Please don't kill me. Seeing that Wakai had chosen something, he stopped paying attention to himself. Everyone in the Hua family looked at themselves with unkind expressions, thinking that his tribe was unable to produce something and the other party was going to kill him. After all, he has no treatment for Hua family caravan. Used. Patriarch, what should I do? How about I kill him now? I don't expect anyone from the Haishui tribe to say a word. Yu Jun looked at the people in the Haishui tribe who bowed their heads in the distance and asked Hua Kai. Patriarch Haishui seemed to feel that his life had come to an end. After all, there was no tradition of conquering a tribe on the grassland and leaving the other patriarch, and he began to kneel on the ground and shout. However, none of the Haishui tribe paid any attention to him. All the disasters brought by the tribe this time were the ideas of their patriarch. If the Chinese caravan can let go of their tribe, it would be right to kill their patriarch. Grandpa, what do you think? Hua Kai turned to Hua Xing and asked. Everyone looked at the old man of the Hua family silently, knowing that the life and death of the chief Haishui was all within his thoughts. The businessman is based on honesty. Although the Haishui tribe still has nearly 20,000 gold of goods that have not been filled, he has also paid the price for his own behavior. I think we should abandon the past, and win-win cooperation will be the best next year. Next year I believe they will repay all the debts they owe. As Hua Xing said, Chief Haishui seemed to see his hope of survival, and knelt on the ground begging to guarantee that he would surely collect enough goods for 20,000 gold next year. Hua Kai also knew that his grandfather did not want the family to offend the Huns to death. Although the management of the Huns was loose, their killing of the Haishui tribe was tantamount to destroying a middle-level tribe in the Huns. The various tribes of the Huns will kill each other and the major tribes of the Huns will not say anything, but if the Hua family dares to destroy a medium-sized tribe, the major tribes of the Huns will definitely notice the Chinese caravan. Unfavorable. Since Grandpa, you think Patriarch Haishui is credible, then we will believe him once. Yu Jun, let go. After Hua Kai finished speaking, Yu Jun asked the members of the Hua family to release Patriarch Haishui. Patriarch Haishui finally got his life back. He kept kneeling on the ground and thanked him for not raising his head. Hua Kai noticed that several banner owners of the Haishui tribe showed disappointed expressions. If the chief of the Haishui tribe died this time, it is entirely possible for them to pull out some herders from the tribe to establish their own tribe. On June 21st, there are 9 days left before the date agreed by the Guangxian business group to gather. The Chinese caravan began to reorganize after returning to the caravan after the Haishui tribe brought back a large number of slaves, horses, animal bones, and fur. Taking into account the harvest of the caravan, Hua Kai put all the more precious animal bones, furs, strange stones, etc. into space, leaving some ordinary goods worth about 2,000 gold on the carriage. These 18 carriages were loaded with hundreds of kilograms. If there were slaves who couldn't keep up with the caravan, it would not be a problem to ride more than a dozen people on the carriage. In case the caravan encounters a crisis, they can completely discard a part of the carriage, so that as long as most of the caravan members can return to the family, the Hua family will earn blood this trip. Because the number of slaves brought has reached 371, it is definitely impossible to bring all the slaves back to Wahiapu for such a long road. Moreover, the number of horses carried by the caravan has exceeded 600. Most of these horses are steeds. There are only 53 members of the Wahia team and Han Jinsheng. If you want to return to Qi safely, you must think of another way. Hua Kai divided all the slaves into 10 teams according to their numbers. The 1st to 5th teams are all young and strong slaves over the age of 16. Hua Kai is divided into 5 teams according to their loyalty value from high to low. Each team has 40 to 50 people. One team has a loyalty value of more than 50 points. Uncle led 2 caravan members, and when there was a battle, they could be used as the main force. Most of the 2nd and 3rd teams were loyal to more than 30 points, led by 2 caravan members led by the Wafu butler. They can do some chores in the caravan, and it won't be long before they can become the main force of the caravan. Then the 4th and 5th teams are mostly slaves from the Blackwater tribe, and they are all in charge of the 2nd Zhuang, and now the main thing is to find a way to ascension loyalty. The 6th and 7th teams belong to highly qualified slave youths, led by Wazan and several loyal slave youths. They are still unable to help the caravan, but if they are well trained, the Hua family will rely on them to develop in the future. The 8th and 9th teams are regarded as young female slaves. They are as unlikely as the young slaves to resist. Hua Kai has a few loyal female slaves in the distance as the captains, and they have to do all the trivial tasks such as caravan cooking. As for the 10th team, they are all slaves with low loyalty, or slaves whose loyalty has not been long. They are going to do all the dirtiest and tiring work of the caravan. They will never be allowed to approach the caravan. If someone changes, they can kill first and report later. For this reason, the Hua family sent 3 team members to take care of them. If they have a loyal breakthrough 30, will be dropped to other slave teams. Of course, other slave teams Wakai found that the loyalty is too low, will also be sent over. In short, after 1 day's repair, Huakai caravan finally started. Slaves with a loyalty value of over 30 were allowed to ride on their own horses. Most of the female slaves were sitting in carriages, and a large number of slaves followed the horses and drove the horses behind the caravan. This speed is too slow. It is difficult to walk 60 miles a day. We have to go to the Ordos tribe. When will we go on this journey? Hua Xing walked beside Wakai, watching the slaves slowly behind him. Walking, some dissatisfaction said. The most important thing now is Ascension's loyalty to the family. As long as they start to recognize the Hua family, we can hand over the horses to them on the way, otherwise we have only 53 people and we have to get messy. Wakai nodded and said. It's only 300 miles away from the Ordos tribe. If it's a horse rider, we will be there in 1 day. It would be nice to bring these slaves to the Huhan tribe in 9 days. Everyone follows your method 3 times a day, morning, afternoon and evening. Give lectures to the slaves, as well as the reward and punishment system, but they will not be able to get on the horse within 10 days to meet your requirements. Hua Xing said. Huakai also knows that Ascension's loyalty is not easy. Even if he tried all he could, the slaves' loyalty ascension of 2 or 3 a day was considered good, and some slaves were loyal for a few days and couldn't increase a little. This was related to the personality of each slave. How about this? Let's take some people to the Ordos tribe first, and leave some team members with slaves to move forward slowly. After we deal with the Ordos tribe, we can catch up with them. Hua Zichin heard the suggestion here. Huakai's task of helping the Ordos tribe not be broken by the Wuhua tribe is still there these days, which shows that the Ordos tribe is still safe, and it is useless to take so many slaves and horses to the Ordos tribe. The most important thing is relying on the members of the Hua family above the pneumatic realm. The Ordos tribe is no different from the slaves below the Kaiyuan realm. But if we have all left in the high war, it would be bad if the caravan encounters the horse bandits. Most of these slaves have not returned to their hearts. They can only become a burden for the caravan when they encounter a battle. I am afraid that we will all be in danger by then. Hua Kai said worriedly. Several core members of the family had no choice but to hear this. At this time, Han Jin on the side spoke in full bloom. Can we take away some difficult slaves, leaving obedient slaves to protect women and children? Yu Jun suddenly proposed. This idea inspired everyone in the Hua family. Okay, that's it. This time I will mainly use some high-level battles. Grandpa, Yu, Uncle Wu and Yu Jun should all participate. Let Grandpa Fu, Wei Beitu and Han Jinsheng stay, and all slave teams 1, 2 and 3 will stay. You can use it all down. We only take away the burden of the 4th, 5th, and 10th slave teams. Everyone also knows what Hua Kai meant. The taking away of these 100 slaves is a complete relief to the Chinese caravan. As for bringing 10 teams with disobedience to discipline, everyone is also calm in their hearts. They will be able to the possibility of coming back is not big anymore. Now that the decision was made, the Chinese caravan quickly moved. All the slaves of the caravan were divided into 2 teams. Huakai brought 30 main members of the family with a horse and a horse. The slaves who were assigned to the Ordos tribe also had horses to ride. After lunch, Wakai left under the watchful eyes of the Wafu butler and other family members. Wakai is not worried about the crisis that the caravan will encounter. After all, a training aura is still relatively powerful for all horse bandits. There are also members of the slave team, who have participated in the Blackwater tribe chase with the Chinese caravan. Many people have long regarded themselves as members of the Chinese family as slaves to the main battle, the Wolves Guard battle, and the Haishui tribe conquest battle. Even in the face of an irresistible crisis, the Wafu butler can lead most of the main force to escape. It is about 300 miles away from the Ordos tribe, and the horse will be able to reach the Ordos tribe tonight. But after Wakai and his grandfather, 5th uncle, Yu Jun and others rode for more than 10 miles, they saw someone starting to fall behind. Some of these left behind were due to poor riding skills, but there were also some slaves deliberately. They pulled away deliberately, the distance from everyone, planning to find a chance to escape. Yu Jun, you take 10 family members to walk with me at the end. Wakai said to Yu Jun who was beside him when he saw it. Washing and Wazichin knew that Wakai was going to be ruthless. 12%. Chapter 70 The Crisis of the Ordos Tribe. The Wa family led hundreds of slaves and horses on the way to the Ordos tribe. More than a dozen team members including Wakai and Yujun rode at the end of the team. When the slaves saw this place, they all hurried to speed up. Wakai discovered that several of them seemed to have signs of reporting. He checked a slave who looked at him from the corner of his eye from time to time. Ala Tan Kang. Kaiyuan Realm 4th floor. Physique. 26. Strength. 24. Will. 29. Loyalty. -36. This slave Wakai remembered that he bought it from the Ordos tribe. His loyalty has basically not changed since the beginning, and the loyalty value of the slaves surrounding him is mostly below -10. Wakai called Yujun. Take them all behind and deal with them, and then hurry up to catch up with the big group. Wakai pointed to the 5 slaves in the slave group and said, all of them had a loyalty value below -20, and Wakai felt that it was no longer possible now. Give them a chance. I see. You. And you, follow us. Yujun pointed to the 5 slaves selected by Wakai and said. Some of the 5 people suddenly panicked. He knew what would be if he refused to wait for them at this time, so he could only hold back the anxiety in his heart and walked out behind Yujun. Yujun ran away with everyone on his horse. Most people didn't doubt them. After more than 10 minutes, Yujun returned with a few Chinese caravans, still holding the 5 slave houses in his hand. The riding horse nodded gently to Wakai. Some slaves seem to have discovered something. They are with Ala Tankang all day. How can they not know who he is? Now that the master has dealt with him, everyone's heart can't help but decide that they will behave well in the future, because the slaves didn't know how the caravan discovered the anomaly in Ala Tankang. Wakai saw that after Yujun came back, some slaves' loyalty suddenly increased by more than 10 points, but the loyalty of 3 slaves suddenly dropped. Wakai quietly told these 3 slaves to Yujun and asked him to find a chance to quietly the 3 were also dealt with. If it is an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf, what's the point of keeping it? Wakai returns to the front of the horse team, and he doesn't want to care about the slaves behind. After an hour, many horses in the horse team were a little tired, and everyone started to dismount and rest. No one dared to ask why there were so many people in the team. At this time, many slaves tried not to run to the back of the team because they disappeared just now. The people are at the back of the team. After the rest, the Wahia horse team was surprisingly fast. The horse team drove more than 130 miles for more than 2 hours, leaving only the last 80 miles away from the Ordos tribe. Many slaves with poor riding skills could no longer walk on the ground because of their thigh pain. No one dared to speak out at this time. When night was about to fall, the Wahia horse team finally saw the Ordos tribe in the distance. No slaves from the horse team were taken away by Yujun in the afternoon, and all the slaves were relieved. Wakai looked at all the slaves, although they were tired, but they seemed to have experienced a baptism. Many people were in good spirits at this time. The simple act of riding a horse alone is normal in the grasslands, but many of these slaves would not be able to ride horses in their entire lives. They would only work day after day to herd and work for their masters. Riding a horse is for many of them longing for a lifetime. Seeing this, Wakai couldn't help but nodded slightly. It seems that it takes more imagination to wake up the slaves' confidence in the future. Many of the slaves in this group of slaves have increased their loyalty by more than 10 points in one afternoon, which is more intensive than the ideological education classes given to them by the caravan every day. Approaching the Ordos tribe, Wakai saw a group of cavalry quickly approaching them. Is it the Wahia caravan? The visitor came forward and asked when they saw that everyone in the Wahia was riding horses without a caravan. Yes. How is your tribe now? Have you started a conflict with the Wuhua tribe? Wakai asked out loud. It's Patriarch Wa. Our patriarch talks about you every day. The Wukchi tribe has launched several trials on our tribe. Our patriarch said that if you come back, go directly to the main account to find him. The cavalry captain knew Wakai and was sure it was Wa. The family caravan comes, and if you are happy, you should take him to see Patriarch Tifa. Huakai came to the Ordos tribe again and saw that there was a little bit of murderous air here. Many people were quietly busy owning things. Some simple pits and traps in the tribe showed that they were prepared for defense. Here Huakai felt a completely different atmosphere from the Haishui tribe. Although the 2 tribes are both intermediate tribes, the will displayed from the patriarch to the ordinary herdsmen of the tribe still has centripetal force. The Haishui tribe is far worse than the Ordos tribe. When he arrived outside the main tent of the Ordos tribe, Wakai saw clan chief Tifa looking at him with a smile on his face, and Wakai saw a trace of worry in his smile. Patriarch Wa, you are finally here, I don't know. Patriarch Tifa, don't worry, the things have already been brought, and we have also brought some other good things. Wakai returned. Please come to the main account and speak. Bayar, you take the Wa family friends to rest, and take out a dried spirit cow tonight. Everyone has a good time. Patriarch Tifa laughed happily when he heard this. The members of the Ordos tribe didn't know why they saw their patriarch suddenly become so happy. These days, the Wukchi tribe often sent troops to test them, and the patriarch was so happy for the first time. Huakai followed the Tifa patriarch into the main account, and everyone else left their accounts to wait for the bonfire party to be held. Huakai knew that the Tifa patriarch was doing this to show his favor to the Wa family. Perhaps the Wukchi tribe was about to launch an offensive against them. Reason. Let me see, where is medicine pill? Brother Wa, don't you know that I'm worried these days? There are 2 Shantian masters in the Wuhua tribe. Every time they try, I don't dare to show up. The master sticks, I am definitely not an opponent, then the entire Ordos tribe will be annexed by the opponent. Clan Chief Tifa entered the main account and said to Wakai. This is the barrier breaking pill. There is a high chance of breaking the bottleneck into the Shantian realm. You take one first and try it. Wakai took out the barrier breaking pill and said. Patriarch Tai Fa took the bow barrier pill and sniffed it lightly from his mouth, and directly swallowed the barrier pill in his mouth, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to absorb the power of the medicine. When he did this, he fully believed in Huakai. The two had already agreed that the two sides would establish a friendly alliance. The Ordos tribe wanted the Chinese caravan and would definitely trust the Wa family. Not long after Huakai saw Patriarch Tifa sitting down, a faint white-blue aura appeared on the top of his head. This was transformed by spiritual chi. Patriarch Tifa could not fully absorb the medicine, and some true chi could not help but overflow, coming. After more than 10 minutes, the blue chi dissipated, but Patriarch Tifa did not move. Wakai thought that the opponent had failed. Suddenly he saw Patriarch Tifa's blood chi surging all over his body. The Patriarch spread out, and Wakai checked the attributes of the Patriarch Tifa. Tifa Sukbaru. Level 1 of Shantian Realm. Qualification. S. Physique. 56. Strength. 51. Will. 54. Heart Method. Ganju Heart Sutra Intermediate Heart Method Shaochang. Martial Skill. Tiger Head Legion Halberd Intermediate Mystic Halberd Technique Dachang. Loyalty. 33. It turned out to be a breakthrough. The difference between the Qi training realm and the Shantian realm is very different. In the real Qi realizing form, a person's lifespan can grow to 120 years, while the Shantian realm can reach up to 300 years old. This is why there are only masters in the Shantian realm. The reason why tribes can be regarded as great tribes is that families with masters of the Shantian realm can be regarded as great families. All true Qi in the Shantian state belongs to Shantian, and the true Qi in their body and the spiritual Qi in the air can be transformed at will. Therefore, the true Qi in the Shantian state is like endless. Many ordinary people can be exhausted to practice the Qi realm, but they can't die. Shantian realm. A rival Shantian realm can be said to have completely separated from the mortal level. Haha. Tifa Sukbaru felt the changes in his body's true Qi, which was as far as the difference from the Qi training realm. His thoughts moved along with him, and the true Qi in his body moved like a spring. This feeling made him move. People are intoxicated. Congratulations to Patriarch Tifa, who finally made a breakthrough in the Qi training realm and became a master of the Shantian realm. Wakai congratulated. Thanks to you, Brother Xian. If it weren't for your medicine pill, I wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. I'll take Monster Core for you in a while, haha. Patriarch Tifa couldn't hide the smile on his face. Breakthrough entered Shantian. Circumstances. If the Wuhua tribe wants to bully the Ordos tribe, it will not be so easy. They also have to worry about the revenge of the Patriarch Tifa. The two tribes will no longer completely fall to the side of the Wuhua tribe. When Wakai heard Patriarch Tai Fa calling himself a virtuous brother, it was also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Patriarch Tai Fa was older than his grandfather. He said that he was planning to have a deep friendship with himself, and Wakai would definitely not refuse. Monster Core matters are not in a hurry. This time I also brought a lot of medicine pills to the Ordos tribe, so that we can have less pressure to fight with the Wuhua tribe. Wakai said as he took out a package with 10 in it. Xiao Huan Dan, 10 Pei Yuan Dan, 10 Rejuvenating Dan. The reason why I gave 30 medicine pills to Patriarch Tifa was entirely because the value of a monster core was too great. Even though Patriarch Tifa is now willing to exchange a monster core for the barrier-breaking pill, who knows how long he will be promoted to Shantian. The Hua family hopes to do long-term business in the Huns. An ally of the Ordos tribe is particularly important. Today he took out 30 medicine pills. Patriarch Tifa must remember him anyway, so that the relationship between the two families can last. Brother Xian, I understand your intentions. Brother, I am not hypocritical. I accepted medicine pill. In fact, I am very touched that you can come to brother at this time. That's it, Patriarch Tai Fa suddenly said to Hua Kai. What happened when I left the tribe for a while? I didn't see any traces of fighting in the tribe. Hua Kai asked the chief Tifa. The Wucha tribe originally had only their patriarchs who were masters of the Shantian realm, and they were over 200 years old. I used to rely on martial skills to deal with each other in the Shantian realm. The disadvantage of the Ordos tribe is not obvious. Here comes a master of Qi training. 12%. Chapter 71. After listening to Patriarch Tifa's recount, Hua Kai finally knew how tortured Patriarch Tifa had been in the tribe these days. The Wucha tribe did not know where to find a Shantian master, deliberately causing tribal conflicts and wanting to kill him directly. Fortunately, Patriarch Tifa saw something wrong, so he didn't fall into their trap. However, conflicts between the two tribes have been increasing in the past few days. The Ordos tribe has been completely suppressed by the other side. Many grasslands belonging to the Ordos tribe have been occupied by the Wucha tribe. Brother Virtuous, I won't be ignorant if we are so related. Last time, thanks to the rejuvenation pill you left behind, I was injured so quickly, and the Wucha tribe must have never expected that my strength has recovered. They don't. I will guess that I will break through at this time, and I plan to put them together. Patriarch Tai Fa said to Hua Kai. The Patriarch Tifa said, the Chinese caravan will definitely help if it can do it. Even if it wasn't for system tasks, he still had to take action in terms of the relationship between the two. Wuqi tribe has 2 Shantian masters, but their martial skills are not very strong. When I practice aura, I often fought against the Patriarch of Wuqi tribe. Now he is not my opponent in Shantian state. I can quietly go to the border and pretend to be unintentionally discovered by them, and then entice the other 2 aeroplanes to take action. As long as we practice, the aura can hold one of them in the Shantian state and half a column of incense, I will be sure to kill the other Shantian territory. Patriarch Tifa said in a deep voice. This time, my grandfather, 5 uncles and other 3 Chinese people from the Chinese family are here. They all have the strength of the late stage, and they can shoot at that time. Hua Kai said. That's great. Ordos tribe has 3 late stage banner owners. As long as they are on the bait, they will have no return. But I hope I can borrow the divine armament from the Chinese family. Patriarch Tifa, you're welcome. The inheritance weapon of a family represents the face and dignity of the family, and Patriarch Tifa didn't regard himself as an outsider, so he had to borrow weapons when he spoke. Okay, no problem. I'll go back and tell Grandpa tonight. You can do it whenever you tell me. The 2 left the main account, and Patriarch Tifa didn't tell anyone about his breakthrough, and the Ordos tribe could not guarantee that there would be no spies from other tribes at all. The off-book bonfire has risen, and many major members of the Ordos tribe have begun to sing and dance. The happiness of grassland herdsmen is so simple. If there is a bonfire and meat, everyone will forget all their worries. All the members of the Ordos tribe have also noticed the changes in their tribes after the arrival of the Chinese caravan. Although they are at a disadvantage each time they fight against the Wucha tribe, their losses seem to be very small. Moreover, many of the core members of the tribe have made breakthroughs in the past few days. Don't guess that this must be related to the Chinese caravan. In less than 20 days, this is the second time the tribe has eaten dried spirit cows. Drying spirit cows on the grassland is the best gift for powerful tribes to entertain distinguished guests. This shows how much the Ordos tribe attaches great importance to the Chinese family. As a symbol of the strength and honor of all grassland tribes, the dried spirit cow is often unwilling to eat it once in a few years. At the end of the banquet, everyone from the Hua family was placed in a tribal tent. They did not bring a tent this time. The next day Hua Kai discovered that the 2 slaves of the caravan had disappeared quietly. He remembered that the loyalty of the 2 slaves had never been high. Hua Kai could guess where the slaves went. He didn't want to say anything, but he didn't expect the Ordos tribe to send the bodies of 2 slaves here early in the morning. Their argument was that the slaves of their tribe were not well educated, so they fled back and asked the Wa family to go to their elite slave camp and select 2 more slaves as compensation. The Wa family tactfully refused, and soon Patriarch Tifa personally sent Monster Core, and he also brought all the strange stones of his tribe. Brother Wa, these strange stones are also displayed in our tribe, or they should be given to the Wa family. Even if the Ordos tribe is grateful for the Wa family's help this time. How are you preparing? Give it all to Wa Kai. All the wrinkles on his face today have disappeared, and he looks like he is about 30 years old. For the Shantian realm, 70 years old is not his youth. The Wa family is on standby at any time, and the weapons are in the tent. Since Patriarch Tifa said so, I will accept these strange stones. I think you use a halberd. I don't know what kind of halberd you are used to. Wa Kai asked. Although guns and halberds are similar, the methods of use are quite different. Guns focus on skills, and halberds have high requirements for strength and skills. Generally, only the army in the Central Plains has halberds, and the power of a group of halberds is greater than that of a gun. When I was young, I used the crescent halberd. After entering the Chi training realm, I replaced it with a heavy halberd. Go. Get my weapon. Patriarch Tai Fa commanded his entourage. In the family secret realm space, the halberds in the weapon shop are also diverse. Among them, the heavy halberd is the simplest and requires the highest strength. Crescent halberd, sword halberd, and hook halberd have their own characteristics, and their use methods are different. There is also the king of the halberd Fang Tian painted a halberd. Fang Tian painted halberd contains all the advantages of most halberds, but it is also the most difficult to practice. In general, only generals above the Chi level can dare to use it. The forging of Fang Tian's painted halberd is also much more difficult than other weapons, and most forging masters are reluctant to forge. Wa Kai saw the weapon used by Patriarch Tifa, which was a heavy halberd with silver as the barrel, gold as the spearhead, and purple gold covering the spear tip. The head of the halberd was severely worn, and the body of the halberd was full of scars. Wa Kai held it in his hand and weighed more than 150 kilograms. This weapon was not available to ordinary people. It's barely a 5th rank weapon. Patriarch Tifa can usually use it smoothly. Patriarch Tifa had already guessed what Huakai was going to do. He paid 5,000 gold for this weapon. Hearing Huakai's tone would give you a better one. This heavy halberd is 1 foot and 2 feet long and weighs 157 kilograms. It used to be easy to use, but now it's hard to bear all of my true chi. I still like to use crescent halberds, but there are too few masters who can make crescent halberds. The weight should be heavier than this. The halberd body should be longer. These strange stones of the Ordos tribe were worth more than 50,000 gold, and Wa Kai could not take them away for no reason. He woke up this morning and found that the Ordos tribe in the family ally column had already ranked in front of Jia's house, indicating that the other party was completely trustworthy. Plus the 2 slave corpses sent in the morning. Patriarch Tifa can tell a little bit about the halberd technique you use. Martial skill can only be used to its maximum effect when using matching weapons. Of course there is no problem. Anyone's martial skill will generally not be disclosed to others except the closest person. The cultivation of the Patriarch Tifa is Tiger Head Legion Halberd. This intermediate level halberd technique of the mysterious stage emphasizes opening and closing, and its moves change. Multifaceted, obviously only Fang Tian painted the halberd to meet the requirements of the halberd. Knowing the characteristics and habits of Patriarch Tifa, Wa Kai has a bottom line in his heart. He now has nearly 100 strange stones in his space. There are so many weapons of all levels that he can forge. Forge Patriarch Tifa a handy weapon. For Huakai, it is a matter of family luck. After taking all the strange stones back to the tent where he lived, Huakai saw that no one had sent the monster core into the family secret realm space medicine rack, so that not only was it afraid that the monster core would be lost, and it would not take up space. Grandpa is determined not to allow him to go to the battlefield with him this time. The Wuhua tribe is no better than the Haishui tribe, and the opponent has Shantian masters. If the Huakai family is in distress, there is no way to rescue him. Wa Kai finally imagined that this time he planned to only let the grandfather, 5th uncle, and Yujun go, and the rest of the Wa family would have little effect on the overall situation. The plan is good, but often can't keep up with the changes. Wa Kai was about to go out to find his grandfather, but grandfather walked in urgently. Patriarch Tifa just got the news that the Wuhua tribe has launched a total, and the 50,000 troops have all broken through the border, and we will be able to reach the Ordos tribe in a few hours. My uncle, Yu Jun and I have to set off now. Hua Xing rushed into the tent and said loudly. The Ordos tribe has a population of only 50,000, and the number of slaves and children is 120,000. There are only 50,000 adults who can participate in the war. If the tribe does not respond well this time, it is likely to be reduced to the Wucha tribe. Attached. The crisis of the Ordos tribe has reached this level. No wonder the Patriarch Tifa has become more and more positive towards the Hua family. Patriarch Tifa has arranged everything. You stay in the tribe and don't come out later. If we lose, let the caravan protect you from the siege, catch up with the butler of Wufu, don't look back, go to Huhan first. The tribe and the Guangxian merchant group meet, the three of us will find a way to catch up with you. Hua Xing has already put on his own armor, and these words of his can only be said to Hua Kai. The Ordos tribe is full of shouts, the enemy has already killed their door, this is the most critical moment, everyone will desperately. Hua Kai walked out of the tent and saw that herdsmen around him were digging horse pits on the grass and piled up some abandoned tents on the road. This was used for desperate fights after the Wuhua tribe came in. The herdsmen of the Ordos tribe all took up the best weapons in their homes, and under the leadership of the big and small banner owners, they gathered to the northern part of the tribe, where the Wucha tribe attacked. Hua Kai followed in the footsteps of the herdsmen and came to the northern part of the Ordos tribe with Zhuang and others. He saw a group of cavalry confronting the Ordos tribe cavalry in the distance, and the opponent was only about 2,000 people. The Ordos tribe has at least 5,000 people on one side, but they just stared at the other side and did not attack. Those 2,000 men should be just the vanguard of the Wucha tribe. They all have long weapons in their hands. They have wooden weapons and bone weapons. They are much better than most prairie cavalry. The 2,000 cavalry of the Wuxi tribe watched from a distance for a while, seeming to be looking for the Ordos tribe's defensive loopholes. As long as they can penetrate the Ordos tribe and capture the women and children of the Ordos tribe, they will naturally win the battle. The 5,000 cavalrymen of the Ordos tribe have been following these 2,000 cavalrymen all the time, not giving him the chance to attack the tribe. The Wuxi tribe cavalry also dared not really dare to fight with the Ordos tribe without waiting for the big troops to come up. One of them was stuck by the opponent inadvertently. It is estimated that the 2,000 people of their own have to explain here. They tried to watch the periphery of the Ordos tribe for several miles, but they didn't find a good opportunity, so they had to distance themselves from the Ordos tribe and began to rest in the distance. Hua Kai has been watching the outside in Juma pit inside the tribe, and outside the tribe is the neighing of war horses and the shouting of people. In the afternoon, the figure of the Wucha tribe's army finally walked slowly from a distance. 12%. Chapter 72. Booby. Not all the 50,000 troops of the Wuxi tribe are cavalry. Hua Kai saw that there were more than 20,000 cavalrymen on the other side, all of whom were slowly following on the ground were slaves, and there were also more than 20,000. They started camping 2 miles north of the Ordos tribe. This kind of battle of more than 100,000 people could not end in a short while. Hua Kai didn't know how the Tifa Patriarch would set up traps to lure the opponent into the Shantian realm. The Ordos tribe began to deploy at this time. It would be a good opportunity to start a war without waiting for the opponent to camp and rest. Teams of captives in the tribe came out from the Ordos tribe at this time. They were driven by tribal soldiers to stand in a row outside the tribe. These slave teams began to slowly approach the direction of the Wucha tribe camp. The formation took at least more than 3 hours. By this time, the soldiers of the Wuxi tribe had almost rested. The Ordos tribe has just finished the lineup. More than 50,000 prisoners are standing scattered in the front of the queue. At the front are some women and children. Most of the weapons in their hands are some tattered bone rods. This thing can kill people. It's not bad for people to get hurt. But the Ordos tribe didn't expect them to have much lethality. As long as the cavalry on both sides charged and killed them, they could act as a buffer. 50,000 slaves threw a bone stick and threw it out together when the cavalry charged. They could always shoot down some of the cavalry. When the time came, it would surely cause chaos to the opponent's charge, and their goal was achieved. Hua Kai saw more than 10,000 cavalrymen of the Ordos tribe following behind the slaves, and the army began to approach the Wucha tribe camp. The Wucha tribe also knew that if they waited for the opposing slaves to enter their camp, they would be passive, so they hurriedly organized their own slave force and began to approach the Ordos tribe army. Slaves are not as valuable as cattle and horses on the grasslands, and they are often used as consumables in wars. And these slaves have also adapted to this way of living. They try to gather together as much as possible, so that the probability of survival will be greater. Wakai watched from a distance as the two armies were getting closer, and finally the slaves in the front began to fight together. They beat each other with short bone sticks, but the results of the battle were too scary to be seen directly. Some people were surrounded by more than a dozen people and screamed in pain, but after a while, fewer people beat him, so they stood up and joined others. Battle Group. The Ordos tribe and the Wacha tribe seemed to have anticipated all this a long time ago. They all waited quietly, watching the slaves on both sides fought in chaos. Waiting for more and more slaves from both sides to fight, Huakai found that the slaves of the Ordos tribe still had some advantages. There were twice as many slaves in the Ordos tribe, and they were obviously more fierce than the other slaves. The slaves of the Wuhua tribe were besieged and ran away in pain, while the slaves of the Ordos tribe would chase and beat each other as long as they could stand up. In less than 10 minutes, the slave group began to move towards the Wuhua tribe. The cavalry of the Wukchi tribe saw this place, shouting to let the slaves withstand it, killing a few slaves who ran behind the formation, and the pace of retreat was slightly slowed down, and the Ordos tribe was also cheering on their slaves. At this time, the Wukchi tribe can only send their elite slaves. Most of these slaves are young and strong male slaves, and the bone rods in their hands are much longer than ordinary slaves. Some slaves have worn out bone knives in their hands. Erdish's frontline slaves began to die, and slaves began to die continuously, but Wakai saw that their elite slaves were indeed delayed. After the battlefield stalemate for more than half an hour, Huakai finally knew why the Ordos tribe was able to withstand the pressure of a large tribe. Although their weak slaves continued to die, they did not appear to collapse. At least 5,000 slaves in the Ordos tribe died in just a short time, while the loss of the Wacha tribe's slaves was only more than 1,000 at most. The Wacha tribe was unable to gain a powerful advantage. The first opportunity of this war was firmly grasped by the Ordos tribe. Sure enough, the elite slaves of the Ordos tribe only took action when the others' elite slaves consumed almost the same physical strength. Nearly 10,000 elite slaves pressed on, and the battlefield began to quickly approach the Wacha tribe camp. At this time, if the main force of the Wuhua tribe does not participate in the war, their more than 20,000 slaves will be completely finished. Huakai saw that the slaves of the Wukchi tribe were dying faster and faster, and the cavalry of the Wukchi tribe had already begun preparations at this time. The real battle has just begun. By the time the slaves of the Ordos tribe broke through the enemy slaves, the 2,000 black hussars were already ready. The slaves did not continue to charge, stopped and began to attack the slaves of the Wujun tribe behind them. At this time, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the Wujun tribe moved. They screamed and rushed to the battlefield of slaves on horseback, directly into the battlefield of slaves with at least 60,000 people, whether they were their own or enemy slaves. At this moment they were shattered like crisp paper under the charge of the cavalry. The ejection of bone rods and bone knives seemed to have no effect on these cavalry. They drove straight into the battlefield and split the entire slave battlefield in two. At least thousands of slaves died under their horses, and the black cavalry lost the most. Dozens of people. When the Wuhu cavalry broke through the slave battlefield, the 5,000 Ordos cavalry was already ready. They did not wait for the Wuhu cavalry to turn around and charge again, and they slid towards them. The 2,000 cavalrymen of the Wukchi tribe had just finished the assault. At this time when they were weak, the 5,000 Ordos cavalrymen rushed in and they began to divide in two and flee to both sides of the battlefield. If placed in the old days, the Ordos tribe only dragged a part of their cavalry at most, so that everyone would test each other. The Wuhua tribe slave group was defeated, and they had to lose a part of the cavalry to get the slaves out of the battlefield. But this time is completely different. The slaves of the Wacha tribe were just about to be thankful that they could survive this battle, but they did not expect that the elite slaves of the Ordos tribe would chase them like crazy and keep them from leaving. Don't they know that if they are like this, as long as the main force of the Wuhua tribe is overwhelmed, all of them will have to die? At this time, there were 2,000 elite cavalry from the Wukchi tribe to resist, and it was impossible for the Ordos tribe to rescue them. In the Wuhua tribe army camp, the Wuhua clan chief, who is over 200 years old, quietly looked at the battlefield, and a middle-aged sacrificial horse followed him on horseback. Patriarch, the Ordos tribe is planning to use the slave group to hold us down and eat our 2,000 elite. A banner owner calmly analyzed the battlefield in the distance. They are not afraid that our entire army will crush them and eat all of their 50,000 slaves. Do they dare to fight with us now? Another banner owner said confidently. Even if we eat all of their slaves now, the 2,000 elite cavalry is enough to hold their main force for half an hour. This is not a loss for me anyway than buying and selling. Besides, do they dare to eat our 2000 elite? Thoughtfully. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. He is considering whether to launch a total of all the slaves first, but at this time a banner owner shouted. This is not right. Why are our 2000 elite cavalry casualties so fast? Has the Ordos tribe overwhelmed all their elite? A banner owner shouted when he saw this place. That it seems to be the patriarch of the Ordos tribe. He personally led the team to eat our 2000 elite. He is not afraid of us. The middle-aged sacrificial priest of Shantian realm suddenly saw the figure of Patriarch Tifa rushing. He did not lead the team on horseback. The Wukchi tribe cavalry is his enemy with one move. It seems that all the 2000 elite cavalry will be left behind. I see, the other party wants to quickly eat our 2000 elite, and then fight with us. We haven't recovered our physical strength, so the decisive battle is most beneficial to them. And their slave group is the best in the battlefield, which is good idea. But have you considered how you should deal with our two Shantian realms? The Wuhua tribe, who thought he had clearly seen the plan of Patriarch Tifa, laughed. He began to order all the banners to send their elites to the center, as long as they could rush to Patriarch Tifa and kill each other. This battle is over. In the battlefield, the Patriarch Tifa suppressed his own strength and only showed the appearance of complete aura training. The 7th level leader of the opponent's aura training has been killed by him. The Ordos tribe cavalry is besieging the Wukchi tribe cavalry. Just for a while, nearly 1,000 cavalrymen have died on the other side. Is it finally here? According to the plan. Retreat. Patriarch Tifa ordered. At this time, more than 2,000 people began to gather at the Patriarch Tifa. They followed the Patriarch On and fled to the rear, leaving 3,000 people to continue chasing and killing the remaining black cavalry. Patriarch, that kid Tifan is going to run away. The middle-aged sacrificial cried out anxiously when he saw Patriarch Tifan turned and flees. Did you escape? You watch him and we rush. Clan Chief Wu Hao took 9-section whip in his hand and screamed to kill him on the battlefield. The 20,000 tribal cavalry behind him followed closely. The slaves on the battlefield saw the Wukchi tribe launching a gang, and they all turned and fled in fear. Whether it was the Ordos tribe or the slaves of the Wukchi tribe, they were torn to pieces under the charge of tens of thousands of cavalry. Soon Wuxia was 20,000 yuan. Many cavalry and 60,000 slaves fought together. This Patriarch Tifa is also smart. He wants to use the slave battlefield to delay our pace. All banner owners don't get too entangled with slaves. Everyone rushes with me. 9-section whip, Patriarch of Wuhua, flashed by, and the slave battlefield in front of him suddenly appeared. A bloody road. That middle-aged sacrificial ritual is also good. A black totem in his hand became larger and flew out, and the slaves on the battlefield were quickly killed, and they quickly pierced the battlefield. Watching the Patriarch Tifa fleeing farther and farther, the Wukchi Patriarch hurriedly input True Chi to the lower BMW. Because True Chi was input too much at once, the Wukchi BMW wailed. I jumped out more than 5 meters with force under my feet. When other flag owners of the Wukchi tribe saw this, they all added True Chi input to the hip horse, and suddenly they broke into the cavalry regiment. The 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the Wukchi tribe in front now only have less than 1,000 left. They saw their patriarch personally lead the team to rescue them, and their morale increased so much that they did not run away. Instead, they fought with the Ordos cavalry. This is irritating to Clan Chief Wu Ha. If you don't let me chase and kill Clan Chief Tifa, he has no choice but to continue rushing when he gets here. But his eyes were staring at Patriarch Tifa's figure and he didn't want to let go. 13%. Chapter 73. Siege of Shantian Realm. A total of 20,000 cavalry from the Wukchi tribe rushed into the slave battlefield, and only more than 3,000 can be killed behind the head of the Wukchi tribe. Seeing that the front was blocked, he had to order several banner owners to lead soldiers to entangle the 3,000 Ordos cavalry, and together with the middle-aged priest, he led 1,000 people to chase the Patriarch Tifa. The opponent still seems to have a lot of people. The Terra banner owner, implement the second plan. Make sure to spread all the cavalry of the Wukchi tribe as far as possible. As long as we win this battle, I will make up for all the losses under your banner. Patriarch Tifa looked at the Patriarch Wu Ha who was approaching behind him and said. Clan Chief Wukchi finally broke away from the entanglement of the opposing cavalry, and pursued with all his strength in the direction where Clan Chief Tifa fled. Seeing that the distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer, a team of 500 Ordos tribe cavalry came to kill. The Wukchi tribe sent 300 cavalry to stop it. After chasing them for more than 10 minutes, the distance between him and the chief Tifa was only more than 500 meters. At this time, the cavalry fleeing in front separated 500 people to stop them. I don't know how many soldiers will be divided, and when the Wucha clan is only 200 meters away from the opponent, he realizes that there are only more than 100 elites left behind him. Most of these elites are tribes, big and small banner owners and their own descendants, and their strength is at least in the aerodynamic state. He is confident to lead these 100 people across the 1,000-man cavalry team in front of Ordos. Patriarch, they are divided again. A banner owner shouted from the side. Almost all right. Today is when we destroy the Ordos tribe, Amur sacrifices. Patriarch Wuhua looked at the Amur sacrifices beside him, and saw that he suddenly jumped up from his horse, his feet stepping into the distance. The Ordos cavalry quickly pursued. The Shantian realm has a certain ability to fly into the air. True Chi made a burst of crackling noises on the soles of their feet. The Amur sacrifice saw this place and jumped into the air. He didn't believe that his two Shantian realms could not kill a middle-level tribal patriarch. Patriarch Tifa seemed to feel the danger when he saw this place. He rode out on his horse alone and quickly fled to the distance. No one noticed that the weapon in his hand had been replaced with the dragon spear. Patriarch Wu Hao was so excited when he saw this place. I finally caught it. Several members of the Ordos tribe in the Chi training realm saw the Wu Hao tribe flying over their heads, and they all shot to block them. Several true Chi flew into the air and all were avoided by the Wu Hao tribe. Patriarch Tifa saw that Wu Hao was getting closer and closer, and his face showed a hint of joy. The prey had already taken the bait, and it was time to rewind the net. The distance should be about the same, right here. Seeing that he was a kilometer away from the tribal cavalry, Patriarch Tifa stopped the horse stance slowly. The Wucha tribe had been staring at Patriarch Tifa. He just saw the smile on Patriarch Tifa's face. He saw the other party stopping and fleeing, and the 1,000 Ordos tribe elites also stopped. At this time, there is no time to think about it. Although it is in the Shantian realm, the true Chi that empties his body in this way is constantly decreasing. Or kill the opposing patriarch first. No matter what conspiracy the Ordos tribe has, the victory must belong to the Wuhua tribe. This time, the Amur sacrifice promised the Wukchi tribe to conquer the Ordos tribe, and there was also a requirement. He knew that even beasts would fight desperately when their lives were threatened, so in order to avoid fighting with Patriarch Tifa too early, he couldn't help but slow down. Seeing that Patriarch Wu Hao had already caught up with the target, he was rejoicing, but found that among the elites of the Ordos tribe who had stopped, there were several Aura training masters struggling to leap into the air. Is this trying to stop him from killing their patriarch? What Amur didn't expect was that the angles of the Aura training realm leaping into the air blocked his way, so he had to shoot a totem phantom to fly out and shook an Ordos flag master. At this time, he did not. Dharma maintains a state of airborne, falling from the sky. On the other side of the Wukchi tribe, seeing that the priest Amur did not follow up, he did not think too much. As long as he could cause Patriarch Tifa to be seriously injured, even if he was slightly injured, the Amur priest would definitely help by that time. Considered. Seeing the Wukchi tribe flying towards him, Clan Chief Tifa injected True Chi into the dragon spear with all his strength, and a faint silver light was emitted from the dragon spear in an instant. When the opponent was only more than 10 meters away, Patriarch Tifa suddenly turned around and killed him. Patriarch Wu Hao had already expected that he would use his own 9-section whip to kill with all his strength. He knew the strength of Patriarch Tifa. What Patriarch Wu Hao didn't expect was that Patriarch Tifa actually changed his weapon. When his 9-section whip collided with the opponent's weapon, he only felt a loud noise. The true Chi on his 9-section whip had disappeared. There was a pain in his arm, and the blood Chi surging throughout his body. This time he was completely suppressed. Ha, Alatankang, I didn't expect it. Today is the day you die. Patriarch Tifa laughed happily. The killer moves in his hand are continuous, and he will do his best to kill the Wu Hao patriarch. You actually broke through. But today you still have to die. Regardless of the opponent's killer moves, Patriarch Wu Hao chose to exchange injuries with Patriarch Tifa. He knew that he was definitely not the Patriarch Tifa who had broken through the Shantian realm. As long as the opponent is injured and waiting for a Mu's sacrifice, he will be able to solve the opponent's life, and then it will be his own victory. How could the Patriarch Tifa be afraid of the other party's killing? Both of them only used True Chi to defend, and their weapons all attacked each other, but with a few tricks, their mouths were full of blood. The injury was much heavier than the Chief Tifa. Patriarch Tifa was desperate to fight with all his might, and the effect of the dragon spear was infinitely amplified. The Wuhua Patriarch, who was killed in a short time, vomited blood and injured many places on his body. Amur, what are you waiting for? Clan Chief Wuha looked back and shouted in the direction of Amur, wondering that Amur was also in danger. Hua Zichen, Yu Jun, Hua Xing and the three Ordos late-stage flag owners surrounded Amur in the middle. Hua Zichen and Yu Jun withstood most of the pressure from each other, and the other four stayed on the sidelines. Harassment does not give the other party a chance to leave at all. Amur never thought that the Ordos tribe had such a strong strength. He was entangled by 6 people and couldn't get out for a while. Hearing the clan chief Wuha calling for help, he looked around, but saw that clan chief Taifa actually crushed and beat the clan chief Wuha. If he didn't support the clan chief Wuha, he would be killed. What? Amur yelled and jumped to the sky. He believed that with his strength in the Shantian realm, even one attack from the opponent's 6G training realm would not be too much damage. Now he can only join with the clan chief Wuha to kill the breakthrough Shantian. They had a chance to win the victory by the Tifa Patriarch of the realm. Hua Zichen has been entangled with Amur in a hurry. The task given to him by Patriarch Taifa is to block a cup of tea in the Shantian realm, but this middle-aged sacrificial ritual dares to escape without defensive damage. He couldn't help injecting Haoran righteousness into his gentleman's sword. Suddenly, Amur felt a crisis coming, and he turned around and felt a long sword pierced into his body. His phantom true chi shield is constantly being shattered under this long sword. Does the Ordos tribe still have a Shantian realm? Everyone did not expect that Hua Zichen would stab Amur all at once, and Amur jumped into the air with a scream, and fell from the sky. The flag owner of the Ordos tribe saw how they could let go of such an opportunity, and they all rushed to kill Amur on the spot. Relying on the strength of the Chi realm to kill the Shantian realm, this is enough to make them blow for a lifetime. Amur was wounded and fell to the ground before he got up, and everyone killed him again. He barely blocked the attack of several weapons, and the long sword that injured him came again. This time the milky white light on the long sword was more intense. Hua Zichen pierced Amur's chest with a sword and stood quietly on Amur's chest, next to the corpse. Everyone in the Ordos tribe looked at Hua Zichen with surprise. They didn't know that this young man had such a skill. Just now, it is estimated that only the Shantian realm masters in the heyday can deal with these 2 swords. Patriarch Wu Hao was still expecting Amur to come to rescue him, so he could glance at Amur's direction with his eyes, and just saw Amur was shot down from the sky. At this time, Patriarch Tifa Dragon Spear had already pierced his chest, and Patriarch Wu Hao threw away his hand. 9-section whip screamed, Dragon Spear pierced his chest. To say that the head of Wukji is not one of the centuries-old masters of the grassland, he can see that he grabs the rod of the dragon spear with both hands, gathers true chi all over his arms, and pulls out the spearhead from his chest with a loud roar. The blood spurted from his chest, with the impact of the retreat, separated from Patriarch Taifa by more than 10 meters, and after landing, he fled towards his tribe without any consideration. How could Patriarch Tifa allow him to flee like this? He picked up a gun and chased him. Clan Chief Wu Hao kept blood flowing out of his chest, but he didn't care about it and focused on fleeing for his life. Although he didn't see the final ending of Amur, Amur obviously couldn't come to support him, and he would die if he didn't escape. Patriarch Tifa didn't expect the opponent to flee so simply. He chased for hundreds of meters with the dragon spear, and was about to catch up with the opponent, but Patriarch Wu Hao was already close to the central battlefield, so he had to convene tribal cavalry. While staring at the figure of Wu Hao chieftain, he rushed into the cavalry lineup. Huakai was more than 2,000 meters away from the place where the 2 sides faced off in a high-level battle. When he saw that the Patriarch Tifa began to chase down the opponent in Shantian, he knew that the battle of the Ordos tribe was going to win. It is not easy for a party of 100,000 to win. How can ordinary soldiers and slaves of the Wucha tribe know the highest level of combat power and the final result of the duel? Hua Kai watched as the sun slowly disappeared into the distance of the sky, and the battle between the 2 sides still did not result in a result, so he returned to his own tent with Zhuang and others. The Ordos tribe was still so quiet. The men and slaves of the tribe were all on the battlefield, and the women quietly observed the situation outside through the gaps in the tent. If the man who comes back later is his own family, then the war must be won by his own tribe. If not, they must be prepared to be killed or captured. 13%. Chapter 74 Farewell, Seeking Recommendation, Collect Monthly Pass. Congratulations to the host. Support the Ordos tribe and keep the main account from being breached. The task is completed. Reward: 10 drops of stalactite. Quote, the Wa family assisted the Ordos tribe to win the battle and gained 135 points of family luck. In the middle of the night, Wa Kai finally waited for the system prompt. He got up and walked outside the tent. He heard the shouting and killing from outside the tribe gradually weakening. Not long afterwards, the Ordos tribal warriors returned with a team of prisoners. The women and children ran out of the tent happily and shouted excitedly outside the account. It was not until dawn that Wa Kai saw his grandfather, fifth uncle, and Yu Jun come back. Although they looked tired, they were still in good spirits. The Ordos tribe has won. The 50,000 Wuhu tribes are defeated. Only less than 10,000 Wuhu cavalry have escaped. The Ordos tribe is cleaning the battlefield. Wa Xing entered the tent and said to Wa Kai happily, are you three injured? After fighting for a day and rest as soon as possible, our commitment to Patriarch Tifa has been fulfilled, which means that after Patriarch Tifa bids farewell, we will leave. Wa Kai stood up and said, the three of us were not injured together. Patriarch Tifa is busy now. I am afraid there is no time to pay attention to us. When Wa Xing heard that Wa Kai said he was leaving, his excitement calmed down. Yesterday, no matter how much he contributed to the Ordos tribe, he was always an outsider, and they had to return to the team in a hurry. Several people were talking, and hearing a noise coming from outside the tent, Wa Kai walked out of the tent and saw that Patriarch Tifa had come outside their tent before he unloaded his armor. Ha ha, brother Wa, we have won. The Wuhua tribe defeated the slaves and we captured more than 20,000. We just let the Wuhua Patriarch escape. I plan to take advantage of the victory and attack, and today we will break the main account of the Wuhua tribe. The main force of the tribe is basically finished. I see what he uses to resist our army. Patriarch Tifa laughed when he saw Wa Kai. Then congratulations to Patriarch Tifa. The Ordos tribe will become a large grassland tribe just around the corner. Wa Kai replied with a smile. Brother Wa, don't you go together. Go to the Wucha tribe. All of your seizures belong to yourself. Of course, the Chinese caravan has a lot of credit for this battle. When all the seizures are completed, you won't have any spoils. Phew, Patriarch Tifa was infested with blood from head to toe, showing how many people he killed. More Tifa Patriarch's kindness, but the day for our caravan to go home has arrived. We are afraid that we won't be able to go to the Wucha tribe. Wa Kai returned. It's not going. That's a shame. I originally wanted to break through the Wucha tribe with the Wa family. Since you insisted on this, brother Wa, I wouldn't embarrass you. The Ordos tribe defeated the Wucha tribe. Many small and medium-sized tribes around will definitely invest in us. If you want to buy more herbs, I will ask someone to collect them. Wahia will always be the best friend of the Ordos tribe. Patriarch Tifa said sincerely. The Ordos tribe is also the best friend of the Chinese family. Patriarch Tifa can make a list of the goods needed by the Ordos tribe, and we will send them next year. In addition to all kinds of elixir, herbs, high-rank animal bones, fur, and horses, we also want, Wa Kai said with a smile. Haha, of course. I don't know if Brother Wa can take a step to speak. Patriarch Tifa looked at Wa Kai and said suddenly. Wa Kai signaled everyone in the tent to go out and avoid him first, and he saw Patriarch Tifa's brows gradually frowned. Brother Wa, I wanted to send the Huakai caravan 100 miles, but the Wuhua tribe cannot be delayed. Brother Wa knows that we are a medium-sized tribe under the Huhan tribe, but why should we face the pressure of the Wuhua tribe alone? Patriarch Tifa said. This is really strange. Why is the Wucha tribe not afraid of the Huhan tribe to support you? Wa Kai asked. HMPH. The 10 major tribes of the Huns have been circulating for hundreds of years. During this period, many medium tribes had a population of nearly 100,000. However, every time these medium tribes might be promoted to large tribes, these medium tribes would be affected. The invasion of the big tribe. The top 10 tribes of the Huns either have other forces behind their backs or have their own specialties. I have sent people to the Huhan tribe for help several times every year for so many years, but the Huhan tribe has always left it alone. If the Ordos tribe is late, perhaps the biggest resistance to the Ordos tribe's annexation of the Wuhua tribe is the Huhan tribe. Quote. Huakai also feels that the Zongnu tribe does not seem so peaceful on the surface. If the 10 big tribes want to maintain the rule of On, the powerful medium tribe will inevitably be suppressed. It seems that the Ordos tribe will not be so easy to become a big tribe. Wa Kai understood the deep meaning of the words of Patriarch Tifa. The Ordos tribe needed the Wa family caravan and an ally like the Wa family. It is absolutely impossible for him to be malicious towards the Hua family. I understand, but the Guangxian business group has agreed to gather at the Huhen tribe at the end of June. If it is late this year, the caravan will probably not be able to return. Huakai is also jealous of the accumulation of a large tribe, but they can't delay here. Too much time. In this case, I won't keep you. In the afternoon, I will ask someone to prepare the dried spirit cow, and you can send someone to the main account to get it. If there is anything the Ordos tribe can help, please mention it. Huakai's trophy drive. This time I will have people figure it out at night and send them all at that time. I have to take my troops to the Wacha tribe, not long. Brother Hua. By next year. Patriarch Tifa left after speaking. This time was a rare opportunity to conquer the Wacha tribe without the Huhen tribe noticing it. Then the Wacha horse, one of the 8 famous horses, became the exclusive possession of the Ordos tribe. How the other 9 tribes of the grassland cope with the rise of the Ordos tribe can only wait for the future. Grandpa, Wushu, and Yujun have already returned to their tents to rest. The Wukchi tribe organized a 40,000 army and started to drive towards the Wukchi tribe. In addition to more than 10,000 tribal cavalry, the other 30,000 slaves were also selected by the Ordos tribe. For the most elite slaves, war is normal for all tribes in the steppe. In the afternoon, a cavalry team from the Ordos tribe sent the dried spirit cow. Huakai bought several carriages from the Ordos tribe, and divided the dried spirit cow into 2 and mounted it on 2 carriages. When it was dark, another cavalry team sent a list of trophies from the Chinese family. Because the captives had just been captured, the Ordos tribe selected a team of 100 slaves from its elite slave camp, and there were also 80 steeds. These seizures were obviously Patriarch Tifa deliberately gave too much. On June 27, there were 4 days left before the Guangxian commercial group left the Huhen tribe. The Wahia cavalry was walking on the vast grassland, behind which was 100 Ordos tribal cavalry sent off. After repairing in the Ordos tribe for a day, the Wahia caravan left the Ordos tribe. They walked slowly on the grassland, and 100 new Ordos tribe slaves followed the caravan slowly. The loyalty of these slaves was mostly around 0 o'clock. Huakai couldn't get them to ride a horse. Besides, there were a few carriages brought from the Ordos tribe. There were 2 carriages that were pulling more than 2,000 kilograms of dried spirit cows, so they couldn't walk. It's too fast. This air-dried spirit cow does not look very big, but its weight is beyond your imagination. Think about it, too. The tens of thousands of caddies of the Bison King has been air-dried for several years or even decades, and his physical strength has shrunk several times. How can it not be heavy? As he walked, Wakai saw that the slave behind him became more and more unable to walk. At this time, the grassland was unacceptably hot, and Huakai had to order the tent to stop and rest. I walked more than 40 miles in a morning, and there is about 450 miles away from the Huhen tribe. It is too difficult to get back in 4 days. Grandpa, this won't work. I plan to catch up with our caravan on horseback this afternoon, put some things in the space in the carriage, and bring some of our carriages over. Wakai said to the grandpa beside him. I think it must be the same. Let your 5th uncle and Yujun follow you. You might be able to catch up with the caravan after dark by riding a BMW. Hua Xing agreed. In the afternoon, Wakai took Wushu and Yujun without waiting for the large troops to set off. Wakai has Xiaoqiang's induction to know the approximate location of the caravan. He changed Xiaoqiang's perspective and found that it was walking on the grassland alone, mastiff, and it seemed to have injuries. Xiaoqiang also sensed the owner's inspection of him. It felt the breath of a pack of wolves not far away, resisting the urge to fight in his heart, and turned and walked towards the caravan. At this time, the Wahia caravan had already passed the Urad tribe, and the Jia family had already withdrawn from the Urad tribe. Hua Fu rode on the horse and looked behind him, but Wakai, Hua Xing and others were still not chasing after him. The housekeeper shouldn't be too anxious. The Hua family dispatched 3 masters of the Qi level, and they will definitely be able to break through when they are in danger. Xiaoqiang has a reaction with the patriarch, and there is nothing unusual about Xiaoqiang these days. It is estimated that something happened to the patriarch and the others. Come on. Wei turned his head to comfort the Wufu butler. Speaking of Xiaoqiang, Wufu butler is a bit big. Before Hua Kai left, he asked Hua Zan to take care of Xiaoqiang, but Xiaoqiang recovered from his injuries and disappeared quietly. He was originally worried about how to explain to Huakai, but it didn't take long for it to return to the caravan. No matter how fast the caravan went, he could always find it returned to his car before dark every day. Wufu's housekeeper also had nothing to do with this. He just told Wazan that every time Xiaoqiang came back, he should be notified. As he was talking, the butler Wufu saw a figure slowly running towards the caravan in the distance, his eyes fixed to see who Xiaoqiang was. Why Xiaoqiang came back so early today? It seems that the injury today is not very serious, Wei said, turning his head to see Xiaoqiang returning to the team. Every time Xiaoqiang comes back, there are always wounds of different sizes on his body, but the strange thing is that the strength on his body will be miraculously healed by the next day. This may be the unique talent of the Golden Mastiff. Xiaoqiang caught up with the team, jumped into the own carriage, and lay quietly in the nest made by Huakai. This reminds everyone of Huakai's days in the caravan. Xiaoqiang always lay there quietly. Butler Wufu didn't think too much about the comparison. He wondered if he would stop and wait for Huakai and the others. The caravan was about 200 miles away from the Huhan tribe, and he would be able to arrive as long as he was willing to take more than a day. 13%. Chapter 75 Return to the merchant group. It was still bright in the afternoon, and Wafu stopped the entire caravan. He sent a team of slaves to patrol the surrounding areas. In the past few days, there have been small groups of horse bandits on the grassland. The first slave team has been the most important combat force of the Chinese caravan. At this time, there seemed to be several knights behind the caravan. As soon as Wafu found the opponent, some team members came over on horseback. The housekeeper, it's the owner. It's the owner, Wu Yi, and Shusheng Yu are back. A team member reported to Wufu. Based on Xiaoqiang's position sensing, Huakai drove 300 miles in less than 3 hours in an afternoon and finally caught up with the Wahia team. Xiaoqiang sensed his master's return, jumped out of the carriage, and ran towards Huakai. Seeing someone from the caravan coming over on horseback, Xiaoqiang also ran over in front of the horse, and Wakai stopped the horse. You start to be disobedient after I leave. I will clean up you later, and see if this injury on your body will never be clear, right? Wakai watched Xiaoqiang wagging his tail excitedly in front of his horse, and heard when he was criticized, he made a whoop sound with both front legs, as if he was confessing his mistake. Xiaoqiang seemed to have grown up all of a sudden after the last battle with the prairie wolf. Although his size hasn't changed much, he already has a hint of the powerful aura that a spirit beast should have. Spirit Beast. Tier 3, 78%. Strength. 25-28. Agility. 31. Intelligence. 36. Talent. Tracking. Fury. Air of Dog King. Visual sharing. Owner. Wakai. Loyalty. 100. Skills. Slightly. Status. Minor injury. Sure enough, Xiaoqiang was still injured, and many claw marks on its body should have been newly added in the last few days. This Xiaoqiang fighting with the wolves was deadly. Back to the caravan, Wufu reported to Huakai about the caravan in the past few days. In the past few days, there have been occasional small groups of horse bandits, and nothing special happened. Every 2 days there will be a Huhan tribe. The patrol cavalry squad appeared, and the safety of the caravan is still guaranteed here. Huakai took a special look at the situation of the slave team. The slave team's loyalty value ascension has been good these days, with an average increase of about 5 or 6 points. The slave team has 8 people with a loyalty value of more than 70, of which the highest loyalty value is Qing Jirtai, 9th floor of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification, B+. Physique, 34. Strength, 29. Will, 37. Loyalty, 73. Wakai remembers that he was the first slave he bought in the Ordos tribe. At that time, his loyalty was only 9 points, but after more than 20 days, his loyalty was 64 points. Moreover, Qing Jirtai's qualifications and strength are very good, and it is worthy of the Wahia's key training. In the evening, the Wahia caravan ate roasted horse meat, which is rare in Wotu on the grassland. The most common ones are highland barley and meat. People in the Chinese family don't like the taste of highland barley, so most of the main meals of caravans are grilled meat. Huakai gathered all 12 slaves of the slave team with a loyalty value of more than 70 points, and in front of all the Wa family members and the slave team, officially announced that 12 people had left their slave status and became a family member of the Wa family. 12 people knelt in front of Huakai and swore an oath to be loyal to the Wa family forever. At this moment, the Wa family members were extremely proud. At this moment, how many slaves cast envious eyes, and only those 12 people had their eyes firmly fixed and gained a new life. Of the 12 people, 8 belonged to the first slave team, 1 belonged to the second slave team, and 2 teenagers belonged to the sixth slave team. The last slave was the only girl with A+ qualifications in all their efforts. After they were in Washuan, they became new a member of the Chinese family. When the evening was about to rest, Wakai saw the system prompt that the family luck value quietly ascensioned more than 20 points, most of which were provided by the newly added 12 Patriarch members. On the second day, the atmosphere of the Chinese caravan suddenly felt different. Many people can't help but become more proactive in their work. The slaves who used to feel low self-esteem without self-confidence were loyal to Ascension overnight. Wakai found that several people in the slave team had a loyalty value of more than 70 points, but he was not in a hurry to include them in the Wa family. Wakai loaded some of the less expensive fur, animal bones, and herbs in the portable space into the carriage. A small portion of the portable space is free. Collecting all the goods together, the Chinese caravan can now vacate up to 7 carriages, so that all the slaves can only follow the carriages on foot. If the female slaves and juvenile slaves brought by the Chinese caravan just walked on their feet, Haodian would probably be able to rush to the Huhan tribe. What Huakai has to do now is to bring the slaves and dried spirit cows obtained by the Erdish tribe back to the Huhan tribe within 3 days. 7 Kaiyuan realm slaves with a loyalty value of more than 60 points were selected from the slave team, and Huakai plans to focus on training them in the future. Bringing Qing Jirtai and Yu Jun, Wakai left Wushu in the caravan, and the group rode back and headed north in 7 empty cars. Because the carriage can only travel about 50 miles in an hour at most, the Wa family uses 2-horse rotation to pull the carriage, and they walked until the sun set in the afternoon, and Wakai saw his grandfather and other members of the Wa family. Knowing that the caravan was okay, Washing and others were also relieved. Wakai told his grandfather that he had taken 12 slaves to become the Wa family's family. Grandpa said that Wakai could decide these things by himself. Patriarch should have the decisiveness of the patriarch, no matter right or wrong, as long as the decision is made, he must resolutely do it. In the evening, Huakai split the dried spirit cow into 4 pieces before installing it into the portable space. Although the dried spirit cow is very heavy, it doesn't even fit into the portable space for a cubic meter. On June 28, there were 3 days before the Guangxian business group agreed to leave the Huhan tribe. Huakai was still on the grassland 400 miles away from the Huhan tribe. Part of the 4, 5, and 10 teams of slaves all got on the horses, and they all led the horses to transfer, and the 7 carriages were all accompanied by tents and forage. The carriage brought back from the Ordos tribe was thrown away by Huakai. There were too many carriages in the Wa family. It felt that the carriage speed was too slow, and the road was bumpy and demanding horsepower. 7 carriages drove hundreds of slaves quickly on the prairie, and they could travel about 20 miles per hour. From the first day to the night, they had already traveled 220 miles, not far from where Huakai met the caravan yesterday. By noon the next day, they finally caught up with the caravan's army, and everyone in the Wa family put their hearts back in their stomachs. The entire Wahia caravan now has 65 full members including Han Jinsheng, Washuan and 12 new slaves, 563 slaves, 11 BMWs, 419 horses, 443 strong horses, and 18 carriages. In this way, the scene of the entire caravan walking on the grassland is quite huge. Huakai rode behind the caravan, and now the 100 slaves obtained from the Ordos tribe have been added to the 10 slave teams, and 7 carriages are vacated. Some frail female slaves and teenagers can ride the carriages. Huakai wants to spare the slaves. Out of position, now I have tried my best to ride a horse. Because the caravan is too big, there is a team of more than 50 slaves in the front, led by a caravan member. Then 18 carriages followed, the main protection object of the caravan, and then the female slaves and juvenile slaves who followed on foot. At the end of the caravan, there were 4, 5, and 10 slave teams on horseback, taking care of more than 300 horses. The first team of slaves is responsible for caravan patrols, and the second team of pre-squadrons is responsible for trimming at the end of the caravan. Such an arrangement is also compelling. The Wa family must now reuse slaves, otherwise, let alone go home, it is not certain whether they can get out of the Zongnu country. The caravan members all smiled when they saw the harvest this time. They must not have at least 10 gold income when they go back this time. At that time, not only can you buy what you want to buy for your family, your children can get better cultivation resources, and you can even consider hiring a few people at home. But the faces of the few people in the core of the Wa family were frowning. The road home was much harder than it was before. With so many slaves and horses, it was too difficult for the Hua family to bring back to Guangxian. Care, we should be able to reach the Huhan tribe when it gets dark. The merchant group will stay for another day tomorrow. We'd better sell some of the caravan's slaves and horses. Hua Xing said sadly when he came to Huakai. Arrive. On the grassland, we have 4 masters in the aura level to protect, and the problem should not be big. After we merge with the business group, we may be able to discuss with other caravans. These female slaves and teenagers are the future of the Chinese family, and most of the loyalty is completely okay. Don't worry, in the end, we may be able to trade with other caravans for the 100 slaves of the Ordos tribe. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. He actually has an idea in his mind, but it must be considered in Jinan. Nowadays, most of these slaves have a loyalty value of more than 30 points, and there are nearly 200 slaves who are loyal to more than 50 points. This is the biggest that Huakai dared to bring so many goods, rely on. Seeing that Hua Kai didn't have the idea of taking a lot of caravan slaves and horses, Hua Xing didn't say any more. Since he has handed over the position of Patriarch to Hua Kai, everything will listen to him. On the evening of June 29th, when night fell, a large caravan in the northern part of the Huhan tribe slowly drove into the Huhan tribe. The Huhan tribe sent thousands of cavalry to block their way from the tribe. After a period of strict scrutiny, the Chinese caravan entered the Huhan tribe. Returning to the Huhan tribe trading market, the Wahia caravan saw that all the 11 caravans of the Guangxian business group had returned. They saw that the Wahia caravan had brought back such a large herd of horses and slaves. They all went to the Wahia master account at night and returned it. To borrow the horses, Hua Kai chatted with them about the caravan's experience of leaving the Huhan tribe. Everyone said that as long as so many goods are brought home, the Hua family must be developed. Only the leader of the Jia family told Huakai to be very careful on the way home. The grassland in July is too hot at noon, so the merchant group must make every effort to drive sooner or later. The distance between all the caravans is very long. Dangerous trade groups may not be able to take care of it. Hua Kai thanked the Jia family for their kindness. He asked the Jia family's harvest this time. The Jia family leader did not hide his caravan's harvest. It can be seen that they are sincerely forming an alliance with the Hua family. I don't conceal the Jia family. Now our butler has also broken through the air state, and there are 9 people in the caravan air state. Many of the slaves here are already loyal to the Hua family, so we can still resolve the crisis on the road. Hua family, this time I brought a lot of horses, slaves, furs, and animal bones. If the Jia family needs them, the Hua family is willing to separate some of them. Hua Kai also sincerely hopes to have friendship with the Jia family. After all, the Jia family is now the only Hua family in Guangxian. Ally of the family. 13%. Chapter 76. June 30th was the last day that the Guangxian business group stayed in the Huhan tribe. All the caravans are busy exchanging the goods in their hands. If it is difficult to bring them back, they will sell them to the Huhan tribe at a low price, so as to bring some things that the caravan can transport easily. The Hua family handed over 20 horses to the Jia family, and 17 of the Hua family left slaves who were not qualified and loyal. These slaves are all good quality slaves that survived many battles in the elite slave camp of the Ordos tribe, and they are highly sought after goods anywhere. A total of 421 gold was negotiated, which can only be paid after returning to Jia's family in Guangxian County to process the goods in his hands. The Ren family also left the Huhan tribe to trade like the Jia family and the Hua family this time, but their luck seemed not so good. There was a small conflict with a middle-level tribe on the grassland, and their income was not as high as that of staying in the Huhan tribe last year. In the end, the Ren family's spirit training came to Huakai and wanted to credit some of the horses and slaves in the Hua family. They had more manpower to bring some horses and elite slaves back. The harvest this time was definitely better than last year. Hua Kai gave out more than 10 horses and slaves, and they owed the Hua family 240 gold. The Hua family also hoped to establish a good relationship with all the caravans of the Guangxian business group. After that, he sold hundreds of horses and more than 60 slaves, and the entire Hua family caravan suddenly lightened a lot. Because all caravans are now carrying goods, there is relatively little gold and silver on the grassland. Therefore, all the money has to be paid by the caravans after returning to Guangxian County. This wave of operations has greatly improved the reputation of the entire Chinese family in the Guangxian business group. At noon, Wakai and his grandfather gathered the goods brought by the caravan, and he sent all the precious stones, elixir, wild animal bones and other valuables into the portable space. Put some emergency food into the space and the whole space will be full. The remaining goods can basically be pulled up by 12 carriages, and evenly placed on 18 carriages. The caravan can also allow at most 100 slaves to drive on the road. In this way, Huakai estimates that there will be no problem with the Guangxian business group. In the afternoon, some worthless furs and dozens of poor endurance horses were sold in the Huhan tribe. With 85 gold in hand, Huakai had some didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Too much. All the caravans of the Guangxian commercial group have loaded all the goods to be transported into carriages, which have all been tied up with ropes, and all transactions have been stopped before dark. Wakai brought all the food and grass for the caravan a week and all preparations were completed, and they would go home tomorrow. It's been 4 months, and everyone is starting to feel homesick. The entire Guangxian business group was shrouded in the joy of going home. When night fell, Wakai was a little worried in the main account. Han Jinsheng went home yesterday, but he has not returned. Patriarch, why don't I go to Han Jinsheng's house? Last time we sold horse meat and many herders knew him, we can ask more questions to find his house there. Yu Jun said angrily. Yu Jun knows that Huakai pays more attention to Han Jinsheng. Han Jinsheng is now in the cultivation base on the 2nd floor of the pneumatic realm. It was only after taking Wahia medicine pill to make a breakthrough. Don't worry, wait a minute. When Han Jinsheng returned home, Huakai handed over all the last 26 gold of the family to the other party. It stands to reason that even if the other party cannot reach an agreement with the Huhan tribe, he should talk to himself at this time. At this time, everyone in the Guangxian business group also went to rest early. The market was quiet, only a few horses occasionally bowed their heads to eat the grass under their feet. Huakai and several core members of the family were all in the main account without a break. At this time, there was finally a noise outside the account. Patriarch, I'm back. Han Jinsheng's voice came from outside the tent. There were more than a dozen people behind him, half of whom were women and children. Why are you only coming back now? The business group will leave early tomorrow morning, and you won't be able to leave if you don't come back. Wakai was still very happy to see Han Jinsheng. Our banner owner saw that I was already on the 2nd floor of the pneumatic stage, and didn't let anyone go. Finally, when he saw that I insisted that there was no other way, he reluctantly agreed. He took all the 26 gold away, not to mention that our slaves were all. It was taken away by him, and the horse from the caravan. Also he wanted to go. Han Jinsheng said angrily. These are trivial things, as long as you can come back. What are these? Wakai pointed to the people behind Han Jinsheng and asked. These 3 are my 3 little brothers, and they are all willing to bring me to join the Wa family. These are my 3 wives. This is. Han Jinsheng introduced the members of the own family. The Huhan tribe not only took away all the slaves from their family this time, but did not let them bring out anything. Huakai looked at the few thin-clothed women and children behind Han Jinsheng. They were similar to ordinary people. The slave does not seem to make a difference. Nothing happened all night. At the time of the 3rd shift, the Guangxian business group had already organized the caravan. The Wa family got up when they heard the noise outside the account, and began to feed all the horses with fodder, preparing for breakfast and tidying up the tent. With everything ready, the Han family caravan flag finally hung up again. The Wa family saw that the Jia family had followed the Han family out of the Huhan tribe, and they all put horses on the carriage, and they were finally going home. When the first ray of sunlight hit the Huhan tribe on the morning of July 1st, the Guangxian business group had all left the tribe. 5,000 Huhan tribe cavalry followed behind the Guangxian merchant group. Many Huhan tribe herdsmen walked out of their tents and waved goodbye to the merchant group. The next time they meet is next year. After leaving the Huhan tribe, the Han caravan went quickly, and the other 11 caravans followed closely, because each caravan has at least hundreds of horses, and the caravan has been pulling a distance of more than 1,000 meters. When the speed of the caravan increases, the distance between the caravans will be greater. The 5,000 cavalrymen of the Huhan tribe have been sending out more than 40 miles. Only then turned their heads and turned back. Huakai rode on the horse, watching the female slaves on the caravan carriage laughing happily. Huakai has handled most of the caravan's loyalty value below 30. Distance, the atmosphere of the entire caravan's slaves suddenly became different. Compared with other caravans, the Chinese caravan slaves have more self-confidence. They don't seem to have the consciousness of being slaves, and they have much more freedom than other caravans. No, Zhuang rode a team of slaves and ran from behind the caravan. Patriarch, come from the Han family. Let us send the first emergency team to report. This time you let me lead the team. Zhuang is now on the 7th floor of the aerodynamic stage, and has the strength to enter the first emergency team as the leader. Okay, you bring both Han Jinsheng and Gigerte. The three of you are in the aerodynamic state. I believe the Han family will not say anything. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. The Hua family still has to rely on a few young people. When the young family of the family rises up, the Hua family will have the strength compared to that of the aristocratic family. It's hard to get up. Because the merchant group came home with a large number of horses, everyone was either riding a horse or sitting in a carriage. By noon, the merchant group had gone out for more than 120 miles. The sun was shining on the grassland and it was irritating. The Han family stopped the caravan and started camping. The team had already adapted to this rhythm at this time. They all approached the caravan in front and stopped to camp, and waited until the sun was no longer so venomous in the afternoon before continuing on their way. After lunch at noon, Hua Kai continued to talk about his 3 kingdoms. Now the 3 kingdoms has come to an end. The Sima family has mastered most of the powers of the Wei kingdom, and Wu and Shu are faltering under the powerful offensive of the Wei kingdom. Everyone has guessed about the final outcome of the 3 kingdoms, and Hua Kai has already prepared more than 300 manuscripts of the 3 kingdoms on parchment paper. After the 3 kingdoms is finished, all their stories can be perfected, and he can make a list when he returns home. Into a book. In the afternoon, the Guangxian business group only walked more than 80 miles, and stopped when it was more than 10 miles away from the rocky beach. Hua Kai saw that some caravans from the west were slowly approaching the rocky beach. Some of these business groups were I went to the Cheng business group last year. Some caravans went to the Zhongnu, Dayu, Xiaoyu and other countries this year. Now is the day when the caravans return. They are all the same as the Chinese caravans. The carriages carry heavy goods and carry a large number of horses and slaves. The rocky beach is a road that all eastbound business groups must pass. This is also the area with the most horse bandits. Hua Kai still remembers the battle with the horse bandits when the merchant group came. I don't know what will happen this time. In the evening, the caravan had an early dinner. In order to cope with the possible crisis tomorrow, Hua Kai gave Grandpa, 5th uncle, Yu Jun, and butler Wafu one little wanden. If you encounter horse bandits, they will definitely need them to go. Drive away the horse bandits. Because it was still far from sleeping, after the caravan sent security personnel, they all sat by the bonfire and listened to Hua Kai's 3 kingdoms. This time, many slaves also came together. Hua Kai probed everyone's loyalty points. Only a few days later, there were 17 more slaves in the caravan with more than 70 loyalty points, and 102 slaves with more than 60 loyalty points. When the 3 kingdoms was finished, Hua Kai gathered everyone together. In front of everyone in the caravan, he accepted 17 slaves as official members of the Hua family, and 102 slaves who were loyal to more than 60 as preparers. There is an additional title of Preparer Ding. This is also to give the slave ascension a buffer, so that the slaves can see the hope of loyalty in order to make ascension faster. In the caravan, the preparer has the same rights and obligations as the official family, but he has to continue to stay with the slave and has no right to command the slave. In this way, the Hua family now has 83 full members and 104 reserve members, while the total number of slaves is only 377. Suddenly, the entire caravan's personnel structure became a lot more reasonable. Hua Kai asked all the official members of the new family to learn the family mentality and martial skill together with the preparatory members, and several masters of the aura level personally guided them. On the second day, everything seemed to be a lot easier for the Wahia caravan. The new members of the Wahia caravan were working hard, whether it was patrol warning or cultivation technique learning, they were very active. The preparations are even more active. They are already learning the Wahia mind method and martial skill. Hua Kai has promised that as long as the mind method and martial skill can get started, they can become the official Chinese mind. 13%. Chapter 77. A different toll. A light rain started in the morning on July 2nd, but the rain stopped for a short while. When the Guangxian merchant group entered the rocky beach area, the caravan found that there were multiple horse teams monitoring them in the distance. In this way, everyone could not help but slow down and reduce the distance between caravans. Now they are in danger because there are more caravans and horses, and it takes a long time to organize a defensive car formation, so all caravans they are extremely careful, especially the Wa family. After walking on the rocky beach for 3 days, there were more and more horse bandit detection horse teams on the road. Wa Kai estimated that there must be a battle to enter the Linhu grassland. This is the area with the most horse bandits in the entire grassland. On July 6, the Guangxian business group had nothing to do all the way and was about to walk out of the chaotic rocky beach. At this time, it was discovered that a merchant group was blocking the way. The other party belongs to the business group of Layan County of Qi State. Layan County is located in the north of Qi State. It has a population of more than 200,000 and is the second largest county of Qi. Their business group has 26 caravans, which are much larger than the Guangxian business group. The cargo is also very large. In the evening, the head of the Han family asked the caravans to go to the main account of the Han family for a meeting. After Huakai arrived, he found that the heads of the caravans had basically arrived. The news from the front has been investigated. There are about a dozen horse bandits in Taniguchi ahead. Layan County has been blocked for 2 days. The other side has not launched an offensive and has sent people to negotiate with the business group. The team must leave a portion of the cargo to pass. The Han family's person in charge said these words and everyone had expected it, but everyone was still worried about the situation. Mr. Han, I don't know how much force the horse bandit has, and how the Layan business group plans. The person in charge of the Ren family asked. The horse bandits have more than 20,000 troops, and the Layan business group is now discussing countermeasures. Now most of their caravans agree to talk with the horse bandits first. The person in charge of the Han family said. Hearing that the Layan business group had to pass the delivery, all caravans in Guangxian were also discussing the possibility of this method. Finally, after discussing for a long time, most people preferred to discuss it with the Layan business group tomorrow. Early the next morning, the Han family asked the Wa family to send a representative to negotiate with the horse bandit representative with the Layan business group. Because this negotiation determines how much goods the two business groups will leave in the end, the Han family meant that all the business groups' air training personnel must arrive, and the pneumatic environment should also go as far as possible. Hua Xing resolutely did not agree with Hua Kai to go. Hua Jia Wafu pneumatics has not yet been made public in the business group. Hua Xing brought Hua Zichen, Yu Jun and 5 family members of pneumatics to negotiate. On the first day of the negotiations, because the trade group had a clear advantage in the number of aerodynamics, the trade group meant that each caravan had only 2 horses left. The horse bandit group definitely disagreed. Although there are not many masters of the horse bandits, there are a lot of them. The Guangxian merchant group plus the number of slaves was only about 2,000, and the total owner of the Layan merchant group added up to 7,000. At least half of them were unable to fight. In the end, the merchant group also compromised. The Layan business group needs to keep a total of 150 horses and 300 strong horses, while the Guangxian business group needs to keep 60 horses and 100 strong horses. The reason why the Guangxian business group is so much less than the Layan business group is that on the one hand, the Guangxian business group is small in scale, and on the other hand, it is because the Guangxian business group actually has more masters in the atmosphere than the Layan business group. Guangxian is a county directly under the Qi state, and its strength is much stronger than those of non-directly affiliated counties. The population of some small remote counties is not even as large as Guangxian. The reason why the horse bandit group can negotiate with the two business groups so easily is mainly because they are afraid that if there are more business groups, the more difficult it will be for them to deal with. The two merchant groups only left 510 horses, which is not a lot for the 20,000 horse bandit group. But as long as you can scrape a layer of oil from all the merchant groups that pass here, the caravan will have a lot of income. The strength of the two business groups in Guangxian and Layan should not be underestimated. If they attacked by force, they would lose a lot in the end. In the evening, Huakai was called to the head account of the Han family, and all the caravans discussed together how to distribute the 60 horses and 100 strong horses. In fact, it was decided by the Han family. The Hua family was divided into 8 full horses and 14 strong horses. This is considered to be very small based on the total amount of goods of each caravan. Hua Kai simply agreed, and when he returned to the caravan, he sent someone to send the horse over. These horses that cannot be upgraded are not valued for Huakai, and it is nothing to Huakai to pay for this. At noon the next day, everyone in the Hua family is still practicing the mind and martial skill. In the past few days, there are more and more new members of the Hua family meditation Ju and splitting gun. Most of the veteran players have much better aptitudes, and they have learned martial skill and mental skills much faster. Now is the time for their strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Huakai promoted all 6 preparatory workers who had both started with meditation technique and splitting gun into official preparatory workers, and appointed 31 slaves who were loyal to more than 60 points as preparatory workers. The entire Wahia caravan has strength every day. Increase. Han Jinsheng came back from the front of the caravan and told the Huakai Lean business group that it had begun to sort out the carriage and cargo and was going to pass through Taniguchi. The Han family asked each caravan to send more people to Taniguchi to prevent the horse bandits from biting the caravan's tail. Wakai asked Wushu to bring a team of slaves and 20 official members to support him. At this time, he can contribute a little more to the business group and show the strength of the family more. The goal of the Hua family is to be promoted. The aristocratic family must show the strength that the aristocratic family should have. It was not until the afternoon that the banner of the Han family caravan began to move. The Hua family followed Jia's and slowly moved towards the mouth of the valley, and all caravans in Guangxian followed closely behind. Hua Kai rode on the horse and watched the Hua family caravan leave the valley little by little. This was one of the most dangerous places where Wei marked his head. The entire Taniguchi is only about 20 meters wide, with huge rocks on both sides. Hundreds of members of the Guangxian commercial group are standing on horseback and staring at the horse bandits in the distance. Hua Kai has experienced the scene of tens of thousands of riders, and he was a little shocked to see the horse bandits in the distance. I saw countless horse bandits from a kilometer away all staring at them. At this time, as long as a charging Chinese caravan would be submerged in the ocean of cavalry. Hua Xing and Wei urged the caravan to pass quickly. These horse bandits will not absolutely keep their promises. As long as a caravan reveals obvious weaknesses, they will surely all rush to carve up the Chinese family. They are like prairie wolves. After leaving the valley, the Guangxian merchant group began to speed up. After a while, they will enter the Linhu grassland. There will be fewer large horse bandits, and the merchant group will be safer. But just after walking for more than an hour, the banner of the Han family in front stopped again, and the Wushu came back and told Huakai that the Lean merchant group had stopped again, and there were tens of thousands of horse bandits in front of him. The rocky beach area is a paradise for horse bandits, and they come to hunt at this time like a prairie lion group. The less powerful horse bandits will cooperate with others, and they will discuss how to distribute the prey after it has been captured. This time, the Lean business group didn't seem to be willing to give in to the horse bandits. They asked the Han family to discuss their plans to show each other a good look. If this goes on, the business group will not know how much profit is left. The Han family also hit it off. After stopping here for one night, the Hua family led more than 200 people in the battle, half of which belonged to slaves who were less than 60 loyal. The final distribution of the trophies of the merchants is based on the merits of the caravans. In addition to the number of enemies killed and seized in each battle, the credit depends on whose strength is strong. Hua Kai stayed in the caravan, and the entire Guangxian business group was now huddled together. He was considered the safest in the center of the business group. The 10,000 horse bandits on the opposite side were all pony bandit teams. Many horse bandits rode horses, and the 2 merchant groups and more than 2,000 soldiers launched a charge against each other. This horse bandit group was not strong enough to be dispersed by a charge. Most of the horse bandits are desperados. When they saw the caravan coalition, they defeated the entire horse bandit group with a single charge. Some horse bandits turned their heads and killed the caravan when they saw it. Huakai saw here hurriedly organized all personnel to start the defense. The caravan had a carriage formation as high as a person, the carriage plus the height of the cargo, and the horse bandits rushed out of the car formation and jumped into the car formation desperately. The members of the caravan waited for the opponent to come in with their weapons in their hands. There was a scream in the car formation, and most of the horse bandits were stabbed by various weapons before they landed, falling from the air and falling onto the car formation. But there are still some horse bandits who came afterwards looking for a chance to get into the car formation, who made the main force of the merchant group not be there. The Guangxian merchant group suddenly became chaotic, and some slaves took the opportunity to run around. Although there were many slaves in the Chinese caravan, there was no chaos. Most of the Hua family slaves experienced many battles with the Hua family caravan, and they believed in the strength of the Hua family. Wufu led several caravan members to stop the horse bandits who had jumped into the car line from entering the Wahia defense circle. Wufu, an aura training master, could not come in suddenly for a while. At this time, the merchant group's coalition forces saw that they were in danger behind them and began to turn around to rush back. The horse bandits also knew that it was difficult for them to actually rush into the caravan's car formation. This time, the horse bandit group came to a Jedi counterattack. Although it did not cause any serious casualties to the two business groups, they were all in a cold sweat. If there were more horse bandits who counterattacked the merchant car formation, perhaps the merchant car formation would be breached. When the time comes, all the horse bandit teams may see their interests in front of them and they might fight to the death against the merchant group. This is the last thing everyone wants to see. After solving the horse bandit group, the two business groups stopped to discuss the seizure after the war. Allied forces of the merchant group killed more than 1,000 horse bandits, but only more than 700 horses and some prisoners were captured. The Chinese caravan has a total of 62 horses, of which there are only 4 full horses, 43 strong horses, and 15 stray horses. On the grounds that there were too many slaves in the caravan, the Hua family replaced the required military exploits with horses. These horses are short in stature and have poor endurance, and they can't run at all. But the Hua family is not bad for horses nowadays. The horses only need to eat grass, and keeping them will not affect the caravan's journey. In the next few days, the Guangxian business group could only travel about 30 miles a day, and two business groups with tens of thousands of people on the road used money to buy roads and pass safely. After the last lesson, even if everyone suffers more, they are not far away from the horse bandits. It took 12 days for the Guangxian business group to walk out of the entire rocky beach for more than 300 miles. Entering Linhuguo, the caravan began to speed up. In the morning, they walked hundreds of miles, and in the afternoon they walked more than 60 miles. There are no large horse bandits in Linhu State, but there are many small ones. At most, they would watch all the caravans pass through in front of them without going up to entanglement. These horse bandits know that the caravan must go back as soon as possible, and if the caravan doesn't go back in July, they may not be able to go back this year. Therefore, the merchant group must speed up, so that the distance between the two teams is very wide. As long as they see a caravan showing a flaw, they will bite a piece of meat from the caravan like a fox on the grassland. 13%. Chapter 78. On July 14th, the Wahia caravan closely followed behind the Jiajia caravan and drove quickly on the Linhu grassland. In the morning, the weather was good until noon, and the sky started to rain. Hua Kai saw Wushu Wazichan running from a distance with a team of slaves. He was chasing a team of centuries and horse bandits just now, and saw that they were pulling more than a dozen horses behind them. The harvest this time is not bad. They have been harassed by these small groups of horse bandits after they have left the rocky beach these days. The horse bandits have been following the caravan about 200 meters away. When they see the caravan guards far away, they will come up to attack the caravan's carriage. Slaves, horses, it's annoying. Hua Kai let his grandfather, fifth uncle, and Yu Jun each take a team of slaves, riding a BMW and chasing after seeing the horse bandits. Most of those horse bandits were just strong horses. They were quickly overtaken by many BMWs from the Hua family. Most of these pony teams were in one or two aerodynamic situations. How could they be opponents of the Hua family? Every time Wushu and others went out, they could capture something, so the number of times the entire Guangxian business group was harassed began to decrease. Your grandfather said that the weather is not right now. It looks like it is going to rain heavily. We have to find a better hillside, otherwise it is not easy to camp. Hua Zichan came to Hua Kai and said. Although Hua Kai doesn't look at the sky, it has been so cloudy and rainy this day, and it will be very difficult for the next few days to become clear. Finding a hillside to camp, one is to ensure that the camp is dry, and the other is for the safety of the camp. This is common sense in business. Hua Kai just saw a small mound not far away just about to go, and the Han family's banner had already drove there. Hua Kai could only lead the caravan to go on in the rain. After more than 10 miles, he finally found another hill, but it was a little far away. Seeing that Jia's family seemed unwilling to pass, Hua Kai took the Hua family caravan to the hill. The grass becomes a little soft on rainy days, and it is very difficult for the caravan to walk. Here is the area where horse bandits are rampant. The major tribes of Linhu grassland are not very concerned about this, so the caravan must stop here for a few days these days. All the caravans dragging their exhausted bodies felt that it was not easy to go on business. Some slaves began to build tents, and some slaves took the preserved dry cow dung from the carriages and prepared to start a fire. Washing settled all the horses to Wakai's side. I think this rain will take at least 3 to 5 days. We must find the water source, otherwise the water we brought is not enough. Washing said. It's really not the right time for this rain to come. It's still 2,000 miles away from the Aohan tribe. It's hard to get there at the end of this month. All the tents are closer. Be careful of being attacked by the horse bandits. Wakai sees the main account has been tied up. He went into the tent and took a female slave and handed it over and wiped the rain off his body with a fur. Well, I have already sent people to stare at the car array. If it rains for too long, the way home this year will not be easy. Washing said with a sad face. The later you go home, the more difficulties you encounter on the road. Horse bandits and bandits like to attack the slowest caravans along the way. Therefore, all trade groups basically have to rush through Huchuo Mountain by the end of September. Otherwise, this year is best. Don't go home. Hua Zichin and the others instructed everyone to move the fur on the carriage into the tent. The fur was easily corroded in the rain. Wei took the head to make the arrangement of the car as compact as possible so as not to leave loopholes for the horse bandits to attack. After everything was settled and everyone had lunch, Washing took a few family preparations to search for water. Finding water on the grassland is a necessary skill for all caravans to survive, but the more rain it gets outside, the more difficult it is to find water. Huakai asked the slaves to put all the leather bags that could hold water in the tent outside of the rain. If Grandpa couldn't find the water source, the rain could still support it. In the afternoon, Uncle Wu began to organize all the slaves to give them political lessons, and forcibly instilled loyalty to the family and loyalty to the master, but the effect was still very good. Hua Zichin, as the Hua family's strongest combat power today, is also Wakai's pro-uncle. Wakai intends to increase his prestige in the family. The main members of the Hua family originally consisted of 300 people. This year, the village has recruited 300 villagers from small villages. When the caravan returns this time, the population will increase by more than 400 people. The composition of the family members suddenly became complicated. When more than 400 newcomers arrive at Wahiapu, their role and prestige in the Hua family will definitely become greater and greater. If the Hua family really sends these more than 400 people into the family, the role of the fifth uncle must be brought into play. After all, he and his grandfather, it is impossible to favor the newcomer too much. Huakai checks the family panel in the main account. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 249. Power. 261. Agriculture. 87. Animal husbandry. 128. Commercial. 116. Culture. 41. Comprehensive strength. 882. Allies. Ordos tribe, Jia family. Capital. 86 taels of gold, 1,549 taels of silver, 93,282 bone coins. Hostile forces. Huchuishan, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 488. Portable space. 3 cubic meters. The properties of the family are steadily ascending. In the past few days, every time the caravan defeated the small group of horse bandits, they can get a few luck points. It has only been less than 20 days since the last big pill refining medicine ascension portable space level, and the luck value has risen to 488 points. It stands to reason that the best value of family luck is to upgrade the family mentality and martial skill. Martial skill represents a person's combat power, and the mentality affects his cultivation speed. But Wakai feels that continuing the Ascension family's combat power is the most important thing now. With the ascension of the family's comprehensive strength, it is getting easier and easier to obtain the luck value. The ascension of the family's combat power can quickly ascension's comprehensive family strength and the speed of the ascension. Looking at the 488 points of luck, Huakai plans to forge weapons first. Most important. Weapon shop. The cheapest and most suitable weapon for Wahia silver gun. The main forging materials are meteorite and silver, and there are also a small amount of gold and other materials Huakai has here. It's just that the forging of the second-tier silver gun of Fanpin requires 125 family luck points. Huakai entered the space and tailored weapons to Wushu and Wufu's housekeeper so that they can exert their full strength. After the 2 silver guns are forged, there are still 233 family luck points left. This number is still safe. Huakai checked the family secret realm space internal martial arts family member list and put all the caravans into the list. One by one, the people called into the main account, let them enter the Wen-Tian-Shi secret realm. Every once in a while, you can enter the secret realm of Ask the Sky Stone so that you can know what your problems are, so that you will not make detours in cultivation. In the evening, Grandpa came back from searching for water. They found a small river 30 miles south of the caravan station, so that the family was finally not afraid of running out of water to drink. The owners of the Wahia caravan stayed in the tent for 5 consecutive days, during which time they were not harassed by any horse bandits, but Wakai was not happy at all. The rain seems to have no meaning to stop. The grassland on the grassland has become very soft after being soaked in water for so long. It will be very difficult for the carriage to walk. This year's heavy rain does not know how many caravans will suffer. The number of Chinese caravan reserve workers has broken through 200 people, and the number of slaves in the 10 slave teams is getting less and less, especially the first slave team. Now there are less than 10 people left, and the second, 6th, and 8th slave teams are not enough. Halfway through the peak period, Wakai planned to take advantage of this opportunity to stop and reorganize the caravan. Because there are more and more people who understand the family mentality and martial skill recently, the official caravan has reached 143. Excluding the women and children who are incompetent, Huakai drew 50 members from Kaiyuan realm and above to form the main cavalry team. Then all the young men and women of the Preparer Ding were formed into 2 cavalry teams, with a number of 50 people. The remaining more than 100 people were responsible for the feeding of the caravan horses and the daily caravan. The remaining 200 or so slaves are now loyal to more than 30 points. Among them, there are less than 100 women and children, all of which are organized into 1 team, and the remaining more than 100 slaves are organized into 2 teams. In this way, the entire caravan was reduced to 5 teams, and the caravan became more flexible. Before returning to Wahiapu, Huakai did not plan to make any changes. Grandpa Hua Xing entered the secret realm these few days and finally broke through to the 4th level of the Qi training realm. It is more difficult to enter the middle stage and then break through with his talents. Since the last time Uncle Wu fought with the Wuhua tribe in the Ordos tribe, he broke through the 7th floor of the cultivation base until now, and Yu Jun is still on the 8th floor of the cultivation base. Seeing that the loyalty of all family members continues to grow, there are more than a dozen new members who are loyal to more than 80 points. Huakai hopes that some of them will be loyal to exceed 95 points as soon as possible, then they can enter the family secret realm space to test the strength of ascension. On the 8th day when Linhu grassland was trapped by heavy rain, all the food and grass of the caravan had almost eaten. Because there are supplies on the road, the general caravan can only bring about 10 days of food and grass at most. The Hua family began to kill the captured horses to fill their hunger. This morning, the rain slightly decreased. Hua Kai was sorting out the manuscripts of 3 Kingdoms in the main account, and he saw Zhuang coming in wet all over. Zhuang, did you come back after going to the river to fetch water? Hua Kai asked. Patriarch, I just saw a caravan in the business group rushing in the rain. Many people have caught a cold in the rain these days. When will we wait here? Second Zhuang knew that the Wahia caravan would be more dangerous if it was delayed, so he said to Hua Kai impatiently. Hua Kai left the main tent and looked around. In the distance, dozens of carriages were struggling in the rain. They were probably 3 caravans. They were afraid that they would not be able to go home this year, so they began to rush in the rain. I think it will rain for at least a few days this day. The grass is moist and not suitable for caravans to walk. They can walk 30 miles a day so exhausted. Let's wait a few days to see. Hua Kai thought about it and said. Grandpa went home in the evening and told Huakai caravan that many people are getting worse and worse these days. Even the good weather makes boring sick. And the dry cow dung carried by the caravan is almost gone. This is the most serious. Grandpa, there is still some cooked meat in the space, but it can't support 500 people for a meal. Don't we bring the dried spirit cow? Tomorrow morning everyone will divide the cooked food, and eat horse meat as it is at noon. In the evening eat all the dried beef. Hua Kai said in a low voice after thinking about it. How does this work? A pound of dried spirit cow is worth at least 1 gold, and the entire Qi country rarely encounters. Eat it. If you don't eat it, the caravan will collapse by itself when the rain is over. One of the reasons why air-dried spirit cows are so valuable is that there is still a wealth of energy in the meat of wild beasts. Most people eat them to promote cultivation base. Now let everyone eat some air-dried spirit cows, and everyone with minor ailments can be cured. The air-dried spirit cow of the Hua family weighs more than 4,000 catties, and it can weigh about 3,000 catties after removing some bones. Most people eat half a catty for a meal, so they can last more than 10 days at least. 14%. Chapter 79. The heavy rain lasted for 13 days. During the 9 heavens, Huakai saw that the last one of the Han family also started to ride in the rain. Most of the caravans in the Guangxian business group now only eat raw meat to satisfy their hunger, except for the Wahia business team. On the morning of the 14th day, the weather was fine and the Chinese caravan began to pack the tent and set off. Yesterday Huakai took out 10 rejuvenation pills to share with everyone in the caravan. Today, everyone is in a very good state. The caravan started to drive and all the cars were stuck in the mud. Everyone took turns pushing the cars forward. In one morning, everyone hurried for more than 5 hours, and only walked less than 40 miles. Although everyone was tired, they were in good spirits. The sun shines on the grassland at noon like a big steamer. This is how the grassland is. Everyone wears thick leather in the morning, but it's too hot to wear clothes at noon. What the caravan looks forward to most now is to meet the herdsman tribe. Give them some dry cow dung to make a fire and cook. The ground was a little dry in the afternoon, and finally the caravan's journey was much easier. When they walked to the evening, they suddenly saw a caravan ahead of them were making a difficult journey. They went up and saw that it was another caravan from the caravan. This caravan Wakai remembered to rush in the rain on the 8th day of the heavy rain. Unexpectedly, 6 days later, they were still here. The other party saw a person in charge of the Hua family caravan coming over. Leader Song, why are your caravans still here? Have you encountered any difficulties? Hua Kai asked. Oh, the caravan has already used up the cow dung that made the fire. In the past few days, many people who ate raw meat have diarrhea and are exposed to rain. Not most people can get up. I think our caravan can only be in this year. The Aohen tribe has been off for a year. The Song family leader said sadly. If it is not really impossible, the caravan will go home anyway. They have brought most of the main force of the family out. If they don't go back this winter, I don't know if the family can survive. So serious, I see if we can help. Hua Kai remembered that the Song family had borrowed horses from the Hua family, and had always had a good attitude towards the Hua family. The Song family caravan carried more than 30 steed horses and more than 100 strong horses this time, and some horses were seized from the battle of the merchant group. Their caravan has more than 60 members, and the slaves have brought more than 80 people, which is quite normal. But many of these slaves clenched their teeth and followed the caravan. Some members of the Song family caravan lay on the carriage and looked dying. Not to mention going home like this, it would be good if the Song family could safely reach the Aohen tribe. Hua Kai looked around in the Song family caravan and shook his head and was helpless. Seeing the Hua family caravan surpassing the Song family caravan a little bit, Hua Kai got on the horse and bid farewell to the Song family leader. At this time, the Song family leader stopped him. Master Hua, I know that our Song family has been planted this year. It is right for the Hua family caravan to stay and wait for the rain to stop. I hope that the Hua family can help the Song family bring a few carriages back. I will send the strongest team members to promise not to give the Chinese caravans or causing chaos. As long as they are attacked, the Chinese can help. Team leader Song wanted to bring some valuable products to Guangxian for the healthy team members first, so that their family pressure would be less, and they would go back next year as the main force, so that their family's business trip would not be considered a failure. Leader Song, I have a way to get the Song family caravan to return to Guangxian this year, in exchange for the Song family to help out once. I don't know if the Song leader would like to listen. Hua Kai thinks that there are so many caravans in the Hua family. Dried Linganiu said. What way? The Hua family mainly saved the Song family. Don't say one shot, the Hua family will be the best friend of the Song family in the future. The Song leader said excitedly. Don't get excited, just listen to me. Hua Kai told team leader Song how the Hua family prevented the members from getting sick, but he would not foolishly say that he would give everyone rejuvenation pill. That's great. The Song family is willing to buy 100 kilograms of dried spirit beef for 200 gold. I am so grateful this time. The Song family will be rewarded by the great grace of the Chinese family. The Song leader said gratefully. Even in the general family caravan, it is difficult to get a dried spirit cow in the grassland. Air-dried spirit cows are generally only available in large tribes, but you can't buy them if you are willing to pay. The Song family leader has always promised that he will not leak out the news that the Hua family has dried spirit cows, but Hua Kai doesn't care about it. Given the strength of the Hua family's 4 masters in the Aura realm, it is not easy to steal the Fungan Linganyu. I think that many members of the Song family are very sick. Even if there is dried spirit beef, it is difficult to recover in a short time. I have one rejuvenation pill here that has been kept and not used. If necessary, I can transfer it to Song leader. Home. Hua Kai looked at the status of the Song family members and said, many caravans go to the grassland for business and will prepare pills. Some families will also prepare 1 or 2 medicine pills for emergencies. The pills prepared by the Song family are used up before they reach the Huhan tribe. He did not expect that the Hua family will also prepare 1 medicine pill for healing. At this moment, the Song family leader was deeply moved. A rejuvenation pill can save the life of the core members of the family at a critical time, and will never use it before the most crisis. The heart of the Hua family. The Song family understands that if the Hua family will have any difficulties in the future, we can only do it, even if we speak. The Song family leader said a lot of moving words. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Hua Kai simply stopped the caravan and set up camp on the spot. He asked Wu Shu to cut 100 kilograms of dried spirit beef to the Song family caravan. In the evening, when everything was settled, Hua Kai came to the Song family caravan and saw that they were sharing the spirit beef for everyone. He came to the Song family's main account. This rejuvenation pill will be handed over to team leader Song, plus the dried spirit beef discounted by 300 gold is enough. Hurry up and melt it with water for the team members to drink, and everyone will be able to live and dance tomorrow. Hua Kai said arrive. Although team leader Song wondered why Hua Kai wrapped such an expensive medicine pill in sheepskin at will, isn't this losing the medicinal properties? But he didn't think about picking it up and sniffing it under his nose, and nodded in satisfaction. All caravan leaders are expert appraisers, and they have experienced a lot of knowledge, so the leader of a caravan may not be the strongest, but it must be the most knowledgeable. Of course, it is not ruled out that some big families let some who don't know anything about directing caravans, then they are not to make money, but to hone their talents. When they got up the next day, everyone in the Wahia caravan was given another piece of dried spirit beef. Recently, the caravan was unable to make a fire and Wahia gave everyone a piece of dried spirit beef 3 meals a day so that everyone had the strength to drive on. After a night of rest in the Song family caravan, many people began to be full of energy as if they had experienced a new life. Even the slaves were full of energy when they walked. The Song leader also came to the Chinese house owner in the morning to thank Hua Kai for coming, and promised to never reveal the matter of drying the spirit cow. The stagnant water on the grassland today has become much tighter after being absorbed by the grassland in a day. The carriage is not so difficult to walk on the grass, and the caravan can finally walk normally. The Chinese caravan was ahead, and the Song caravan followed. In order to ensure that the caravan behind him could keep up, Hua Kai didn't let his caravan go too fast, about 30 miles per hour. At noon, when he saw that the Song family couldn't keep up with him, he stopped, so they left all morning. 120 miles. The way home is like this. As long as there are no accidents, it is easy, because all caravans can basically have a horse. In this way, at night, they finally saw a small tribe. Here, the Hua family actually saw the Renjia caravan. It's here. Ren's family and the other 3 caravans in Guangxian County are also sick a lot. After more than 10 days of heavy rain, the caravan members have reached their limits in terms of physical and mental strength. The 4 of them have plans to stop and rest this year. Hua Kai was familiar with the person in charge of Ren's family. In the evening, he waited for the caravan to exchange dry cow dung from this small tribe and had a meal of fresh roast mutton. He came to the chief account of Ren's family. When Ren Jia heard that Hua Kai was willing to provide 150 kilograms of dried beef and a rejuvenating pill to help Ren Jia catch up with the Han family caravan ahead, he happily took Hua Kai's hand to express his gratitude. Waiting until the next morning, the 4 caravans suddenly discovered that every caravan who was sick and dying yesterday was suddenly resurrected with blood. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the Chinese caravan, but no one said anything. The 6 caravans together, the Hua family as the first leader, try to walk more than 200 miles every day. When they were 1,000 miles away from the Huhan tribe, they met the Jia family and the Zhang family. On August 6, the Hua family and the Jia family caught up with the Han family caravan at a distance of 400 miles from the Aohan tribe. At this time, the 12 caravans in Guangxian miraculously gathered together again. The Han family was surprised that everyone was able to keep up with the caravan, but they did not notice that all the caravan leaders' attitude towards the Chinese caravan was already completely different. On August 8, the Guangxian business group entered the Aohan tribe. At this time, the Aohan tribe was still very lively. There are also more goods on the market than the Huhan tribe. At least the Huhan tribe in Yangshi doesn't have it. The Wahia caravan sold some of the strong horses and horses that could not be upgraded. Huakai thought about it and sold a part of the horses. A horse of the Aohan tribe is about 10 gold, which is twice as expensive as the Huhan tribe. If the Hua family wants to spend Panlong 18 Bend and Huchuo Mountain, they cannot bring too many things. In the end, after lightening, the Wahia caravan left only 350 horses and 300 strong horses. The Wuxia and all BMWs certainly cannot sell. Wahia shot more than 400 horses at once, and had more than 1,200 gold in its hands. Before I went home, there were already thousands of gold gains, and everyone was very happy. When you come to the market, Huakai can't help but visit the Panacea market and the slave and horse market. All the goods here are more than twice as expensive as the Huhan tribe, but Huakai still bought 2 qualified slaves, 6 elixir of various levels, and 3 horses that can be promoted to BMW, costing a total of 450 gold. In the evening, Huakai thought for a long time and finally came to the main account of the Han family caravan. He took the initiative to talk with the Han family that his caravan could keep up with all the merits of the dry spirit cow. Although the Han family caravan was curious as to why the Hua family had dried spirit beef, it only appreciated the selfless behavior of the Hua family without asking the bottom line. Affiliated families are not slaves of the main family. As long as the main family can obey orders when needed, they have completed his mission. Of course, the main family must give certain benefits every time. As for some family secrets, they survive. Basically, the master has no right to intervene. 14%. Chapter 80 Silver Moon Blue Wolf. The Guangxian business group repaired in the Aohan tribe for 2 days, and then started on their way again. The last time the business group was surprisingly fast. It was able to walk out 200 miles every day, and when it was about to make use of the Linhu grassland, it was only August 13th. This has caught up with the average speed of business groups in previous years. Entering the 18th bend of Panlong again, everyone could not help but feel kindness, watching the trees in the mountain stream, and finally leaving the grassland. The biggest advantage of being out of the grassland is that you don't have to worry about starting a fire anymore. There are trees everywhere in Panlong 18 Bend. There are many dead branches in the mountains and forests. The first thing the Chinese caravan did when entering the Panlong 18 Bend area was throw away all the dry cow dung on the carriage, and go to the woods to collect firewood. The new members of the caravan, the preparers, and the slaves were always worried. They looked at so many trees with curiosity. They were all leaving the prairie for the first time. Entering the 18th bend of Panlong, the Han family did not slow down, because all the caravans that came back had more than doubled their numbers and horses. Therefore, the teams walked very openly on such mountain roads. It is unlikely to want to help each other. Huakai tried his best to keep his caravan closer to Jia's caravan, which was specifically mentioned by the Jia's leader. The Han family has been walking on this road for hundreds of years, and there is a little face in this Panlong 18 bend. At this time, there are many caravans returning from the grassland to the central plains, so most of the bandits only pick the more raw faces to start. The Hua family followed the Han family and Jia family and could avoid most of the trouble. Everything went well on the first day after entering Panlong 18th Bend, but on the second day, there were more spies on each mountain to detect the caravan. The Hua family has always kept the cavalry guard around, and prepared the first and second teams to guard before and after, and all the 2 slave teams stayed in the middle. Now all the slave loyalty points of the Hua family have basically reached 35 points or more, reaching a level of trust. Huakai, although careful but not afraid at all. On the second night, the caravan had just gone through the hardest road today and came to a mountain recess to camp and stop. Suddenly Huakai heard a rough howl of a wolf. He hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him, only to see Xiaoqiang poking his head out of the carriage. Huakai was afraid that it would go out to cause trouble again. There are old forests everywhere in the 18th bend of the dragon. Not only there are wild beasts, but demonic beasts can occasionally encounter them. Of course, everyone who encounters demonic beasts is almost dead. So everyone walks here carefully and then carefully. Huakai came to Xiaoqiang and told him not to leave, not within 200 meters of the caravan. Although Xiaoqiang couldn't help, his blood boiled over hearing the wolf howling, he was still obedient to Hua Kai's orders. It ran back and forth along the caravan and never left the caravan's 200-meter range, but his eyes kept staring into the distance from time to time. When the night came, the Wahia caravan was preparing dinner, and Wei turned his head to Hua Kai's side. Patriarch, I heard the wolf howling just now. It seems to be a gray wolf of one of the 3 major wolf species. Wei said with a sad face. Hua Kai also knows the 3 major wolf species in the grassland, the red wolf, the gray wolf, and the prairie wolf. The last time I met the prairie wolf was when Grandpa and Uncle came back in time. The wolves did not have a good estimate of the strength of both sides, otherwise the caravan would not be able to solve each other so easily. Hua Kai couldn't help but sink when Wei turned his head to say this. The top 3 wolf species in the grassland is the red wolf, which is rarely encountered once in 10 years in the grassland, and the entire grassland creature will suffer a disaster if it encounters it once. The second-placed gray wolf has another name, Silvermoon Gray Wolf. Silvermoon Gray Wolf is a single life, but it is one of the most terrifying existence on the prairie. Many herders will migrate to the tribe as soon as they see the gray wolf. It is far more terrifying than the prairie wolf pack. How come there are wolves here? It seems we have to leave early. Hua Kai said. At this time, Hua Kai discovered that Xiaoqiang was missing, and was about to observe Xiaoqiang's perspective, but there was an immature howl from outside the tent. It was Xiaoqiang. Although Hua Kai didn't understand beast language, he could feel the provocation in its voice. As the overlord of brutal beasts, the general high-level brutal beasts would not dare to provoke him. After Xiaoqiang's cry, the wolf howl came again in the distance, and Xiaoqiang immediately sent it back. The 2 sides kept responding to each other like this, but Wei turned his head in a hurry. Patriarch, it's troublesome now, we'd better leave now, Wei said with fear. Hua Kai knew at this time that he could not call Xiaoqiang back anyway. He gathered his grandfather and other core family members together, and everyone was surprisingly confident in Xiaoqiang. Patriarch, I don't think we need to worry too much. Today is not the night of the full moon. It is not easy for the wolf to attack our caravan. I think Xiaoqiang will not lose too badly even if he loses. It went out alone on the grassland so many times, which time it wasn't a single-handed challenge to a pack of wolves, and it's not okay now. Hua Fu had seen Xiaoqiang's battle with the prairie wolf king and said, the reason why gray wolves are terrifying is not how powerful they are, but because they have a very special talent. Whenever the night of the full moon, the whole body of the gray wolf will become silvery white, and its strength will be ascension level, and as long as it does not encounter fatal damage, the body can quickly recover. With this talent, the wolf's intelligence will not only not decline but will also be strengthened, so the wolf on the night of the full moon will not be afraid when it encounters an opponent 2 steps higher than itself. Therefore, when the gray wolf encounters an unsolvable opponent, it will choose to go on the night of the full moon. The gray wolf, which was originally only a junior brutal beast, became an intermediate brutal beast on the night of the full moon. Coupled with its intellectual ascension, it was not afraid of injury, and the general high-level brutal beasts were unwilling to provoke. This is equivalent to an aerodynamic realm suddenly reaching the Shantian realm so abnormal. What day is tonight? Hua Kai asked suddenly. It should be August 15th, what's the matter? There can be no moonlight tonight, the butler said. On August 15th, other people would not care too much, but Hua Kai took it very seriously. The world in his previous life was very special on this day, and he began to have a bad warning. Uncle Wu, Yu Jun. If the gray wolf arrives later, you must be careful of its deformation. In case Xiaoqiang is in danger, you must help. This little wand in you will do it later before the battle begins. Eat it and hold it in your mouth if it is in danger and break it immediately, it can save your life. Hua Kai arranged. The 2 did not know why Hua Kai would be so serious. Although there are many stories of the gray wolf's revenge, they don't believe that the Wahia caravan will not be able to solve it. After half an hour, Hua Kai felt Xiaoqiang's emotions seem very agitated. It stood on a mountain stream not far away and looked into the distance. At this time, a powerful figure slowly walked over. Hua Kai and the other members of the caravan looked at it from a distance, and it was the first time everyone saw the wolf, and was shocked by his appearance. I saw it was about 2 meters long, standing there like a pony. It was much more shocking than the prairie wolf king. Look at Xiaoqiang in the distance. Although it has grown very quickly this month, it is about 80 centimeters long now. Compared with the wolf, it looks very small, but Xiaoqiang has been talking to each other. Constantly initiate provocations. Silvermoon wolf. Intermediate savage beast. Strength, 53. Agility, 44. Intelligence, 49. Bloodline, serious 14%. Skills, serious transformation, flying claws, nether flash, energy detection. Kai checked the attributes of this gray wolf, which was the most powerful he had ever seen except Xiaoqiang. The 4 major skills, from attack to evasion, and detection, are all very practical skills. With its strength, the entire Hua family may only use Haoran Truchi Hua Zichen to win it. The Kanglang glanced at Xiaoqiang faintly, and then looked towards the Wahia caravan, as if he hadn't put Xiaoqiang in one's eyes at all. Xiaoqiang yelled at the opponent. Obviously the attitude of the opponent made him very angry, and took the initiative to attack the opponent. Kai and the others stood in the same place and watched Xiaoqiang and Kanglang fighting together from a distance, and then watched Xiaoqiang's battle in Kai within a month, and found that it was much stronger than before. It is no longer just fearlessly going up and biting, but when it feels that the opponent's attack is strong, it starts to choose to avoid the edge, and then waits for the opportunity to launch an attack. Basically, its attack will cost the opponent's life. Also unambiguous. Hua Zichen and Yu Jun approached and wanted to help, but they couldn't get in at all. Xiaoqiang was 2 steps lower than the opponent, and his body size was much smaller than the opponent. He acted agilely for a moment and said that maybe the opponent was equally matched. Kai knew that Xiaoqiang's biggest reliance was actually the sudden power of ascension. The power suddenly doubled. At first, the wolf accidentally bit Xiaoqiang's front paw. Knowing that Xiaoqiang could easily break his own defense, he would never dare anymore. Rushed in. Fighting a cup of tea together. There was blood on the battlefield in the distance. Xiaoqiang's strength was too far from the opponent, and after a while, his body was covered with wounds. If he could not improve his own strength, he would have been torn to pieces by the wolf. Kai anxiously signaled Wushu and Yu Jun to come forward to rescue him, and Xiaoqiang would really be killed if he didn't help. After all, the gap between Xiaoqiang and the opponent's realm is just like the gap between human beings and the Kaiyuan realm and the Qi training realm. The difference is not a little bit. Yu Jun and Hua Zichen surrounded them from both sides. They knew they had to kill as much as possible when they encountered the gray wolf. The middle-level brutal beast upgrades to a large level, which is equivalent to the human Shantian realm. It is still the kind of true Qi that is infinite and can quickly recover from injuries. It is estimated that the General Lord of the Foundation building is not willing to face it. Release System Side Mission. The Silver Moon Grey Wolf is regarded as an invincible existence under the full moon. Please kill the Silver Moon Grey Wolf in the state of full moon transformation. Task Reward. Treasure Baoguang Glass Bottle. Baoguang Glass Bottle. 9-grade spiritual tool, automatically absorbs the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and has 100 meters of space inside, which can hold 100 kinds of spiritual liquid. Fifth uncle, Yu Jun, hurry up and kill the wolf, regardless of the cost. Kai heard the system prompt. His face turned pale. The system can give rewards for the 9th rank spirit weapon level task, which shows that this task is far beyond the strength of Wahia. As soon as he shouted, he saw the sky and didn't know when the moon slowly poked his head out of the clouds. In the silent night, the whole mountain stream was gradually covered by silver-white moonlight, and the silver moon wolf looked at the sky and the moon slowly changed. Yuan, let out a long howling wolf. Yuan, let out a long howling wolf. Yuan, let out a long howling wolf.